Kia ora koutou, ka mi nui ki koutou. Kia ora, welcome to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council for Monday the 14th of December. Welcome to councillors, to staff and to media present and any public that should arrive in person and is tuning in remotely. It was remiss of me before our council meeting last week to not take the opportunity to acknowledge the passing of Claire Rutter and thank her for her service, previous member of the Saddle Hill Community Board, and our thoughts as our council are with her family. For those of you who may have been some time that you've been in this room, I've been advised that you need a housekeeping briefing. The toilets are through the door there. I'm sure you recall the fire evacuation procedures. Leave the building via the stairs and assemble in front of the Civic Centre. If you can't exit that way, then exit via the corridor behind the Edinburgh Room through the Glenroy Auditorium to assemble on Harrop Street. If not able to exit via either of these routes, follow staff who will take everyone across the Air Bridge to the Civic Centre or follow the Hawkins-shaped hole in the wall. In case of an earthquake, remain in the building. It is safer. We've spent a lot of money making sure that is so. Move away from the windows and any equipment and furniture which may topple. Take shelter under solid furniture such as tables and hold on. Plenty of these provided. In all cases, follow instructions given by fire wardens, civil defence officers and emergency services, none of which you'll be pleased to know are me. There is no public forum, nor are there apologies received. The confirmation of the agenda. I'll move that Council confirm the agenda with the following alteration: that item 11, the Dunedin City Council annual report for the year ended 30 June 2020, be taken as close to the following morning tea as possible, as Julian Tan, our auditor, will be in attendance to speak to the item. Seconded, Councillor Elder. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Any amendments to be made to the interests register? Doug? Councillor Hall, sorry.
Removal of the Hall Family Trust in Vicargill. I'm no longer a trustee.
I'll move that with that amendment, the interest register be amended and the proposed management plan amended accordingly. Also, C, noting the proposed management plan for the executive leadership team's interest segment. Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Sorry, I'll try that all again with my microphone on. Our reports, item 5, zero carbon guidance for the draft 10-year plan. Mr. West and Ms. McTavish, welcome. Anything in opening from either of you?
No, I think we're okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, if there are any? No questions? Would someone like to move? Anything? Oh, Councillor Lord.
Just in the report on page 37, item 68, or paragraph 68, it talks about by setting a target of Nero Z emissions, all of greenhouse gases other than biogenic methane, the Council has left open to the DCC the option of insetting or offsetting emissions that it cannot avoid. And I just wondered if you would flesh that out, what that might look like a bit more.
Yeah, sure. So insetting, the difference between insetting and offsetting is essentially down to who owns and controls the offsetting investment. So insetting would be if we owned the forest, that we were the carbon sink, and the council was actively investing in its own carbon sink as an asset.
Yeah.
There are slight variations on that. Offsetting is if we were to decide to invest in carbon offsets on the open market. So that might look like voluntary offsets, or it could look like committing to adherence to, for example, the New Zealand carbon market and purchasing New Zealand carbon credits.
Yeah. So it wouldn't mean just planting trees, for example, like the New Zealand option where you can purchase trees to offset your carbon miles. It's not quite the same as that. It would either be that we would buy bona fide carbon credits, or we would have our own forests that we go and purchase and plant in addition to what we already own to make the negative.
Yeah.
Okay.
So definitely planting trees is the most the most common offsetting option. Whether that comes directly through purchasing credits, or whether it comes through us owning and investing in tree planting as an organisation ourselves, that's I guess there are pros and cons to both of those options, and council would need to decide which option it wished to take.
So we do have extensive holdings with our waterland, Hereweka Harbour Cone and other areas. I realise with the waterland, for example, we had a big fire there because exactly too much carbon build up on the top, but could those areas be planted out in Manuka or some other type of non-exotic timber, a native timber or something like that, and that be used as a way of offsetting?
Certainly a large amount of land would be required if the council's decision was to offset the city's emissions. So just referring councillor to page 65 of 149. This is just some extremely high-level work that was done looking at, as part of the rapid review, looking at insetting and offsetting options, both for citywide and Dunedin emissions. The citywide emissions you'll see there, depending on whether it's natives or exotics, different amounts of land are required. And actually, I'm really sorry, I've just spotted an error. That natives line shouldn't read 19,000 hectares, that should read, thank you, Polly, 190,000 hectares. My apologies. So yeah, you'll see that given that the council's goal is citywide net neutrality, I'm presuming that you'd be looking to offset citywide emissions. If you're looking to offset DCC operational emissions, then obviously the quantum of land required is lower, which is that yellow piece below. But either way, it's a substantial amount of land. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I have a question around page 51 of the OAG report, and in 5.40 it talks about, we said that it makes little sense for all councils to individually consider how to improve their reporting on climate change issues, and I wondered if we're looking to be working with other councils like the ORC. On page 48 it mentions that Wellington has 9 councils and 3 mana whenua representatives working together as a whole, and is that going to be part of our plan?
On reporting specifically, on monitoring and reporting, or more generally on climate-related issues?
I would think that it would make sense to do it together on the climate-related issues. There was an example, just let me find the example, page 48 was the example, just make me sure I've got the right page 48. The Wellington Region Climate Change Working Group was set up to enable a collaborative regional response to climate change issues. Its members are all the 9 councils in the Wellington region and 3 representatives from Aratahi, a leadership forum. So I was wondering if we were looking at a model like that, because it would seem to make a little more sense.
Yeah, so I guess the Zero Carbon Alliance, which council signed off conceptually on in late September, the intention of that, I guess, is a partnership approach. We have commenced conversations with those potential founding partners about the shape of that, and obviously that could range from having a very joined up model on reporting and monitoring, right through to focusing mainly on implementation of initiatives. The way that it was initially scoped was, I guess, more focused on operational emissions and partnership on operational emissions as a starting point. However, that's not to say it couldn't be broadened, were that council's desire. I guess the Otago, in terms of looking at the regional picture, the Otago Regional Council has commissioned a regional footprint, and we have supplied data to them from Dunedin City Council jurisdictional boundaries, so as to avoid duplication in that regard. So yeah, I guess I'd see it a little bit as a conversation with the Otago Regional Council over the next little while to see where they see that work heading, and obviously collaborating where we can, especially to avoid resource duplication over the next little while.
The only other thing I'd note on that is that the boundaries between the metropolitan areas and the Greater Wellington region are more porous and better connected than ours, so it's a lot of that work, and a lot of the work that they do operates in a similar sort of fashion. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms McTavish, just a couple of details. First of all, thank you for the report. It's very thorough. The first one is around beneficial reuse, which is a term used both in C on page 34 and page 35 in the table, the first line of the table, the first box. In terms of the sludge and in terms of possibly a sludge that's talking about there as well, what does that refer to? Beneficial reuse, what does that actually mean?
So this is not my technical area of expertise, but the rapid review reflects on various options that might be available to council for I guess better putting that resource to use. At the moment, it's either incinerated or sent to landfill, both of which have significant problems from a carbon perspective. There are examples elsewhere of it being biodigested to produce gas, which can then be used to generate electricity, which in turn could be used for a range of options, and there are byproducts that come out of that can be used in the agricultural industry. Obviously, it's not limited to that. There's also composting options or palletising options that can be used by councils, but I would refer to my colleagues in Tree Waters for detail.
That's a helpful answer. Page 33, talking about, and no doubt when the rapid review final report comes out, this will be a bit clearer, but it refers to unmanned rural drop-off facilities replacing skip days, and I just wondered if you had any comment, because there have been in the past issues with unmanned rural drop-off facilities. I'm thinking of Highcliffe Road as an example, where that hasn't worked well. There's been fly tipping and so forth. Is there any comment you'd want to make on that, or is it very much at a high level at the moment in terms of suggestions?
So I guess again, I will defer to my colleagues in Waste and Environmental Solutions. However, what I can explain is, I guess the rapid review column is the third column in this table. Towards a circular economy program, and the detail comes directly from council's Towards a Circular Economy business case, so was developed by consultants in conjunction with Waste and Environmental Solutions staff.
Thanks for that clarification, that's helpful. Final question was around page 32 and 33, just to ask if you felt that the rapid review draft comments aligned with our approach that we've gone with to go to consultation around curbside collection.
Yes, I think that in selecting the model that for consultation that separates your food waste from your garden green waste, you're maximising the potential range of applications of that resource, and therefore the diversion potential. The other point that is made, I think, in the rapid review is that because of the nature, the bulky nature of garden green waste, there is a sort of declining curve of carbon returns the further you have to truck that waste. I shouldn't call it waste, that resource. And so encouraging people to address or use that resource on site rather than trucking it around or using it as locally as possible will help to reduce any transport emissions associated with that waste stream. So,
Thank you. And final question that I wanted to ask was around, although the methodology has changed and although that means that some of the figures have decreased, I got a really clear message that that transport is still the priority for us. You haven't changed your view. I got the impression there's no change in view, despite the headline we saw today in the media, that your comments were consistent even though there were changes in the percentages. Would that be true?
that is correct, yes. So ACOM have revisited the 2018-19 footprint, and it has changed the quantums for the 2018-19 footprint. It has not changed the trajectory. All indications are that transport is still the largest growing emissions sector for the DCC's jurisdictional area. The exact quantum of that is at this point difficult to comment on until we have that 14-15 data in order to get an analogous or comparative set of data.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Councillor Hall.
On page 29, item 49, transport is the city's largest source of emissions. With the slowing down of the time frames from point A to point B, from Normby to the Octagon is an average of 10 minutes and the target is 15 minutes. Now, the slower we make these vehicles travel, the more fuel we're going to use, the more energy we're going to burn up. You know, because my trucks run at about 2 kilometres a litre. So every time they stop, they're still burning fuel. So, you know, all we're doing by slowing the flow down is burning more fuel and more energy.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the report. It was great. I've got a number of questions, so bear with me. On page 31, item 51, it says activities identified that may increase emissions, including relaxing land use zoning to allow high trip generating activities. And my question is, how do we get the balance here? Because I know that Waihola, for example, is growing like Topsy, and so people are going further out and then travelling in. So getting the balance of not pushing people further out, because in fact Dunedin City is a medium growth city. How do we manage that? Because I perceive that we could be shifting the problem as well.
Yeah.
It's a fine balance.
Yes. Again, I'm not a technical expert in urban planning, and so colleagues in city development would be probably more appropriate to direct specific questions around that too. However, if I can direct you to that first box in table 2 on page 30, the mitigation levers that were identified relating to land use that relate to reducing emissions from transport. Around intensifying land use and intensifying mixed-use development in the central city and around suburban nodes. And the rationale for that is because the CBD is quite obviously the place where a lot of people spend some of their time.
Yes.
And so if you can reduce the number of vehicle kilometres travelled by bringing people closer to either the CBD or to suburban nodes where they can access good quality public transport or active transport options, then you will be reducing the reliance on forms of transport that have higher emissions profiles. Yeah.
I'm just going to... the report traverses a lot in terms of the things. I mean, the purpose of this report is effectively things for councillors to consider when we're making decisions about the various areas of council's operations. And we have a lot of very specific questions about the things that are raised here, but as Ms McTavish has pointed out, those are probably best put to the relevant staff when we work through, probably in January, when we work through the operating budgets. These are just the things that we should be considering if this is something that is important to us in our decision making. So if people want to focus at a higher level, that's probably going to be a better use of this report and save our staff trying to guess in areas where they don't necessarily have technical expertise. But you're welcome to ask any further questions that fit that brief, councillor.
I don't know whether this is broad enough, but with biodiversity and increasing exotic and native plantings, has there any thought been given to, because there's land masses owned by the Regional Council, the DCC and DOC, of working together on a strategy for native plantings, for example, over those lands, because between them they have a lot of land?
Probably a question for the Parks Department.
I guess at a high level, when we bring the rapid review report back to you in January, I think there'll be a lot more detail on some of these points. So you will receive a whole chapter on carbon insetting and offsetting options and the various different manifestations of that. And it does recommend a partnership approach, councillor. So you're right in asking in that direction. I guess I would see some of that work sitting with the Zero Carbon Plan development for the city and with the Zero Carbon Alliance conversation once we have that up and running, because there certainly are other organisations either that have land holdings or that have operational footprints that they have a particular interest in offsetting, and the efficiencies of scale that we would get from partnering on some of that stuff would be significant. Just, I guess, in response to the other part of your question around, is it all pinus? The recommendation, or the recommendation or the options that are put forward in the rapid review in that chapter that you will see in January look at all options from natives right through combination of natives and hardwoods right through to pinus, and give you the pros and cons of those. So you'll be able to consider all of that in January.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to move the 3 points of noting.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you very much for your report. I'm looking at figure 1 on page 27, which is basically the profile of the city's carbon footprint. If we take agriculture out of the area of consideration, then obviously transportation, stationary energy and waste make up the majority of those. And if we look into the report, then transportation is carried in the transportation activities are carried in table 2, page 30. Waste in table 3, page 32, and stationary energy in table 4, page 35. Is that more or less the proposed activities?
Yes, the slight, what I would point out about table 4 is it is very focused on council's stationary energy emissions. The rapid review itself, and obviously our conversations internally, have been very focused on the DCC in this area. So that would be the only comment I'd make there.
Yeah, and I guess that's, so my question really following those tables and your answer is in fact, so a lot of the activities in these tables are effectively the stuff that DCC has more direct control over and can have a direct impact on, and I'll save the rest for the speech, but is that correct?
Yes, yep.
Great, thanks.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Can I just clarify with the flexible work issue thing there, which I think is a great idea, how do we have control, like what sort of control could we have over that though with particularly private employers? Obviously for our own council staff, we could, I imagine, we could have some control over that, but...
Yes.
Well, Sandy does, not us, but...
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So when the rapid review comes back, you'll see that each of these options, essentially, opportunities, is split or is categorised against whether council can control it,
Right.
whether council can influence it, or whether council needs to play more of an advocacy role. So I didn't go into that level of detail
Right,
in this report, just in the interest of brevity, but all of that detail will be there. And you're right, on the flexible working one, there is a subset of that obviously Ms Graham has control over, and then there is probably an advocacy role for council with other employers potentially around that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Is there, so we've got 38% at the moment for transport. Is there any way, once these changes have been made to roads and things, that we can get an indication of, you know, how are we going to measure whether it's going up or down? Because I think the point that Councillor Hall made about the emissions, quite a few other people have made that point as well, is that if cars are slowed right down, like for example in George Street, if they're slowed to 10 kilometres, which they're going to be, that they'll be still driving the same distance but causing more emissions. How do we measure that, you know, to know if it's worse or better or...
So I guess to split that question into two, how do we know if the city's emissions are growing?
Yes.
That is using fuel sales data for our district. The reason why I've brought an update to you is that ACOM revised their methodology to look at whether that would have an influence. And it's 39% for transport under using this methodology. In terms of cars driving around and generating emissions, it is accurate that when a car has more stops and is idling more, you have more emissions associated with that trip. However, that needs to be balanced with the fact that if it takes people longer to get in places by car, they're much more likely to use active and public modes of transport, which in turn reduce emissions. So I'm not an expert, again, in the transport space, and I would defer to the writer of the chapter on the rapid review on transport, ably consulting. But certainly that wasn't something that she flagged as being of major concern in terms of potentially increasing the city's emissions.
Do you
Quite the
believe our
opposite.
city... Thank you. Do you believe our city has adequate public transport frequency to, you know, fix that problem? Like if we've got people who are pained by, you know, like you're saying, I think I'm correct in saying, can you just clarify, are you meaning people are so when people get so frustrated that they can't stand it in their car anymore, they then will revert to public transport? Is that what you're meaning basically, because they can't get around the city? Is that then...
You need to pause for a breath if you would like her to answer the question,
okay,
Councillor.
Thank you.
Yeah. So one would hope that the city would relatively invest in the modes of transport that give the greatest public benefit. And so public transport and active transport, you would hope that the investments were made such that it wasn't a push factor from people in their cars, it was more of a pull factor because it was so... people would like to use the service, and I think what you're flagging up is that maybe currently in Dunedin that's not the case, and certainly in cities that have lower emissions profiles from transport, a hallmark of those cities is that they have excellent public transport systems, high frequency, affordable, very accessible, and similarly for active transport modes.
Yes, there was an article actually I have to declare that I saw on the Mayor had on its page, which I thought was excellent, that Christchurch is looking at funding...
Is it a question, Councillor?
Yes, it is. That Christchurch, well, I think you'd be in support of this. You had said it was a great idea, is that Christchurch is looking at funding buses so that they're so frequent, you know, like you just pop up and they're there. Do you think that's something that would help this problem we've got at the moment with transport if we had a scenario like that?
So the rapid review certainly talks about public transport improvements as being a key factor or a key opportunity for the city in terms of emissions reduction. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. The bad news on flexible working hours, Councillor Houlihan, is that it's still my expectation that we will all arrive and work at the same time. Councillor Raddick.
Yes, we've got quite a few fast charging stations for EVs. Are slow charging stations part of your thinking for the future?
So we have a piece of work underway at the moment, looking at an EV charge infrastructure plan for the city. That looks at all of the different users, or potential users of that infrastructure, and seeks to identify what their needs, what the infrastructure needs might be. So I'll be better placed to answer that in probably 3 months' time when we have that piece of work back.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the fantastic report, Ms McTavish. It's excellent as ever. I just have one question. I guess it alludes to some of the questions that Councillor Houlihan threw your way. And it may be a question for the CEO, actually. Am I right in assuming that staff will present to us prior to the annual plan a broader range of mode shift investments in transport? I mean, is that an expectation?
Is your question what is being included in this current 10-year plan around transport investment, as opposed to the annual plan, which is a year from now?
Yeah, well, sorry, the long-term plan. I mean, because a lot of the questions are going to be around mode shift in terms of attacking our, 39% transport emissions. So I guess, are we going to get a feel for what those investments are going to be? I mean,
there are a range of papers coming to the January meeting in the transport space, and then councillors will have to make some choices.
Councillor Lord.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I just had another question that was in relation to agriculture. And is it my understanding, or is it accurate that the agricultural figure has dropped as a percentage? Do you know the figure it's dropped from and to?
So that sector is directly comparable between the 2 years, because we have using the same methodology and the same data set, and that has dropped 12%.
12%, yep, thank you. The other question is, and I just saw a Facebook post last night decrying one of our companies' 400 hectare block at Hill End that's been absolutely annihilated with chemical, and to go from good farmland into forestry. And I just wonder if you have a view on whether farmland should be able to count the credits of grass versus and plantings on farm versus forestry. At the moment, as I understand it, shelter bouts are not included, but if you line them all up together, some farms, particularly in that area, have significant holdings of forestry, but it's just in rows and not able to be counted at the moment in the ETS. Have you got a view on that?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't have enough expertise in the area of carbon sequestration to be able to answer that specifically. We do have, as part of the rapid review, that whole chapter on insetting and offsetting. I'm not sure it goes into the degree of detail that you're seeking in terms of whether or not there's any scientific argument for including smaller blocks of land than the government currently allow to be registered, but I am aware that there have been submissions to select committees on that point, and I'm sure that we could find out more about it if that is an area that councillors wish to have more information in. Certainly the person who's written the chapter for us as part of the rapid review would be the sort of person that you'd need to answer that kind of question.
Now, at the moment, when I've looked at the report, I don't see forestry counted as a... Does forestry come under agriculture?
No, so forestry, it depends what part of forestry you're talking about. If you're talking about sequestration...
I'll ask it a different way. So the 12% drop in agriculture, is that directly linked to more farms being taken out of agricultural use and going into forestry?
I suspect it's indirectly linked in the sense that that number is solely driven by a drop in livestock numbers specifically. but it could well be that those livestock numbers have dropped as a result of government policy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Ms McTavish, yeah, actually this was a very enlightening report and pretty much sets the scene for us for the 10-year plan. And I note this is an overarching report rather than a detailed report, but I realise that some of the information here is really shaping what reports we're going to get, as the Mayor touched on earlier. So there's certain questions I have that actually do have a little bit of requesting a little bit of detail, or actually to the report writers for our meeting at the end of January to provide that information back. And as I go through this, for example, on page 30, when I see mitigation levels in the table, and the first thing that I jumped to my mind was that actually council's probably going to want to go and ask for a fuel tax. So that sort of worries me a little bit when I sort of looking at other feasibilities and likely benefit costs for road pricing, etc. But the one that other thing that jumped out, is this report advocating that we should have higher costs and parking in central areas?
So, Councillor, this report is not advocating. This report is reporting what the Rapid Review has identified as options available to Council. These opportunities are there in whole or in part to Council. In some form or other, as I flagged, I think, in my response to Councillor Houlihan, in some cases, for example, a fuel tax, were council to have desire to implement something like that, that would need to be a conversation with central government, and so your role there is less direct. If you would like, for example, to use Councillor Houlihan's example, to implement flexible working for the organisation, then that's a conversation with Ms Graham. So I think the opportunities set out here will have varying degrees of council control and varying degrees of potential impact in terms of emissions, and council will need to essentially work through them and identify the ones that it wishes to progress as part of that zero carbon plan development. Okay, thank you. The other part, when I start looking at page 35, page 36, and I see in the table there it talks about mitigation levers and opportunities identified. And again, I'm conscious of what the report's going to be presented to us in January. And I see areas here that we talk about other alternative energies. For example, Moana Pool installing a second heat pump recovery unit. A second heat recovery heat pump at Moana Pool to displace an estimated 75% of annual LPG consumption at the facility. So, for example, for clarification, is this report telling us that actually council needs to look at right across the board how other opportunities and like that should be used to really reduce our energy levels? For example, at Tahuna, where solar or I know wind would be a great opportunity at Tahuna, especially today, to be able to create alternative sources. Yes, so essentially there have been two pieces of work happening this year. One is the Rapid Review, which generally speaking has taken more of a citywide perspective, except perhaps in the stationary energy sector where it's focused a bit more on council's own assets and emissions. And then in parallel with that, I've been working with teams to see if we can get to a point where we have an updated emissions reduction plan for the organisation to give effect to councillors' carbon management policy, which I think you guys adopted in 2017. That second piece of work in particular has looked at opportunities available to council to reduce its own emissions, and that includes emissions from council's stationary energy profile. The particular one that you've picked on, you will be getting a report on. There are others that aren't as well developed, but the hope is that in January we'll be able to bring you a long list of opportunities that have been identified to reduce the DCC's emissions, alongside the rapid review report, which takes more of that citywide focus. And the challenge for council will be balancing investment in reducing its own carbon footprint and reducing and investing in things which will reduce the city's emissions footprint, which I think is where your primary, as I take it from your target, where your primary focus lies. But clearly there's also a leadership piece there around the council's own emissions.
Okay, so I guess I've got a question for Mr West or Ms Graham, in the fact that when we look at these big projects, and again I think of the South Dunedin hub, the Mosgiel pool, when it gets announced or whatever happens with that, energy usage at those facilities are going to be front and centre. And I note the ACC building last week, and then their announcement noted about how energy efficient their building was going to be.
So all I can probably tell you, Councillor, is the one that I've been closely involved with has been the Mosgiel Pool development, and Ginty's been very close to that evaluation, and it has been one of the considering factors on choosing a contractor and a design.
Okay. Because one of the things I got out of this report was the fact that actually it's not the initial cost, it's more about the long-term cost and the footprint and the imprint.
You're wading dangerously closely to discussion, Councillor.
No, I'm trying to get clarification because I didn't quite see that in this report. We talk about a lot of emissions, but not the long-term benefits that we can generate.
So I can assure you, again, I'll use the Mosgiel Pool evaluation as an example, that was a significant talking point and discussion point.
Okay. Reporting back in January, can you just retrace, Ms McTavish, what we should be expecting? Because I've got a couple of questions and I want to know whether I should hold those off till January. And I've read the report and I see some of that, yeah.
If I may just follow on with Mr West's response there, just drawing your attention to page 36 of 149, the second bullet point at the top there is something that came through the rapid review. At present, the Council's carbon management policy has some sort of generic guidance for council teams as to the general direction that council is seeking in terms of emissions reduction for new assets or asset renewal, but certainly staff teams have flagged up the need for some more specific guidance around how council wishes it to be implementing the zero carbon target from an organisational perspective, and an option for council is to update that carbon management policy to provide that more explicit guidance around the likes of new facilities and targets that it might wish council staff to build into those. So that's just in response to that earlier question. The second question, Councillor, if I could direct you to Appendix B on page 43. So this provides you with an update on all of the various different initiatives that we've been working on in relation to the 10-year plan and zero carbon. And that far right column there, you'll see council reporting timeframes. We will be embedding a zero carbon, the Chief Executive asked that we embed a zero carbon component into each of the options reports that council receives, so that affects both December and January. In January, you'll receive the final rapid review report, which will have all of the detail. This is just the summary. You will also receive, I'm hoping, a long list of emissions reduction initiatives that have been identified for the organisation as a whole. You will be receiving a draft infrastructure strategy and a draft financial strategy, which will have considered the implications of zero carbon and will be endeavouring to in some way reflect those. You will be receiving some reflections on how council might be able to embed a zero carbon focus in the draft levels of service that are embedded in the 10-year plan, and a draft zero carbon work programme progress the kind of the more policy oriented and partnership oriented parts of the work program. That will be embedded, I think, in operational budgets, draft operational budgets that you get presented. So that's where we're aiming for January.
Thank you, because I noted on page 44, the third paragraph down, that it clearly talks about involving and working with staff from each of the teams responsible for significant elements of the organisation's emissions. And part of that is, again, probably better directed at Mr. West and Ms. Graham. I've asked a couple of times, have we actually undertaken any audit of how our own staff, for example, get to work and what their footprint is, and will we be getting a report at that time?
We're currently doing a traffic survey, a staff travel survey.
Survey that creates the base data for the travel vision plan.
Yep. And we've committed to doing that with other organisations, if you recall.
So that will basically articulate, for example, across our, say, 1,000 staff, how they get to work, their footprint and that type of thing.
Well, it's a survey, so it will give us baseline data from those people who respond that we can then work from there.
Okay, and then touching on what Mr. Drew just said, so we are doing a lot of work with the other big employers, say 250 plus employers, to get a gauge of what is working and not working for them?
We signed up, as I recall, to work with the Polytech, the university, the DHB, with the ORC part of that as well. Yep. And there are a couple of other of the major employers where we're working collectively on that.
Okay. And I guess the other part of this report that I look at is, and again, is it touching on with the report in January, is the future workload around the city. You know, we're going through a building construction boom, which is going to be unprecedented since the gold rush of the 1860s through the 1880s. And I'm conscious of what's this telling us right now, but the impacts around and how we manage and how we work with the people coming to town.
It's all of the big projects are really conscious of their carbon footprints, and with the government's recent announcement of their aspirations for the country, you can be sure that all of the major projects and all the major builds have carbon front and centre. And we, as Ms McTavish has said, where we can, we do what we can as a council, otherwise we advocate and influence.
Thank you, and one final question. Sorry. It's a bit like a cricket test. If we can get people bowled out, we'll be good. I note there's no cost to the ratepayer, and I'm hoping in January, at the end of January, that will be part of informing our community, you know, what the cost of doing a lot of this work is going to be, because there is going to be a cost. And one of the things as councillors, as you know, is that we are also mindful of all desires, and the dollars really make up a big part of that.
Yep. And I'll just again refer you to a page Ms McTavish had earlier referred you to, page 45. The final item in that table is the work plan that will have the costs, at which point the community will have full visibility of what we anticipate it will cost us organisationally.
Councillor Barker.
This is actually following on from Councillor Wiley's question. I note that in the May 2019 annual plan discussions, when there was $525,000 put forward for the climate mitigation work, there was also a motion passed to require a travel management plan for staff as a mechanism to reduce the impact of carbon emissions on climate change, and there was $40,000 approved for the 1920 budget to undertake a travel management plan for staff to decrease dependency of single-use vehicles and to minimise the number of car parks used by council on a daily basis. And I wonder, I didn't see it as part of this work, but is that finished?
It's the survey that Mr. Drew was talking about, is the early stages of that. Has it progressed as soon as we had anticipated when we passed that resolution? No. But that work is
And that's because there's been a pretty high level of turnover in the team that would deliver that. So it's underway now.
Yep.
But
Thank
it's a
you.
level of operational detail that may not feed through into this either.
Councillor Official.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Thank you so much for this mahi. I'm following up on Councillor Barker's earlier question about the transparency about current understanding of risks from a changing climate. The OAG's Insights into Local Government 2019, and I'm referring to the same section Councillor Barker did about increased leadership, I suppose, in terms of deciding what data is needed, etc., and who's going to do what. And I'm just interested to know how you perceive, or I'm not sure if it's for you, Ms McTavish, or for His Worship. It says, we recommended that central and local government both continue to consider how they can provide increased leadership on these matters. And is LGNZ playing a pivotal role in terms of coordinating us and lobbying central government or negotiating with central government?
It's certainly a significant focus of LGNZ's current work. How ambitious or effective their lobbying effort might be is probably open to wider interpretation.
More burden on us as local, as councils, territorial authorities to push it?
I wouldn't wait for a consensus within the local government sector. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I'm not sure who this question is for, actually, but I'm just wondering around the marketing of public transport, because ORC run the buses. Is that ORC who solely have that responsibility, or do we have any involvement in that?
The short answer is yes.
Oh, we do? That's
No,
exciting.
then you moved on and asked a second opposite question. The public transport system is designed and contracted out and marketed and advertised by the regional council.
Oh, right, okay. So we don't have any say in any marketing? No.
It would hold
No.
that, no, we don't have any say
Okay.
in what their marketing is.
Because it seems to me that it's fair to say that, a lot of our problems could be solved or certainly improved if we had, more people using public transport. I think that's fair to say, isn't it? Yes. Is there any way we can influence the marketing? Because I'm just thinking...
Marketing is a level of operational detail that I wouldn't anticipate governors at the regional council would get involved in either. But is there a way that we can influence the quality of the service? Absolutely. So it reports through mechanisms like Connecting Dunedin, but obviously we would also take a very active role, as we did last time when they reviewed the regional public transport plan in early next year, which is the fundamentals of where the network goes and how frequently it goes there and how much it costs to use it.
One of the reasons why I'm asking this question is that, and sorry to people who use the bus all the time.
Is it a question, Councillor?
Well, it is. It's explaining the question. It's saying that...
It's unnecessary at this point. You can save it for debate.
Okay,
do you have further questions?
Well, okay, whatever.
It's been moved by Councillor Benson-Pope. Seconded Councillor Lawfisel. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Yes, just briefly, thank you, Your Worship. I think I share the view that's been canvassed around the table that this is a valuable report. In fact, I think it's extremely valuable for the wider community, not just people sitting at this table, to have such a comprehensive catalogue of how we've got to where we are. And I think it makes fascinating reading, actually. I haven't seen those resolutions that have formed at the bulk of our policy now listed in this way anywhere else. I'm sure they've always been hidden in lots of documents, but I'm sure a lot of members of the community will be most interested in looking at how we got there. And the most heartening thing is, in a time of increased expectation of performance, and at a time when we would hope that our aspirations also align very strongly with those coming out of central government and internationally, that we now have a pathway for making decisions that actually put into effect what is clearly the community expectation, not just that of the younger cohorts in our community. And also heartening to see that right down the track there has been a strong conviction from elected members at this table of pretty much 2-to-1 on everything and improving about the need and the urgency for this sort of action. The other element that I think that's also been traversed to a degree that we'll be talking about in the new year is the approach to everything we do in terms of our own energy consumption and our footprint that shows that we can make very real changes for the better for our operations and our city and its people.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Bishop. The scope of this report is on areas that the council has significant control and influence, but we shouldn't let the fact that there are other areas that we sit inside a circle of activity that's outside of our control, that's central government or private industry. We shouldn't let those areas which we don't control be used as an excuse not to act at all. We need to act with what we can work with. If the first area of focus are the things that we can influence either inside or our own organisation or through activities that we ourselves control, such as transport and waste, then we've begun the journey correctly. At the same time, we can put efforts into education and influence, but I think, again, the main activity should be what can we do at the moment. The tables in this report are effectively the starting points for establishing specific infrastructure activities, and I expect to see that these are fleshed out into budget items as the 10-year plan as we come forward, and we'll see that in the January meeting. So, as we get to the end of that exercise, I would imagine that one measure of success will be an ability to see in the funded activities in the new 10-year plan that when we looked at their totality, we can reasonably expect to deliver carbon neutrality within the next 10 years. That will be our challenge setting this budget. We have set a carbon neutral target of 2030. This will be the first budget which contains all those years up to 2030 in it, and we will need to see funded in that budget an ability to deliver, and I think that will be the challenge that staff have to come up with, and it'll be our responsibility in January to see how close we can get to that point.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, just recently you would have all heard the United Nations calling for all countries around the world to call for a climate change emergency. Our government has done it. This council was brave enough to do it, and I applaud this council for that. I think it's been very brave to take that step, and I think it was something we had to do. I really like some of the things in this report, particularly, like I was mentioning earlier, I think the flexible working hours, I think a common sense thing and something I've thought of for ages, because it seems crazy for everyone to rush in at 9 o'clock and for everyone to leave, at 5 o'clock when you've got everybody on the road at once. What it automatically does is create a traffic jam. Now, for working mums, particularly who have to get kids ready in the morning and things, flexible working is great for families as well. So I think not only is it helping our environment, it would help the well-being of a lot of people in our society as well. So I really think that's something I'd love to see us advocate for. The other thing I was trying to talk about before is that, as I say, sorry for offending some people who use a bus, but sometimes buses aren't considered cool, and I think that could be changed. We need to try to get out, if I was doing the marketing, and I think we do need to have some influence in the marketing, and I know you might say, it's operational, but I think we need to lobby and advocate for more messaging, even from central government, around public transport, that it is cool, but it needs to be made, so maybe they get a really handsome actor or something getting on a bus and saying, oh, the school, I know you might laugh, but people are influenced by these things, and having a chat to someone looking nice on the bus or something. These sound like stupid things, but people react to things like this. And, you know, but seriously, we do need to look at how do we make it cool for people to get on the bus and public transport, because right now a lot of people don't think it's very cool, and I think that's something that should be looked at. Also, I am a wee bit worried that what we've got here, we need to look at the dollars, and I know they're coming, so I realise there will be a cost to that, and I am concerned at what that will mean for people like Joe Miller and Grey Power and her members who are at home, and a lot of those people struggle to even keep their houses warm because they can't afford power bills, let alone a rate increase. And I know some of them said even $5, a month was too much. $20 a month would be extreme. So I am concerned about the implications of what that'll mean for people in our society who are really hurting. So while I urge us to take action around climate change, I also think we have to be careful that we don't take action and then leave our ratepayers saying, okay, getting really frustrated and angry. And I think that's happening with transport. Now, my personal view is I think we could, not necessarily us, but I think the whole situation could be handled better. I think what's happened at the moment, we have people who are saying, I feel so frustrated. They can't find a park, they can't get around the city. What we needed to do, in my opinion, is have a more frequent, sexier, cooler public transport system to get people on it. We needed to have, ideally, I'd love, and I know I've said it before, is a rail service. That isn't happening right now. All these are slowed down by dollars, and I know we've tried, but I'm just saying we have to be careful we're not hitting people with a sledgehammer, ruining their well-being and their love of the city because they're so frustrated.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. On page 46 of this report, it talks about back in the last long-term plan and some councils, many councils around the country, lacking an understanding of the ramifications of climate change and considering it really wasn't going to affect them anytime soon. I'm proud of the fact that I sit around this table and a part of this council that had the courage to declare a climate emergency. And I note that the expectation of the Office of the Auditor-General is that if we had done so, which we did, then we need to show action and a program, and that's what we're embarking on. And I also note that we will be making a decision later in our meeting around shaping future Dunedin transport project and some of the opportunities to promote low emission outcomes for our city. And I urge my colleagues to take note of that and consider that very carefully. I look forward to the long list of initiatives mentioned in this report, and I remind everyone around this table that while we're all cognizant of the difficult times many in our community are going through, that the cost of doing nothing has to be part of our consideration. On page 51, it talks about taking the community with us, and that's probably going to be one of the challenges for some members of our community who still refer disparagingly to the fact that we have a green mayor, as even some around this table would say, as if that is a negative, and as if one person is leading this. This is for all of us, it's all of our responsibility, and to use those kinds of labels misses the point. This is about a culture change. It's about the builder who, at the moment, it's around chucking stuff out in terms of demolition and not reusing things. It's a culture change right to the grassroots level that we need. And I'm reminded of a whakatoki, he waka e kanoa, which is around we're all in this together, and I think that is very relevant to this particular report which we'll be noting. And I remind everyone that it is our job as leaders, as governors, to lead this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Raddick.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to commend Ms McTavish for this very clear and straightforward report, filled as it is with actually specific initiatives, which are easy for anyone to follow and see exactly what the plan is, which is great. I would also like to advocate for several of the things in the transportation area, because this is the area that we have the best chance of making a significant headway with our carbon usage, because it is the largest single contributor that we have some sort of control over, even though we don't have total control. And there are many elements within the table on page 30 that would be encapsulated with a peripheral parking building even, because I think it's quite difficult to have anything less than a building, but we can, in line with the intensification of land use, we could build a Meccano-style building somewhere that we could put floors on it as required, or take floors off it as required, and combined with a loop bus that went around the inner city from, say, the Exchange to the University Library in a large rectangle running in both directions. That would take a lot of pressure off the inner city transportation and parking issues. They would cover a lot of commuter parking for the city. So a lot of commuter parking that is now taken up in inner city car parks could be moved to that periphery, and a very fast, frequent and reliable loop bus would take people to their place of work and take them back to their cars at the end of the day, because currently the majority of our residents use cars to get around, and because of the spread out nature of our population, it is likely that that will need to continue for the foreseeable future. But coupled with the convenience of having a peripheral parking, it will free up the shopper parking for in the city and visitor parking for businesses and offices and so forth. So that will decongest our inner city at the same time as providing a significant convenience for the people that come into town each day. Now, in line with that, if we prioritised slow EV charging, the expense of putting in that infrastructure is very low, because it simply needs a 3-pin plug. And most people that own an EV vehicle, and Dunedin already has the highest population of EVs in New Zealand, the highest density of EVs in New Zealand, they use a slow charger at night. And so similarly, if they're coming into town for commuting to work for the day, they're parking the car in this building and they can park into a 3-pin plug. So there's no need for expensive infrastructure to be installed to enable that. And that fits very much in line with the priority parking for electric vehicles as shown in the table, and will aid in that transition and the lifestyles change, of the culture change of people's view of EV, because it could be very inexpensive, and if even we subsidise the electricity provided to those vehicles parked there, that would be a significant incentive and be very much in line with Ms McTavish's philosophy of a pull program rather than a push program, because I think the population of Dunedin feel that they're very much on the receiving end of a push program just currently. So that would also make a significant, having the loop bus would make a significant public transport improvement, and being fast, frequent and reliable, that is the key drivers for usage of public transport. And we could have the Acolo bus from Quebec, I think, is a really good example of an electric commuter bus, and we could get Justin Trudeau, which would be in line to come and open for us. Or possibly George Clooney. He'd come and talk to that bus, and that would get some national publicity for the buses going round and round, and drive that culture change of public transport usage. And I think it would be a natural effect from that people would use the bus from the suburbs to get to town, knowing that they had that rapid access to anywhere within the CBD on the loop bus. Thank you.
Councillor Van der Vest.
For me, Councillor Barker identified the takeaway line from this report, and it makes little sense for all councils to individually consider how to improve their reporting on climate change issues. So I agree with that entirely. I also agree with Councillor Benson-Pope, who said that these aspirations align with central government policy. And the alignment with central government policy, or with UN policy or whatever, I see as being the fundamental unrepresentative direction in which this council has been going. Mode shift is fundamental to these aspirations, but if you look at what we as representatives of the Dunedin public are being asked to do, if you look at all the annual plan submissions on transport, George Street, if you look at consultation generally, what our citizens want us to do is not mess up George Street, is not reduce parking, is not entertain the government, the current government policies of mode shift and trying to get people onto buses. The idea that we can make buses sexy somehow is fanciful in my opinion. Buses will never cure the first mile, last mile problem. They will continue to get more expensive as cars continue to get cheaper and more electric and less polluting. The idea that we can go to an electric bus when the last price I saw for an electric bus was $800,000 is ridiculous. The number of levers that this council has to actually do anything other than raise significant talking points and spend a lot of money on reports like this is, I believe, very limited. The DCC impacts, our impacts in terms of emissions, will be negligible unless the DCC succeeds in significantly reducing local economic activity. As our population has risen and as economic activity has risen, so have our carbon emissions, irrespective of any of the policies or any of the grand world-saving statements that are made around this table. Councillor Gary has said that it is our job to lead this initiative. This initiative basically being the central government policy attempt to get us to carbon zero. I don't believe that it is our job to lead this initiative. I believe it is our job as the representatives of Dunedin people to actually represent what the people want. And they do not want to be forced into buses, as years of millions spent in promoting buses by the ORC has shown. They do not want to use the cycleways that have been put up and down our one-way street system at the loss of many car parks, as many years of insignificant use of these cycleways shows. We've had more lime scooters going up and down the one-way street cycleways than we have cyclists. So what we are attempting to do here is essentially align with central government or UN ideology, and we're doing that flying in the face of strongly presented local submissions, letters to the editor, consultation documents, a 6,500 signature petition. Our people, the people that we are supposed to represent, do not want us to go in this direction. The reason we're going there is simply to follow the ideology of central government because that's where some funding is coming from. I think we should not vote for any more of these expensive reports which do nothing actually for the environment. Reporting doesn't do anything to reduce carbon usage. I think that we should listen to what our people have been telling us, and that is stop the reduction in car parks, fix a lot of the traffic congestion problems, and to that end represent our people rather than some imported ideology.
Councillor Wiley.
The good news is I can't disagree with everything said so far, but I can't agree with it either. But the key thing that I look at is this report is a good starting point for it to move through into our 10-year plan. And there's a lot of good information here that brings it all together, but I'm really looking forward to seeing the detail. And it takes me back to think, what was the council thinking in 2010? And some of the councillors were here. And when they were starting to talk about the 2011 or so, what was it, 2010 or whatever annual long-term plan it was going to be, 10-year plan, what were they thinking? What were their assumptions? And as I sit here, I think, what is 2030 going to look like for our city? And actually, that's the question we have to try and answer. We have to try and set a platform for a good city, a strong city in 2030. And everything we want to do is work back from there. So we think about electric cars. They've only come on in the last 3 or 4 years, really, and become mainstream. So that's been an increase. But we're not going to save our city with a fleet of electric cars. There's other purchasing options and technology that we need to embrace. And sometimes council is slow at wanting to embrace new technologies. Many have transferred the bus issues. But really, it's about bringing all residents on board with what we're reading and share with them this information and look forward to hearing from them. The university and the Polytech have a big part to play here, not only with their staff and their students and how they get to and from, but how they can implement some of these ideas, how they can dream up some of the future ideas that we'll see in 2030. We also have to consider population growth. We have to consider what construction is going to take place. What is our city actually going to look like? And bring it all together. To take these reports, and we've got some of the others, and again what we'll see in January, they're all piecemeal. What we have to try and do is create the total package. And that's what ideally we'll go to the community with to hear from them in submissions. But we can't do this alone. This is not a Dunedin City Council trying to run off and lead. This is a total package with other councils, especially the ORC. But more importantly, central government need to step up. They must step up, and they must offset some of these costs that are going to fall on us. Our residents can't bear the burden on this. Otherwise, rates are going to run out of control. But we must do something. And there's some really good information on what we can do. So it is a total package, it's telling the full story, and it's understanding how we're going to fund it. And I think this report is a really strong basis for us to move into the long-term plan or 10-year plan process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lofisol.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I would just like to record my thanks, as others have, to Ms McTavish and other staff for the report, which really gives substance to the work that we have to do in terms of our climate change emergency. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to acknowledge Emeritus Professor Jim Flynn, who passed on a few days ago, and just to acknowledge the impact of his book in 2016, No Place to Hide. So I doubt that he, as one of our people, was thinking of UN ideology when he wrote that book. So thank you.
Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Your Worship. Firstly, I really appreciate the time and effort that staff have put in to prepare this report. And I really look forward to understanding and considering the carbon footprint that our future projects will have, be that a negative impact or a positive impact. And I guess we have to accept that this is going to have a financial impact on our ratepayers. In a way, it's time to pay the piper. those of us who have been living in the past 3 or 4 or 5 generations have contributed to the problem that now has to be fixed. And we should pay towards the fix. And people never really like change, especially when they can put it to the back of their mind and say, well, it isn't going to affect me. By the time all of this happens, I'll be long gone. I don't have to worry about it. But actually, we do. We have to worry about it. And the comment that government should help pick up the costs, well, government is funded by us. The costs are ours. And one way or the other, we have to find a way of paying for the change required, or, God help us, that people actually understand that this thing is real and that they can do something themselves to help reduce the carbon footprint and reduce the impact of global warming. That's probably the cheapest solution. If people just change the way they live their lives, get on a bus, don't drive the car. It's as simple as that. The more people that get on buses, the more buses there will be, the more flexibility there will be in getting where you want to go. If you don't get on the buses, they will continue to be something that doesn't provide the service you want. Look at any major city where lots of people travel. It's really simple to get where you want to go on public transport. We just have to change our mindset and start to use it. So, great report, and I look forward to working with the projects that come to us in the long-term plan.
Thank you. Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the report. I think there's a general understanding in our community that we all have to be part of a transition to a more sustainable future. That comes down to individual behaviours, but also local government and central government. I believe that we can achieve a lot in partnership, and I look at our partnership with the ORC, with central government, with tertiary institutions in this city and large stakeholders, and the work being done about transport and travel plans, the work being done about how we use our energy and looking at our waste streams. Talking to Lee's point about buses, I note that there is an increase in the use of buses, and I would like to see the full reports on those, and looking forward to some decisions around the bus network. And I think this is something where actually central government have indicated they're going to put money, for example, 30 million put for electrification of buses. The use of active modes like walking and cycling are actually proving to be a health outcome that our community desperately needs. And I'm looking forward to seeing the finishing of both the Peninsula and to Highway 88 to Port Chalmers being finished, because I believe with electric bikes and the change in the technology in bikes that we will see an increase in cycling, and that's why I support also the Tunnels project to getting people from the south, from Mosgiel and the Fairfield and Green Island, to pull those in, because in fact I did the timing for someone to use an electric bike from Mosgiel, and it's 25 to 30 minutes to get from point to point. So there is some definite technology changes that will enable more active transport to be feasible, but we have to get on with providing that opportunity and enabling it. So yes, there's a lot of good points here. They need to be fleshed out, but I believe that the key is partnership and a whole of city approach, because in fact, if everybody does their bit, we can make a huge difference. So, thanks.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wonder if this is our OK Boomer moment, and I think of the words of Midnight Oil, how can we sleep while our beds are burning? I protested a few times with my daughter about climate change. I welcome this report. I welcome the report that will come with our long-term plan decisions, and I also think that we do need to take collective responsibility for this. So come on, January.
There was a great story in The Onion last year about the school strikes for climate movement that said, and I'm paraphrasing slightly, area man says these kids should be in school instead of protesting, says area man tantalisingly close to getting the point. Because absolutely they should, and some cad, I notice on the internet today, has wondered what the Mayor is doing about the heavy winds that we've been having over the last few days, and again I would file that under being tantalisingly close to getting the point, because the whole purpose of the Zero Carbon Work Programme is about doing what we can to take our foot off the accelerator and give us some semblance of an opportunity at creating a safer climate future for the people who come after us. I wasn't anticipating, of all the debates we'd have this week, that the quality of the breeding stock of our bus patrons was going to be one of them, and I'm sorry, Councillor Houlihan, that the calendar hasn't been prepared in advance. I take issue with some of the. I mean, it was funny reading this report with a mix of pride and frustration. I think pride in the decisions that we have taken and the debates that we have had over a number of years, but frustration at the lack of progress that we've been able to make collectively between now and then. And I take umbrage at some of the revisionism that's been raised in this meeting around the fact that we are only doing this because we're following the lead of our good masters at central government and the United Nations Agenda 21, whatever, when we have consistently taken positions ahead of our central government, both the previous national-led government and the current and previous iterations of the Labour-led government. This is not a question of us following. This is a question of Council time and again demonstrating on behalf of our community the greater ambitions that we have in this area. And it's timely that Mr Tan has snuck in back quietly as we're having this discussion, because I think the guidance from the Office of the Auditor General is quite clear in that, you know, it's one thing to stand up and declare a climate emergency, but you've got to walk the talk, basically, and making bold statements sets up an expectation in your community that you would take bold action, and that is what we have the opportunity to do through this 10-year plan process. And while it is frustrating from a tangible outcomes point of view, I think it is still significant that the first thing that we are considering as we go through our 10-year plan cycle and our budget setting process is the implications of the decisions that we're going to make on the zero carbon goal that we have. So it is front and centre, and it's a laundry list of opportunities that have been identified by consultants, and some of those will be picked up and some of those won't be. And the time for deciding whether or not the 10-year budget is ambitious enough around those specific areas like transport or waste or stationary energy will be when those papers come to us in January, and then of course we'll have no shortage of people letting us know in March or April whether they think the plans that we have over the next 10 years are ambitious enough in those areas. We do need to make sure, and it's not about chasing government money, but it is about, again, holding the government to account for the statements that they have made around declaring a climate emergency, and in terms of the particularly areas around transport where we are beholden to some extent to both the priorities and the funding pool at Waka Kotahi's disposal. We need to make sure that the projects that we know will contribute to our aspirations here locally are adequately resourced and funded by those who contribute to funding our transport network. And I don't see why, although it's a slightly less formal arrangement, I don't see why the Ministry for the Environment likewise, when we're talking about the infrastructure we need to deliver a circular economy and to transform our waste cycle, why they shouldn't be involved in that work as well. So great to have this as the first item on the agenda, and easy to approve, noting it, obviously. The real asset will come in January when we are presented with options for giving effect to these ambitions, and we'll see which of those finds favour or not. Will it cost money? Absolutely it will. To do this work, nobody's pretending otherwise. Will it cost us a lot more? Well, no, more importantly, will it cost other people after us a lot more if we don't spend the money? That is also undoubtable, and so doing nothing isn't an option. Trying to create the tech to solve our current patterns of behaviour and our current systems isn't the answer, and I look forward to the debates in January when we get to a more granular detail of what we're planning on doing to deliver on this work. Thanks. Councillor Benson-Pope, your right of reply.
Thank you, Worship. Briefly only, because I think much of the challenge has been well traversed. But I wanted to comment on Councillor Wiley's observation about the importance of the package, if you like. And I don't think anyone would disagree with that. And I think we're in a situation that I can't recall previously where we have the information and the tools to actually address what the challenges are in a much more comprehensive, holistic way than we previously have. And, there's been a lot of bleating about parking issues. Well, we will later on in this meeting, sometime in the next day or two, make some decision about whether we are going to fund the sort of parking management system we want for our reconfigured inner city. And that's all part of that package, because in terms of misinformation, there ain't no area where there's more of it sloshing around at the moment than in respect of what the reality actually is. The only other comment I'd make really relates to the idea that ideology is some sort of dirty word. Ideology for me is about philosophy, it's about worldview, it's about principles, it's about ethics, it's about a whole bunch of things. And it's funny you talk about young people, because I came across yesterday a photograph I took on the 16th of October at our entranceway into this building, where there was a small but significant flash mob of high school students from Girls High and elsewhere. And one of the signs being held up was, what kind of parents leave the kids behind to pay the tab, which is similar to your message, and one I don't think many of us would disagree with. And that's the reality of what we face, and thank goodness we've got so many young people who are keeping us on the straight and narrow as much as they can about the challenges that they know are ahead of them. So I'm really pleased that we've got such good resource. Thank you, Ms McTavish, and others for this report, and thanks to staff also for the other items that sit alongside it, but that's a debate for another time. Can we have a division, please?
Councillor Barker. Aye. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder. Yes. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall. Aye. Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lafiso. Aye. Councillor Lord. Aye. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick. Aye. Councillor Staines. Aye. Councillor Vandervis. No. Councillor Walker. Aye. Councillor Wiley. Yes. Your Worship. Aye. Carried 14-1.
Thank you. Something we can only beat with the next resolution, which is to adjourn the meeting for 15 minutes for morning tea. Second, Councillor Gary will be back, as I indicated at the start, with Mr Tand and deal with the annual report. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. We'll see you back here at 10 to 11. Sorry, we've uncharacteristically reconvened slightly ahead of time. Just
Please don't.
couldn't roll round fast enough. It's 10 to 11. Welcome back. Item 11, and the Dunedin City Council annual report for the year ended 30 June. Mr. Tan, welcome. And Mr. Logie. Anything either of you wish to offer by way of introduction? Perfect. Questions? Councillor Mandevus.
There was just one clarification regarding the stadium valuation issue that was clarified to some degree by the DCHL chair, but I was wondering, Mr. Tan, if you could just let us know what that issue was and how it's been resolved.
Good morning, Your Worship and councillors. Good question. The stadium property subsidiary is what we call a public benefit entity. So, being a public benefit entity, it could rely on valuing its assets at cost or using valuation methods such as depreciated replacement cost. So at the stadium property subsidiary level, there wasn't an issue. DCHL, on the other hand, is a for-profit entity. So for DCHL to prepare its consolidated accounts, it's got to line up the accounting policies across the entire group. And at the DCHL level, the valuation method has to be based on a commercial valuation basis, which is typically discounted cash flow basis. And if you were to use a discounted cash flow basis, the value sitting in DCHL's books for the stadium property would, in our view, be a substantially smaller figure.
Do you want to just talk about when it comes up to DCC?
Mm-hmm.
So just to add to that, when it comes up to the DCC group accounts, the DCC is a public benefit entity, in which case the value would revert back to the cost less depreciation. So the valuation in the DCC group accounts would be the same as if it was in Dunedin Stadium property.
Did we ever get a commercial valuation? And was it a positive number?
No.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, I'm just actually interested in your comment, Mr. Tan. Are you saying that council-controlled organisations can only be valued as commercial entities and cannot take into account a public benefit valuation?
It depends on the designation that the respective boards of directors sitting at the CCO level, CCTO level decide on. So in your case, with stadium property, the board of directors decided that it's public benefit entity reporting, whereas DCHL is for profit, and that's decided by the board, not by us.
So it's basically because the DCHL is the parent body, that's why you've got to use that valuation?
That's correct, yeah. It's a fundamental rule when you do group accounts. You line up your accounting policies, so you can't have some that are on a for-profit basis and some on a PBE basis. You have to have the same principles.
Councillor Barker.
I have a question of the annual report, and I'm not quite sure who's going to be able to answer that. Oh gosh, sorry, I'll find out what page it was. I think it was page 60. Let me just find my notes. Page 60 and 61. Just around the measurements, which I notice there's not that much consistency, and this is around the measurements of libraries and museums, around the targets for satisfaction. And I just wonder if there's a reason why they vary so much. At some there's 85% satisfaction, 90 is the target, 95 is the target. Is this historical?
So, Simon, do you know the answer to that?
Sorry, I don't know the answer to that. It probably is historical, but I don't know. We can get back to you and confirm.
Thank you.
Would anyone like to move the resolutions as drafted, or an alternative?
I'm happy to move them. I just did notice just with my copy that a lot of pages were out of order. That was the only thing, but is that, it's not going to be published like that for anyone, is it? No. I'm happy to move the resolutions.
A qualified audit on the grounds of misnumbered pages. Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded, Councillor Hall. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Lord?
Oh, look, not really. It is what it is. Thank Mr. Tan for doing his work and thank the staff that have prepared it.
Further speakers? Councillor Barker.
The joys of a pre-written report. I had written about strategy and our need to measure our outcomes. So this will be a little out of context, but I just do want to talk about our ability to deliver and the measurements that we see in the report, because I've gone through and done a little bit of addition. Our strategic goal indicators on page 15 show that of the 18 compared to the 2019 report, 7 were not measured. Some were because measures were still in development or the quality of life survey hadn't been carried out due to COVID. 4 were up, 2 were neutral with 5 down, including a 25% decrease in the percentage of residents using a park or open spaces at least once a month, and a 22% drop in people's sense of community within their own neighbourhood. These measures do have me wondering about either how we're doing worse, our survey methodology, or the effects of COVID on our residents' wellbeing. For the rest of the annual report, measures per council area, as background, and I've gone through and counted them all, there are over 100 measures that council commits to. In 2017 and 18, the DCC achieved 62% of its service performance measures. I know this as I mentioned them in my many election speeches and wondered whether voters would be happy with this performance. Council achieved around the same, 61% in the 2018/19 annual report, and having done the maths for the 1920 annual report, the percentage achieved is 45%. Truly a Plan D result. D for dismal, disappointing and depressing. I note especially that the consultation satisfaction was down from 48% to 38%, and economic development satisfaction from 54% to 46%. There are a certain number we can attribute to COVID, e.g. numbers of people at events, turnover, etc., but our resident opinion survey results show that we have a lot of work to do, especially around resident satisfaction with council surveys. To sidetrack for a moment, I don't think we paid enough tribute to DCHL results last week. I did make mention about their working under COVID pressures, but I feel that this is also time to acknowledge their performance against their measures, as often they get knocked.
Councillor, the annual report covers the activities of council as an organisation.
Oh, there are DCHL mentioned in here, all their measures are mentioned here, so I think I can still talk to that. There were around 200 measures and achieved 82% of them, with 2 of the 7 areas achieving 100% of the KPIs. As part of our strategic review, I believe we also need to review our service performance levels, e.g. economic development haven't been able to report on 2 of their measures for the last 2 years as these measurements have been discontinued. We have satisfaction measures that move all over the place, from 60% in roading to 95% for community development advice to 50% for economic development plus public consultation and 65% within the website. Even the libraries and museums, as I mentioned before, bounced from 85 to 95%. These levels seem to need a good reconsideration, like recommended for our strategy measurements. 1920 was a challenging year, one in which we pivoted in an unprecedented manner, so I hope these results are only a blip and that we can, with focus on strategy, accountability and delivery, to improve these results to our stakeholders and residents. It is only right to acknowledge the work done by council staff over this difficult time and to wish them all a refreshing break, ready to bounce into 2021 and nail the results in the next annual report. Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, our strategic framework is the subject of the subsequent paper. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. As Chair of Audit and Risk, advised our Audit and Risk Committee, the interesting bits are in the articulation of what has been achieved and the detail. And I want to just refer to that because when you're an elected member, it's rare to see the completion or fruition of vision and of projects because we were only here for 3 years for sure until we're re-elected or not. And there's been some very significant achievement articulated in this annual report. And I'll refer to just two of them. They're not the only ones, the Peninsula Connection Project and the LED lighting project. But more importantly, or as important, we looked after our people, and it's in the detail, the devil's in the detail, around things like looking after our international students who had to return home during COVID, our manaakitanga, looking after visitors who found themselves here just as we went into lockdown. And I want to acknowledge the work done by staff in all of those areas, big and small, as we achieved various goals during this past year and a very challenging year. Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on one thing. It's quite a substantial report, and of course it's brutally frank in some of the areas, such as the economic development, as Councillor Barker mentioned, where there was a decrease from 54 to 46%, but the aspiration is 50%. So it's not too high an aspiration, but by comparison, the percentage of residents satisfied with parking availability in the central city has deteriorated from 22 to 20%, but the aspiration is 45%. So we've got a fair way to go to improve things to the residents' satisfaction. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Quick today. Thank you. Yes, first of all, shivers, I'd like Sophie on my team. Councillor Barker, sorry, I should have said. Very, very detailed and meticulous with attention to detail. So I just want to comment on a couple of things in here, and they're things that are affecting our lives. And I think what's come up in this report is talking about the three waters and the quality of water, which hasn't been noted here at the moment. Some of it is, but it also notes that it's not measured. And I just think some of those things, the three waters is an area I'm really concerned about, and the infrastructure. This comes up in this annual report. I listened to Q&A a couple of weeks ago, and they talked about how housing is one of the biggest issues for people in our country at the moment in the housing crisis. And what it came back to is that they mentioned one of the things and one of the issues is the supply of land. Now, councils have power over the supply of land, and that's something where we can help to control prices.
We're discussing the annual report of
that's
council.
That's right, and I'm talking about it because it is
Councillor,
in here. There are bits in here about it.
Councillor, this isn't an opportunity for people to debate RMA concerns or planning issues. Just because there are words in the annual report like things like planning doesn't mean that this is the forum to have an open discussion about all of that which it entails. So if you could confine your comments to the substantive report, that would be helpful.
I'll go back to the well-being. So all of these things affect the well-being of our citizens. And if people can't get an affordable home, and we can do more for planning and environment to help with making land more available, that will help people's well-being, and we need to do that, in my opinion, faster and more efficiently.
It's only too aware that Variation 2 will be published early in the new year, which is exactly what that does, which is exactly what she's aware of because it's been consistently reported. So I think she should be asked to strike those comments that we're not doing anything about them.
Yeah, I'd ask the councillor to withdraw it because, as you should at least be aware, that work is happening and ongoing and will be notified by February of the next calendar year.
Yes, I know what you're saying. Thank you. I heard what you said, and I will withdraw some of that, but I said improve. I didn't say it wasn't doing it.
Isn't really an opportunity for
Well,
discussion.
because I know 2GP's coming
Councillor,
up.
I would ask you to move on with your
Yeah,
other remarks.
thank you. I will. Thank you. And thank you for correcting that, because I know it is coming up. And 2GP, you're right, Councillor Benson Pope, is very important, and I'm really looking forward to that coming up. So thank you for raising that. But 2GP probably won't solve everyone's problems, and there are issues with that. But it's not necessarily, we're not to blame. All I'm saying is, council, it is, for a council that is an area that affects people's well-being, and I think we need to be really aware of the infrastructure, and I know we are, but certainly the people in Mosgiel are. They're worried about the housing. But I also want to raise a point that Councillor Raddick raised as well around the well-being and the dissatisfaction around the parking. I think those are areas too that we need to look at, and of course it is raised often, but people are feeling pushed into things and frustrated, and that does affect their well-being and how they feel about living in our city. Thank you.
We go back to item 6 by my count, the foreshadowed discussion around the strategic framework. Ms. Pinfold. And Mr. West. Anything from either of you?
No.
Questions? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Ms. Pinfold and Mr. West. I noted there was quite a good report summarising, what we were going to with this framework. And the one thing that dawned on me was I saw very little mention of residents and citizens. And I understand it's a strategic framework, but I would have liked to have seen a lot more talking about the citizens and residents of our city being engaged with, and the framework around that as well.
Is that a question, Councillor?
Yes. What is your comment on that?
The proposed approach includes a period of community engagement. So in the initial stages, when we're setting the framework for the review, we'll be working with key stakeholders, and then following that, there'll be a significant period of engagement with the wider community.
Okay. I guess I can understand that, but I would have. Is there any identifying aspects to say what the levels of engagement would be, or that type of thing, to get the satisfaction that, as we go through the engagement process, that we actually have ticked all the boxes? And to give you an idea, one of the things that I sort of look at is our recent bylaw hearing on trade waste, where we had gone and canvassed, tried 1,000 odd people and key companies and affected parties, and we only got 4 responses. So just articulating that somewhere in the framework, that we do go and canvass and articulate and communicate.
I think that's a fair point, and we'll take note of that, yeah.
It's covered in the significance and engagement policy in the framework. So it's just about choosing the right step of the 5 steps in the framework for where we want to have that engagement.
Okay. And the other thing, because again, I like where this is heading, and I would have thought a traffic light system or a gradual system to show where we are at each part of the process, and even key icons to show, consultation is done, and this is where we're at, this is the next step. etc. Is there something like that that can be blended in with that process?
I'll answer this. We're looking at changing how we report generally through activity reporting and just general reporting, and that will look at how we report against the strategies. Whether or not it's a traffic light system, we haven't worked out yet. It may be dashboard, but that's part of the work that we're doing, and hope to bring that back in February, March.
The other commentary that I saw, it talked about the delay and how a lot of strategic plans and policies have lacked review. I didn't really see any detail on about how that should take place, and I was thinking as I read through it, as essentially every 3 years a paper should be at least brought to council, so the council at the time could review it, not change it or really canvass it, but just review it, so that way every council term all councillors are familiar with the paper, and then maybe every 9 years it's actually up for strategic.
Again, Councillor, it's a suggestion and not really a question of staff. So if you have questions of the report, then I would ask you to put them.
What comes back in May will provide a plan for this going forward. So not just for the next few months, but more broadly what councillors can expect to see year on year with the framework in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I might be ahead of myself here, and forgive me if I've overlooked it in the report. But I was interested, I've been in local government from the time that the first this first strategy was started, and noticed the development throughout. So I took on board the thing about consistency and style and so forth. Would it be your view, and I think I picked this up, that the last one was kind of more attuned? Certainly Mana Whenua were very much involved with that, and that you might work, I couldn't get a sense of timing whether you'd work back from the last one or start with the first one. Did you have any sense of that at all, Ms Pidford?
It's correct that there has been an evolution over time, and when you look at the assessment that the consultants did, the table of which strategies dealt with which requirements, you'll see that Te Aotearoa, the last one, and the parks strategy, which also late in the process, did address a lot more of the requirements. So that they will provide a bit of a model, but there'll be other factors that will be taken into consideration.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you, Councillor Reddick.
Mindful of Councillor Elder here, but my question is the plan for the strategic review to delve into the values of Mana Whenua and the values they'd like to see expressed in the relationship with the city, and likewise for the residents of the city, in general?
I think Mana Whenua have indicated it's a priority piece of work that they'd like to do with us. I think we need to allow that process to take place. I think it's scheduled for February so that we can have that conversation.
Yes, I suppose my question is the plan to go back right to grassroots, to the core values, and then build it up from there? Because it's about strategic strategy, which is more the finished result. So I'm asking, are you going to go back to core values with everyone concerned?
The work with Mana Whenua is being led by them. So the initial indication that we had in October was that they'd like to work with us to define strategic priorities. So is that going back to grassroots? That's what the agreed focus is of the work in February.
Yeah. Thank you.
I would also add that Mana Whenua and our citizens are the same people. They're not distinct groups of people. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. There was a paragraph here to gladden a councillor's heart. In the report, page 11, it says decreasing costs, and that there was a potential to reduce resourcing, staff and budget costs. I looked through and I couldn't find any quantum in this. Was that just a potential figure?
Yeah, I think it's based on the fact that by working in a more cohesive way across the strategies, you get value add in efficiencies, so that they're not costed.
Yeah.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, the intent of looking at the strategy review is not only to come up to date with strategies, but also to develop a stronger lens of thriving cities and sustainability, and the lens of mana whenua across these. Is this is what is happening? What can you enlighten us on that?
The intention is that it be an integrated piece of work, so that it brings together those three elements: the strategy review, the work with mana whenua, and the Thriving Cities work.
So then the intent is that it catches up with some of our new policy settings and new directives.
I quite understand your question, but
new directives when it comes to engagement with mana whenua and to do with thriving cities.
yeah, we would want to make it fit for purpose for the future, yeah.
But to be clear, and this goes back to Councillor Raddick's question, this isn't starting again from scratch each of our strategic objectives. It's an exercise in refreshing and integrating the strategic framework as it currently stands. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Elder, sorry, I didn't realise you weren't finished.
And so, again, those strategies and those refreshers will go out to the community. Is that the intent?
That's the case. So there's a comprehensive engagement period as part of the process. So it's phase 2 as it's written in your reports.
Cool. Thank you.
No further. Your question's been asked. Sorry, I shouldn't have made you say that out loud. I was on it to move the resolutions as drafted. Don't all rush. Moved Councillor Barker. Is there a seconder? Seconded Councillor Elder. Would you like to speak to it?
Love to.
Seems
I
likely.
prepared something early. What a relief to see this report. There's everyone around this table, plus council officers I've been questioning over the last year about activity reports and linking them to the strategies. I am, as one councillor recently called me, Councillor Strategy. When I worked at council, part of my frustration in leaving was what I observed as failure to follow expensive, consulted on, agreed strategies and to keep them accountable. My frustration and annoyance increased exponentially on my 5 years outside council and was one of the reasons I stood for council. During the elections, I focused on strategy, which was boring for the layperson. I wasn't promising groins, bus loops or anything remotely sexy, just a concentration on strategy and governance. As a business person, I absolutely know the importance of strategy and success, and I wanted to help refocus council on accountability around its strategies. As I stated during the election for the ODT, my key priorities are to ensure that the council delivers on strategies which have been agreed and paid for, but not delivered. Over the last year, I've been banging on about the age of our strategies, council's failure to have measurements, implementations, and council's failure to monitor and measure and refresh these strategies. We had our annual report as an agenda item, and I wonder how much of our strategy implementation has affected those results. The attached report on our strategies is a little damning and very clearly points this out. Page 9, 4.2.4, no simple or formally embedded process for ensuring that strategies are reviewed over time, and refers to dates passing without being reviewed, i.e. the Three Waters 2010 strategic plan. Also page 6, 4.2.5, missing a key element of how implementation of strategic goals is to be measured, e.g. social wellbeing strategy monitoring page on the website was last updated in 2014. I've heard the frustration in the community over the failure to implement and monitor our strategies, especially around the economic development and social wellbeing strategies, 2 of our 4 key wellbeings. Strategies seem to be used to justify actions, not lead them, as many agreed actions fall by the wayside in favour of new, shiny activities. Our role as councillors is governing. I consider our number one role is to set strategic vision and direction in consultation with our communities, to formulate high-level goals and policies, and ensure these are implemented, monitored and measured. If we don't set vision and strategy, we are merely lurching along like the stars of the Titanic movie post-disaster, clutching a piece of driftwood at sea, devoid of any plan apart from get rescued. We all know what happened to Leonardo DiCaprio's character. Setting our strategy should be our highest priority. As Councillor Wiley mentioned earlier, we need to ask ourselves and set the vision for what is Dunedin going to look like in 2030? How can we make 10-year planning decisions when we don't know or understand our strategies as they're outdated and not fit for purpose? I'd actually like to see the strategic work prioritised as urgent. I see the budget will be achieved through reprioritisation. However, given the importance of strategy, I would like to see a budget for fast-tracking this process as part of the May 2021 report. I would like to see our council commit to a set of fit-for-purpose strategies that will see Dunedin become one of the world's great small cities, not as it is in danger of becoming one of the world's small cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. It's not a team effort. We're independent thinkers. I actually do want to follow up, just having said that for a while. But like I said, and basically saying that effectively our role is governance, and therefore these documents are probably some of the most important documents that we can be involved with, because they set up the appropriate level of interaction between us and the operating side of the council. It's good to see them being refreshed, and it's good to see them being refreshed at the same time, because that's how you get the best integration of it. I take Councillor Wiley's point to heart too, and that is that upon election to the council, you're not, and I certainly can tell during election time when many of the people are trying to get on council, that not everybody's familiar with the strategies, and it's probably good to at least, if not review them every 3 years, to make sure that part of the induction process is an understanding of how they stand with each other and a clear understanding of what each strategy does. I also look back and look at staff, and it's no point having a strategy unless you can be sure that it's actually being executed. There are actions in a lot of the strategies, and I do take my hat off to Councillor Barker for going back through and reading the fine print and asking the very pertinent questions. Have we done what we're supposed to have done by what was set up in those strategies? So this is a good piece of work being done, and I'm glad to see it moving along.
Councillor Elder.
I think all good governance has that strategic element, and I think having consistent and ongoing review is really, really important, because in fact the world changes and our expectations changes, our community's expectations change, and so therefore our strategies should be reviewed in light of new knowledge and information. And this strategic review has a lens of more engagement with mana whenua and our strategic objectives, and also a lens of sustainability. And these are two expectations that have changed over time, which need to be incorporated in our strategy reviews. And hence, I really support this, and I think it will bring us up to date and hopefully prepare us for the future.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I absolutely agree with, well, and I take my hat off to Councillor Barker. I think her research and her attention to detail is excellent, and I thank you for your mahi. And yeah, so thank you very much for that. And it's absolutely correct, and Councillor O'Malley is correct when he says, from a governance point of view, as a member of the Institute of Directors, when I did a professional development course with them, what they talked about the whole time is that as a director and as a governance person, your sole thing and the main important thing that you do as a governance person on a board, or in our case on a council, is setting the vision and the strategy, and that's what we're doing for the city. And so this is, as the other councillors have said, one of the most important documents that we will sign off, and I see this as a foundation, and a thing that I hope will actually also be a living document that will grow and adapt as our city does, and as governors as well as we see fit and working. But it gives us a really good framework for that, and I really do thank the staff for their mahi with this. I would also like to say that as a Ngāi Tahu person, I appreciate and applaud the council for bringing in more emphasis on working with mana whenua and looking at how we can do more with iwi. I think it's brilliant, and I encourage more of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I thought this paper was actually very interesting. Why I don't agree with the complete framework as such, and we lost that vote on, or I lost that vote on September the 29th. I understand and appreciate where this is going. It's about getting consistent reporting, processes, and detailing what is happening around council and where we're heading. But it's also in language that everyone can understand. And I think at times we get a strategic report, we get a strategy done, we put it on the shelf, and we don't dust it off, we don't review it enough, and we don't engage our community enough with it. Hence my commentary about every term we should be reviewing all strategies and strategic frameworks. Not only for us, but to refresh it in the minds of our residents and our staff and what the bigger vision is. But good governance does come from real engagement and understanding of the strategic framework, and I actually see this paper actually improving our governance and our direction going forward.
Further speakers? Oh, sorry, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I welcome the piece of work, but I do just want to remind colleagues that within a short time of us having done the refresh, that it will already be out of date. That is the nature of this work. And who would have thought, for example, if I just took a random example of code, we didn't know that was coming. When it came up, of course we had to attend to it. There will be other matters such as this. And if ever we were in a time of disruption, we're in it now. So I think we just need to be mindful of that. And yes, this piece of work is welcome and it will be useful, but it will be out of date almost immediately.
Councillor Lofisel.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I would just like to record my thanks to the staff again for doing as we've asked them and guiding us on this long journey. I just want to note that as far as strategic frameworks go, they're very much of a tool of what we have to work with. And there's, for me, from my worldview, there's only so much you can do with measurements and data, because as you may appreciate, Te Treaty o Waitangi, or the Treaty of Waitangi, is not a piece of paper. At its heart, it is a relationship. And I take note of the challenges made to us by Justine Camp in our first Mana Whenua councillor meeting in the Otaru room, and she said, or she made remarks to the effect that we, in our urge to get things right, we're not always getting the relationship right. And until we do that, and until we actually give effect to our words and our aspirations in terms of honouring the treaty or Te Treaty or abiding by the principles, we can't get it right. So we have to be very clear about what we're doing, and I would really urge us to actually, as governors, learn some history and actually understand, because I understand that Mana Whenua, like other iwi all over the place, are very pragmatic and have had 180 years to get used to this settler government structures. So we just have to know what we're signing up to and be very clear that the differences between the Treaty of Waitangi and Te Treaty are very substantial. Because if we were serious about Te Treaty, which was the only version signed by Lieutenant Governor Hobbs, he only signed the Māori Treaty, and that's not where tangata whenua signed up to ceding sovereignty, whereas the Treaty of Waitangi said they did. So we've got to be very clear about what we're embarking on.
Sorry, further speakers? A sharp and take a breath from Councillor Reddick.
I'll make a quick comment following on from Councillor Fiso. And I think that here in Dunedin, we are quite privileged in that our relationship with tangata whenua started reasonably well, and we had the sale of the city in a genuine commercial transaction back in the day. and have enjoyed relatively good relationships throughout our history. And I think it would be good for us to continue to develop that and improve. Of course, there will be many things that haven't gone as well over the years, but to continue along this path and to set ourselves as an exemplar for the rest of the country, because as we know, there's plenty of dissatisfaction in this area around the country, and not too much here, and I think we can get ourselves to the very pinnacle of a proper joint relationship. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Vandevers.
I'm all for integrating our strategic policies. I'm all for us doing them. We have a large number of staff, an ever-growing number of staff, 8% on 8% for years now, who I believe are quite capable of actually looking at all our various policies and integrating them properly. I struggled to see $26,000 worth of value in the Harrison Grierson outside consultants report, which was very generic, and in my view they could have written it for any number of councils around the country and just substituted Invercargill or Hamilton or whatever for Dunedin in writing them. If we want to genuinely integrate strategically what we do, then getting Harrison Grierson to give us some kind of countrywide model, I don't think helps that at all. So there's 26 grand I can't see any value for. In terms of being strategic, I think the most important strategic consideration we should have as a council is to be strategic about our contracting. That's where most of the money and most of the decisions are made. And unfortunately, this council has farmed out its strategic contracting to Fulton Hogan and Downers for the next 10 years. We need to be strategic. We need to be strategic in practical contracting ways, not in these ethereal PC, tick all the boxes. Refresh is a new word that I'm starting to hate already because of what it's costing us. Hadn't come across refresh before, and I've been here a while. And I wonder whether it's just going to become yet another excuse for yet another expensive generic consultant's report. Let's be strategic, but let's be genuinely strategic and note what's actually going on here amongst our own staff and not be paying for external consultants to give us some PC overview.
Further speakers? I, for one, welcome this, and I'm pleased that the report has highlighted an issue that has come up time and again at this table around how, what our aspirations are, or what our commitments are to mana whenua around, the vexing question of the Treaty of Waitangi or Te Tiriti or Waitangi, which we tend to use interchangeably, but as Councillor Lofeso has pointed out, mean very different things. And until we settle that, it's, that is a fundamental decision that we need to make in terms of setting out the work that we do following on from this. This is, I welcome it in the sense that it's timely, and any governing body should be reviewing its strategic framework on a regular basis. But I do wonder whether doing it every 3-yearly cycle becomes a question not so much of reviewing your strategic framework, but relitigating your strategic framework and the decisions that council had made that individual elected members or candidates may have disagreed with at the time. And if your review period is as short term as a 3-yearly cycle, I think you end up tying yourselves in knots. But our function as governors is to focus on strategy, but we need to do that in a way that is in and of itself strategic. And we could have been slaves to the detail and picked off each individual assigned review date on the way through as they were set out in the plans and strategies which themselves evolved over time as we worked on them. But in doing that, we would have missed the opportunity that we now have to integrate them in a cohesive way and give effect to the far greater ambition that we have, both in terms of our mana whenua relationship and our relationship with Papa Tuanuku and our environmental commitments that certainly wouldn't have happened if we'd reviewed our, all of our strategic framework documents at the assigned review date that was set out in those strategies. And so while this could have happened sooner, I think the time that we have taken to get to this point in the end will get us to a better outcome. And I, the concern was raised by Councillor Barker in speaking to this, that effectively Council signed off on all our strategies and then immediately ignored them and moved on to shinier new things. And certainly the work program of Council is dictated to by the decisions that Council make. But I also don't think you can underestimate the degree of, particularly in the policy area, which is where a lot of this work gets done, the impact of work that is handed down to us from central government, whether that's resource management reform or Three Waters reform or regulatory reform. Each time that happens, it takes a significant amount of council input, council staff input to respond to those those pieces of work on behalf of the organisation. And were we to have a significantly larger policy unit, that would be less of an issue. But I don't recall the last time anyone moved a motion at an annual plan or a long-term plan to significantly invest in a policy unit that would be able to do this work in a more timely and in a more efficient way. This is, the outcome of this is critical, and it's going to be, and I do worry about. And there are no dates for obvious reasons in the attached report, and I worry about how long it may take. But as with anything, the questions around resourcing things adequately will be well traversed in January when we get to dealing with the operating budgets, which are the how these things get done on a day-to-day basis. Councillor Barker, your right of reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm very pleased, obviously, to see this paper come forward and our concentration going back on strategy. Many of you have sat around the council table for quite a long time, so it was lovely to see a shine being put on not reviewing the strategies, but I do consider they are our key documents. We have consulted with our community and what they want from this relationship and focusing on delivery as well. There was a comment made about funding the policy unit more. Perhaps we should look at doing that. And also, as governance, we, as Andrew said earlier, Councillor Wiley said earlier, we absolutely need to be concentrating on the strategy and reviewing it all the time and holding ourselves to account. We have promised our community, we've consulted with our community on these strategies, and we need to deliver them. So I welcome this piece. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's
No,
agreed.
recorded, please.
Item 7? 7. Shaping Future Dunedin Transport Programme. Mr. Drew, Ms. Benson, welcome. Welcome. Questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks very much for this. Of course, I'm aware of a lot of what's in this. The additional projects that are mentioned, there's $104 million worth of total spend, of which we're spending 53. The additional 51 is coming from the ORC and NZTA correctly, and is that on page 86? It's at the end, it's actually at the back of the report.
Correct, in the appendix.
So, in that appendix, there's 14 million for state highway improvements. So, is that NZTA's flagged intentional spend for everything around when the hospital is built and the state highways are going to be done in that area?
Correct.
Thank you. The harbour arterial, and we'll get back to our spend again, the harbour arterial upgrades, does that include any change to the railway crossings? In other words, especially down where the Emerson's Brewery is, the old rail bridge, the crossing bridge there, are we going to use that? Is that intended to be use that existing bridge as it is, or is there intended to be changes there?
At the moment, intended to be used as is, so it's more a series of intersection improvements all the way along that corridor.
Yeah, that's what is in the report. I just wanted to confirm that. The central city parking activity, fairly large number there. So I assume, is that because there's a lot of sensors going to be put out to check for cars? Is that, or what's the underlying basis of that? I assume it's not a counter at the...
Yes, well, essentially it's a software IT project, so there'll be counters at existing car parks that we'd hope to hook into, plus a whole lot of wayfinding signage, so that is signage to direct people to car parks and signage to direct, to advise commuters where there are available car parks.
Will that include any at-grade car parks on the street being monitored as well, or is it just the car parking?
So what I'd say about all of the costings in here, this is at a concept level, so it's a program business case level. There is still a lot of detail to work through about what and where, so staff have had to balance affordability, what we know and what we don't know. So these numbers include what we do know, and then an allowance for what we don't know, some risk and contingency to come up with some numbers. Okay, but there's still a lot of detail to work through to finalise what each intersection upgrade is and where the car parks are that will be included.
Okay. And then the Princess Street bus priority work, I can see there's intersection work there and pedestrians work. Is there going to be bus priority lanes built at that point?
Again, still a lot of detail to work through, but trying to facilitate more efficient movement of buses. So, for example, at the Andersons Bay Princess Street intersection, opposite the Go Bus site, you'll see buses get trapped there in the mornings while they wait to be able to turn into Princess Street. So some of the things being looked at are like a right turn in bay, so you can prioritise that bus movement into Princess Street, where they're only waiting for a gap in one lane of traffic, not two lanes.
Okay. But not necessarily once you get on Princess Street, bus priority lane like they have in Christchurch.
Yeah, potentially. Yep.
Cool. And then I will finish with just one last question. The central cycleways, you've got Bank and George, so that's all the way up by the gardens, is that bank?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Simon, I just see in these proposed options, I don't see anything that, and I'm just wondering if it's because it's a transit issue particularly, but access in and out of Mosgiel, and I'm just wondering if there would be any reasons why we wouldn't look at better access, or if there was anything that could be done, or would that be mostly a transit thing?
Because the scope of the Shaping Future Dunedin transport work is focused on this isn't all that Transport are planning to do over the next 10 years.
No.
This is just the central city work.
Yep.
So the elements that relate to Mosgiel and the central city are about improving public transport connections from Mosgiel.
Yeah. So there is some work in that. It's got park and ride facilities, but is that all the suggestion that this body of work is looking at?
Yeah, correct. Council are also looking at the Tunnels Trail Trust that would facilitate cycling movements.
Look, as the Mayor said, Councillor, this report relates to the Shaping Dunedin Futures programme of work, which is separate from other infrastructure work we might be doing in Mosgiel. Now, I would have to review the Mosgiel capital budget, which I don't have in front of me, but there may be further work in that. And I would need to get back to you about what's planned in that, but that will come to the January meeting.
Yeah. I have another question then, and it's perhaps in view of, and I better be careful how I word it, but in the previous report when there was, as item 6, the first report we had, where there was talk about potentially triggers and mechanisms and levers that you could use to guide certain outcomes or encourage certain behaviours, would there be any view that not making it easier to get in and out of Mosgiel would be a behaviour that we would want to encourage or discourage. Does that make sense?
Not quite. And
Okay,
the recommendations in the work program that staff would draft up would be, I would assume, in accordance with Council's integrated transport strategy, which does focus on providing transport choice for people.
Yep. Okay, yep, that's right.
Councillor Vandervis.
The project proposed harbour arterial efficiency improvements. Is that partly driven by anticipated problems caused by putting the new hospital between the one-way street systems?
We're trying to minimise disruption during construction of the new hospital, so we expect that there'll be some traffic disruption during the construction, and so it's making that harbour arterial road more efficient to help spread some of the demand.
I understand that's for the construction period. Is it also for the long-term anticipated changes to the one-way street?
The long-term changes to the state highway network still haven't been decided, and that'll be subject to a separate council report in April of next year.
So so this particular improvement is basically driven by construction issues that you know are going to happen, but may or may not be driven by other design issues of the one-way street system yet to be decided.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Menson-Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's really a question that follows on from Councillor O'Malley's questions about central city parking management. I think we'd all welcome that, and I understand that you, as you said, you're working at the moment on a sort of conceptual level, but you do mention physical signage or guidance. Is the focus going to remain on that sort of wayfinding rather than yet another app that a driver can try and use while they're driving? You can see that my preference is for the former, and not everyone has a smartphone, so I'd like to be confident that the sort of thing we'd like you to see will be visible without other technology. Is that a fair assumption?
Correct. The priority is for the wayfinding signage.
Thank you.
I welcome the councillor's support for new poles and signs being constructed in the city centre, but I have a question around, just picking up on that, in terms of, I mean, these are prioritised in the paper according to overall need, not according to timeliness, I would assume?
Well, they're all important. They're part of an integrated set of projects with our Connecting Dunedin partners. Staff have just tried to, if funding is a concern of council, staff have tried to prioritise what would deliver the greatest benefit.
Okay, so in terms of when these projects might get turned around, and it's, you know, particularly around the parking issue, as we are often reminded, which is in and of itself something that has been canvassed by council resolutions in years gone by, and we're still in the planning stages of it. When might we anticipate seeing something if the budget is approved for the next financial year?
If the budget is approved, the first 2 and even 3 we'd hope to deliver in the first 3 years.
Would the parking work, the central city parking management work, happen in the first of those 3 years?
The planning would happen in the first of those 3 years, and the implementation would be the following years.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Most of my questions have been asked by Councillor O'Malley and Councillor Benson-Pope, but I just want to go back to the, I think everyone agrees that optimising our existing parking assets is a great idea, provide the central city parking management, but as we can see on page 80, I'm going blind, 81, that in terms of debt requirement is one of the highest. I think it might be the highest. Is that primarily because of the lack of FAR? And is it absolutely set in stone via Waka Kotahi that will not be part of the FAR funding?
Correct. It's Wakakatoi won't fund the car parking element of the program.
Also, just a question. I know you've made it very clear, and the report makes it very clear that a lot of this, the numbers to each of these are quite speculative, and there'll be further detail if we choose to progress with them. How close are they? I mean, because it seems like with the 6.61 seems like a really specific number for a bus lane. Presuming that's what it is. I mean, so are they close? Are they far off? And what do you base the 9.5 million for the central city parking management? How do we get to that number? Just as a
so there is a schedule of quantities that sits in behind all this of the things that form part of the program, and then off to the side of that sits some contingency and risk numbers about some of the things we don't know that all sort of come together to build up those numbers.
Yes, sorry, final question, you sort of answered it. So there is a risk if we progress, say, with the central city parking management plan, that it could cost 18 million or 15, that risk exists?
The risk is low, so I guess what I said before earlier, we're trying to balance affordability, what we do know and what we don't know, and we feel we've got the right balance here.
Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā ko, Your Worship. Tēnā ko rua. Thank you both, Ms Benson and Mr Drew. My first question has been answered, but I just wanted to go to the words of the option 1 recommendation. Well, not recommended, but I note that you're leaving it up to us to decide which. This is a very maybe silly question, but how much headaches would be created for you, for staff, if we didn't adopt all the parts of the plan, integrated proposals?
Can I ask the same question a slightly different way? To what degree are the individual components of this integrated to other individual components of this?
Good questions. So anything to do with public transport is integrated into the ORC projects, and my understanding is ORC on the 9th of December approved the inclusion of all of their projects in their draft long-term plan. So there is connectedness in those elements. I guess to answer Councillor Fiso's question, it's trade-offs. So we know that if we don't provide, what will likely happen if we don't improve the efficiency of the harbour arterial route, there'll be more congestion on the state highway, so we'll deal with the consequences of that at a later point in time. I mean, they're all important in their own right. They're all designed to be a program of projects that help alleviate congestion within and around the central city, with the hospital rebuild being the catalyst for that.
Sorry, Councillor Reddick.
Thank you. I've got a few questions, starting with the harbour arterial route. What's going to happen with Ward Street in terms of, what's going to happen with Ward Street, the parking along there, and you're looking to put quite a bit more traffic down there?
That's a separate project to this one, but there is a plan to put more parking along Ward Street and facilitate better efficiency of the logging trucks that use Ward Street to go into the weighing area.
Yeah, so they're the ones heading north and, and for the line up for the bridge.
But that project is not subject to this project.
Sure. No, I'm actually referring to this project because you'll have is there any modelling being done to inform how much more traffic will be travelling along this arterial route?
Yep, there has been modelling, yes, and so basically what that project is about is a whole series of intersection improvements to try and facilitate movement into and out of the industrial area at specific points so that we don't get sort of tailbacks as people, for example, waiting to turn right into Willis Street. So it's about trying to create efficiency of movement into and out of the industrial area so that traffic moves more freely along that corridor.
And that corridor being Wharf Street to Ward Street.
Yep, Strathallan, Wharf, Thomas Burns.
And then up Frederick, is it? Frederick? I think it's Frederick.
Correct.
Yep. And what about those intersections? The intersection with side streets, you're referring to along Frederick Street or Ward and Wharf?
No, more Willis, Jervis, those are the side streets that you referred to. Yep.
Great. Because the, so the Ward Street seems to me quite narrow currently with quite a lot of parking on either side. So is your intention that that parking would remain with the increased traffic flow?
Oh, we haven't got to that level of detail. It's most of the modelling's been done on the intersection improvements, not how the corridor looks.
Right. So good. So the next thing for the central city parking management, my reading of that would suggest there will be actually less parking as a result, because it's prioritised just a short term, and it'll be more enforced and a price increase. Is that a correct reading of what's written here?
No, staff can't change fees and charges. That's done through council. No, it's about trying to make access to parking more efficient, so people know where it is and how to get there.
Has it been priced? I mean, we've got this big car park at St Andrew Street. Has a floor or anything to do with that been priced?
No, as the report points out, what staff are recommending is that we try and manage the parking that we have more efficiently, and then once we've done that, then you could look to something like building on St Andrew Street.
Thank you. So, moving on to Princess Street, it's just, as was asked before, it's just all about signage at the intersections or managing the intersections down there. It sounds like quite a slowing of the traffic there for the pedestrian crossings and the turning.
Well, the central city's 30 km/h speed limit already, so this is more about creating safe crossing points. So islands in the middle of Princess Street. At the moment it's a 4-lane road.
Yes.
No islands in the middle, so there'll be some islands to help facilitate movement across the road, and then predominantly again intersection upgrades to facilitate turning movements.
Great, thank you. There is one island down there, about halfway near the Salvation Army.
Correct, yeah, one. Yeah.
I do notice that lots don't use it. The central cycle and pedestrian movements, has an overhead walkway been priced from along St Andrew Street, for instance?
No.
Because what is the primary cost in the 7 3/4 million? Where is all the cost in this?
Goes all the way up Bank Street. It goes all the way up to Bank Street.
Well, there's a range of things, yeah.
Yeah, so
St Andrew, well, I was thinking of St Andrew Street in the first instance, but
so it's spread across all of those projects. I don't know the detailed split of how much is in St Andrew Street versus Bank George Street.
Right.
But I can find that detail out for you if you like.
As has been canvassed, these are cost estimates based at a reasonably high level at this point, which will become more refined over time, at which point, if it's ever useful for such detail to be canvassed at this meeting, there would at least be something to have a discussion about. But I do wonder about the merits at this point in the process of engaging in a block-by-block dissection of what this budget might or might not enable.
yes, well, I was just looking for rough figures, but that's
which have been provided in the report.
Well,
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Can I just ask, around the harbour arterial, is part of that also, if we decide to move forward into doing more harbour development, is part of that thinking, connected with that?
It'll need to be, yes.
Right, okay, so it's partially for the hospital, maybe to avoid congestion there, and partially for the harbour development, is that?
Well, the harbour development will need to be a consideration when we're working through the detail of how that corridor looks.
Okay. With Princess Street, thank you for this. Do you think these measures, if they are approved and go ahead, will help people when they're trying to cross that road? Because I've had people approach me saying how scary it is for them trying to get across to Saturday football, and they say they're taking their lives in their hands with their kids running, across a 4-lane road. Do you think these actions here will help that?
Yes, that's one of the elements of that project.
Is there anything else we can do to help pedestrians get across that road?
Undoubtedly, but I don't know if that's a conversation that we need to have here.
Okay, no, that's fine. So where it says here, we've got strong support for improving parking, and I know the people who were nearly getting run over trying to run across Princess Street said that part of the problem was they couldn't get a park near the place at the Oval when all the football was there. But, it looks like, if I'm correct, we're going to do some electronic signs and do you think we're doing enough to help improve the parking there with the things we're doing or proposing to do?
Staff have put up a range of options for consideration of council to fund. Whether or not they are adequate in achieving council's objectives, however individual councillors might interpret them, is a discussion for us to have.
Okay, are we able to clarify 9.5 million? It just seems quite a bit for those things, because I'd imagine one is an app. An app's only costs like 7,000 to 10,000. I'm just trying to work out where we make up the 9.5 million.
Those questions have been asked and answered.
Oh, I didn't hear that, sorry. What was the answer? I didn't get it, sorry. What was...
So that one is largely a software project, so you're connecting up a myriad of different parking buildings with a myriad of different systems to create a central database of where there are and aren't parks.
Because I think that's great. I think that's fantastic. But so are you saying that costs 9.5 million, I'm just trying to break down where the money comes from, that's all.
These are high-level estimates provided at this point for what the individual components of this package of work will cost. As the work is refined, more detailed costings will be made available.
Okay, that's fair enough. Mosgiel, when you drive in there's a major bottleneck, and I think Councillor Lord was sort of referring to some of the issues.
The scope of this work is not the entire transport network.
Right.
So it's relevant from a commuter point of view, but I think I would focus any questions you have on how it relates to the Shaping Dunedin Future Transport Programme.
So for Shaping Dunedin, this doesn't include Mosgiel? Just to clarify, how much do we include in Mosgiel in here?
Only to improve travel choice from Mosgiel into the central city.
Okay, because when you travel, to the city or back from the city, that's where the bottleneck is. Major when you're coming in, onto that roundabout where you come down, it goes to one lane. Is there anything in here that might help that?
Yes, by making it more attractive for people to not have to drive in and out of Mosgiel anytime they need to move between those two parts of the city.
Right. Correct. That would be nice. And
yes, for example, the park and ride work, which integrates with the Regional Council's public transport system.
And ORC's plan was to have, in their program, is to have express buses from Mosgiel, so just coming straight into the city from Mosgiel.
Do Safer Schools come in under this? Does that get covered in this or not? It doesn't matter if it doesn't.
But no, but where we can.
No, that's fine. I just wondered if it was. So with regards to is there any, in here it doesn't seem that there's any suggestion of a transport hub anywhere, and given that parking is one of the things that people have had strong support for improving parking on page 76, number 19. Why aren't we considering a transport hub?
Staff's suggestion is to manage the existing parking that we have more efficiently first, and then consider something such as that later.
How much later do we know? Any idea?
That would depend. That would depend on the implementation of these things if they're funded and progressed.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Bishop. I have 3 questions. Just the first one is around the consultation and the LTP process. So if we decided on a number of these projects to go forward to the LTP, would they be presented in more detail for the LTP January meeting?
So we'll take whatever decisions you make today, feed them into the budgets that come in January, and then during that January meeting we'll look at the decisions you've made and what you want to highlight and what you don't in the consultation document. So and then there's a required level of detail depending on the nature of the questions you want to ask.
Because I note that there's some information here about, because we're obviously trying to head towards carbon zero in 2030, and there was a note that the climate change impacts for the 6 projects have not been explored, and that would possibly be one of the weighing up items that we would put in there. So I just wonder,
and that's
we get more detail?
We were waiting until we'd got a sense of which ones you wanted to do or not. It was a bit of a chicken and egg. We were a bit strapped for time to do them all.
Because it's challenging. I see other councillors asking about detail, and it's challenging to actually...
But by January we will have that detail, and then we'll just need to decide with the consultation. It's important to understand that there'll be the consultation document that goes to every home, but a whole lot of underlying documents as well. So where the detail sits, we'll just have to think about, because the full carbon breakdown of every single thing for consultation might make the document too big to deliver to every household.
Thank you. My second question is around the central city bike hubs, and I note there's a budget there for 2.5 million, and it's got 3 areas that it's focusing on. Is this for a large number of bike hubs, or have you got an estimate on what it costs to build each bike hub?
We have an estimate from other councils that have done it to build these bike hubs. So there's 3 planned.
So that would be around $800,000 per bike hub?
About $500,000 each, and then there's some other ancillary supporting works.
Has the railway station perhaps been looked at as a bike hub?
Again, the level of detail about where they go hasn't been decided, just that there will be.
So it might be a cheap option. My third question is following on from Councillor Houlihan and a mention around the harbour development. We're coming up to the bridge discussion. I think it's on the next paper, and I just wondered whether the bridge will be an important part of the harbour arterial efficiency in the parking.
Yeah, well, the bridge will help connect people from the harbour arterial cycleway into the central city.
So it could be considered as part of this package, possibly?
Well, it doesn't sit within this package, it sits within councils.
Ancillary to it. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the purposes of these papers, the assessment that's been made around climate change is mostly around adaptation. The zero carbon stuff, which is the mitigation thing, is its own separate assessment. Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. When you look at the budget, and some of it's 51% funded by NZTA, what does the budget come out at for what the DCC has to pay if you take in that into account?
Oh, now you're testing my maths. I think that is covered in page 81, the debt impact assessment.
So it's about 30.4 million. So it's not as people might be alarmed at 53.7. One of the interesting things is the Labor government, the current Labor government, have declared a climate change emergency, and I was wondering whether in fact that could potentially see increased funding for lowering the carbon footprint of travel, and whether potentially in the coming years some of those formulas might be increased upwards from the NZTA going on current government policy.
I couldn't say that's an NZTA policy decision, something I can't comment on.
The other question is on page 81. It says Central City Bike Hub, and it's 0.3 million per annum, or at 2%. Would you be looking at starting that piece of work earlier and building it over time? So you'd start with one quite early in the piece, and build it over the number of years?
Potentially, but again, because the detail haven't been done, we don't have the implementation plans.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a point of clarity, which I think you've kind of answered, Mr Drew, and that is around the options for the Central City parking management. This is about dealing with what we've got now, and as I understood it, any kind of options from there on in, like transport hubs, parking buildings, is for council at a later point, and there are many options around that. Am I right? Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So those are decisions for council. My second question is around the FAR subsidy, and it's mentioned as 50%, but does it continue to go down each year as it has up until now?
Yes, that's
1% per year.
1% per year for the next 3 years.
So the sooner we do, the quicker, the more money we save.
Correct.
Yeah. And final question is...
Sorry, just on that, it is slightly more complicated than that, in that the FAR rate is reassessed at various intervals. So
and that's really why
it's not a linear trajectory down. There are a number of factors that go into their decision making around what the FAR rate might be.
Sure, but it has been going down up until now at 1% per annum in recent years. Broadly. Yeah. Thank you for that clarification, Your Worship. And finally, I wondered if in that Central City parking management, whether that will include a review of any kind of mobility parking and the rules around that.
Yes, that work's already started and is ongoing at the moment, so we'll look at how to best use the parking that we have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr Drew, when we look at, under the impact assessment on page 81, the funding and the debt required, and that's with the FAR rating included, and it comes out at 30.4 million right now attributed to the council, covering those costs. Would there be potential for other funders to come in? I'm thinking when we look at Central City parking, obviously that's going to be a hospital-related issue, that the part of the hospital bill that they would want to contribute and be part of that discussion as well.
This is separate from anything the hospital might want to do. As Mr Drew has said, this is about maximising the efficiency of existing parking.
Okay. So then I look at, as we've looked at the park and ride situation, we look at Mosgiel and Burnside, and I'm trying to, one, understand where at Burnside, and two, why has that been identified versus another area? And I know we're not looking at the detail, but I'm thinking Sunnyvale, for example, at Sunnyvale Park during the day is quite a big empty space.
Yeah, again, we'll look at the detail of that in the next phases. Burnside's just been identified because it has a reasonable catchment that we could pick up through the public transport network and transport people into the city more efficiently, more quicker.
Okay. Then I also start, I guess, going back to what I just talked about earlier, was the fact of understanding, and I guess that would come into the detail, a bigger picture with the university, the Polytech, the hospital staff, even Mercy Hospital and DCC, and talking to businesses across the city about how everybody uses the city in getting that real detailed information. Is there any, are we including that type of detailed survey, and we touched on it earlier in the item 5, that will cover right across the board?
You're correct. It's not part of this piece of work, but there is workplace travel planning that staff do that's subject to separate budgets and separate programs of work.
And will that include, for example, Mercy Hospital, the schools, right across the board? Because I guess where I'm struggling with this is, to me, there's a larger project for transport around the city, and here we've got 6 items in front of us that we're going to be drilled down on. But I'm looking at this going, actually, do we know how we want the city to function in 2030, and are we just cherry picking some items?
Councillor, this is a range of options as part of one particular program of work within the transport network. It is not the sum total of planning that's going on within the transport network, but this is a meeting to decide on what our capital budgets are or what we want to allocate in the draft budget for this package of work. Questions that people might have around the wider, and I get that they're related, but there'll be plenty of opportunity through January when we're going through departmental budgets around because the kinds of things you're talking about are operating expenses if you're looking at conducting surveys and doing those sorts of work, not capital costs, which is what we're being asked to consider on this paper.
I can understand that, but we're still looking at a figure that's going to be 30.4 million of ratepayer funding, and I also understand that, there's 4 councillors, I understand, that sit on the the exact Shaping Dunedin, and obviously they've got a lot more information than the other 11 of us, and trying to understand what is the key thing that we're trying to solve here, and what's the overarching, and that's the part that I'm struggling with. So if we don't have the data to tell us, Mr. Drew?
So there is a number of existing surveys, there's been community engagement, stakeholder workshops that have all sort of been conducted over the past couple of years to get to this point, and it does fit within a wider transport strategy. So we're looking at this in parallel with George Street, for example, and workplace travel planning. So I guess all I can assure you is that this is not in isolation. We look at the network as an integrated, holistic network.
Okay. And so, for example, Central City Bike Hubs, last week we heard the ACC building, you're putting 80 bike parks within there and creating a hub space in their building. And for example, when I look at Vancouver, back in the early 2000s when I lived there, we saw buildings and businesses and environments where they made it mandatory for large developments to have bike hub parking as part of it, and that was regulated through planning. For example, are those sort of things going to be taken into this?
By law, we can no longer require people to provide parking as part of developments under the new national policy statement. So that option isn't available.
Car parking or bike parking?
Any parking requirements.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I just also want to foreshadow I'm going to move option 1 and that all 6 be advanced through to the long-term plan. My question is following up way back to Councillor Vandervis's question about the harbour arterial. One of the path that you're describing, Strathallan all the way around, is in fact the heavy vehicle bypass right now, is it not? And is not also one of the activities to try to further encourage heavy vehicles to stay in that area?
Yep, correct.
Okay, great. The 17 million the ORC has allocated to extra spending in the PT, public transport, which is in the appendix. I'm afraid I am not across that report either, but is that $1.7 million a year extra spending to support public transport fares down over the next 10 years, or do you know what the basis of that 17 is?
Oh, it's made up of a number of different projects that carry capital and operating expenditure. The detail of it's in the ORC report.
Yeah, okay, thanks. That's it for me, thanks.
Councillor Walker.
Sorry, I think it's been well traversed.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Vandervis.
Number 3, the Princess Street Corridor Safety Plan, gives us the explanation for it, that it improves safety on this high-risk route. Do you have any figures on the fatality rate in the last 10 years, say, or any other figures confirming how high the risk is on this route?
No, I don't, Councillor, but I can provide that information for you.
Great. Can I get email later, perhaps? Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you. This is a broad brushstroke. It hasn't got all the details in it, and that was something that, you know, I was concerned about, but understanding that it is a broad brushstroke, I can understand that. So when these different options come up, we will be assured that we'll have more detailed plans and bits and pieces to make good decision making on each item, like harbour arterial efficiency or whatever.
So are you suggesting that we bring back the detailed business cases to council? Is that?
Yes. Yes. Will those be, that's the question, will we get more detailed business cases as each item comes up?
You'll get a report from staff whether you get the detailed business case for each item. We don't usually bring those detailed business cases. They're quite operational.
So we'll get more detail. Is there the opportunity to, say, have a workshop on, you know, what the backgrounds are to these decisions and the bigger picture, or?
Which decisions do you make? The one that we're being asked to make today?
Yes, it's just that these are done over 10 years, and as we go forward, I mean, there's not a lot of detail in each case. It would be nice to get a more detailed report as they come up. That's what I'm saying.
I would expect that staff would update to a greater degree on progress in these areas if they are funded, yeah.
Yeah. So, and the other question I was going to ask is, we have, when we make decisions, need to look at traffic modelling, and I was just wondering where that piece of work is happening.
So that piece of work is ongoing for this program. The detailed traffic modelling will be finished about March, and so there was a plan to bring the wider discussion about the state highway network, and that could include detailed traffic modelling to council about March, April.
Thank you.
Yes, given that the recommendation here is that we decide if any, if any of these 6 projects should be included, I would like to take them individually as opposed to as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, well, I've been, you know. Can I just check, have we got any information on where most of the cars come from? You know, what part, is there any sort of data on that, like what part of the city they come from when they're all coming into the city? Is there any indicators there?
Yes.
And if we don't, so where is that, please?
I can make that available.
I don't mean where is the information, I mean, like, you know, is there any sort of clear area where most of the cars come from?
Yep, the majority come from the south. So there's about 22,000, actually, Councillor O'Malley might know the details more than me.
30,000 movements into the oval at the end of the southern motorway every day.
Wow. And so would that indicate, would I be fair in making the assumption that a lot of those are coming from like Green Island, Abbotsford, Fairfield and Mosgiel, those areas?
Correct.
Right. Given that's the case, I know we've still got work to do, but given that sounds like, by what you're saying, this is the main, that a lot of the traffic that comes into our city is from Mosgiel, Why haven't we focused more on that? You know, because that's obviously one of our main problem areas.
It is present in the report insofar as we're trying to make it easier for people who are currently making that journey by car to do so by other means. So the idea that Mosgiel was being ignored in this project of work, it clearly isn't.
Right, so your answer is that we haven't included Mosgiel in here because
No, we
we're
have.
going to put them on a bus?
Councillor, we have Mosgiel was included in the project of work. And you can speak, when you speak to it, you can speak to the adequacy of the response.
Okay, so but are you, can I ask you a question then, since you answered that one?
No, not particularly.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm just, so I'm just wondering, is the answer that we're gonna try and make it easier for them to get on a bus? Is that the answer?
That's the outcome of this Shaping Dunedin Future Transport program that's focused on the city centre.
Right, okay. I see here we have, we were going to do more cycle lanes, it proposes in St Andrew Street, George Street, Albany Street. Can you tell me, do you feel there's been big pickup on people using the central city, particularly the ones on the one-way cycle lanes now?
So there has been an increase in users of the Cycleway network through our counters. We've seen an increase. At the moment, it's difficult to understand. We don't have a connected cycleway, so there are still gaps in the network. So the priority of the cycleway spend that's in existing budgets and what some of this funding is about is connecting the gaps so there's a coherent, fully connected cycleway network.
I think most people would agree that the peninsula and the State Highway 88, those types of links for cycling are fantastic. I don't think many people would debate that. However, a lot of people dispute whether these city cycleways are used. Have you got any? You're saying they are used? Is that like more or?
Well, we have counters on some of the networks, and the counters are showing an increase in usage.
Quite dramatic increase, or?
It's variable year on year. So COVID was interesting, obviously, but it's around 6%.
Okay, so if this goes ahead for these new cycleways, will that cause disruption in these areas?
So how do you make disruption while we build them? Or?
I'm just concerned, particularly around George Street and St Andrew Street, that we could have this happening, and I think it's great to have safety for cyclists, but why is there, this one will it take away car parks?
So again, the detail hasn't been worked out, but the normal process would be work into preliminary design, then go out for consultation with affected stakeholders, then take that feedback, modify designs, whatever, move on to detailed design, further feedback before you get to construction. And often some of the construction methodologies are to put in the marker posts initially. We've got curb build-outs and such, which is another form of feedback. So before you build the hard infrastructure, we get feedback from bus drivers and truck drivers and car drivers that the preliminary detailed design outcomes are actually good for the vehicle users.
Because you're aware that there has been some criticism from the around the safer schools layout, that it's been quite dangerous for cyclists.
Councillor, I would reiterate my earlier comments often made in discussing this report, that we are discussing this report. Okay. And if you could confine your questions to staff of this, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. So my concerns around St Andrew and George Street are that St Andrew will already, is it fair to say, it will already be having some disruption with the hospital build at the time that this is proposed?
Correct. So at the moment, St Andrew Street is a state highway, and it is likely the outcome of the Shaping Future Dunedin Transport that will become a local road. So there's still a detailed business case and how the state highway networks work to finish, and the state highway could be moved to another street. So potentially there's changes to how St Andrew Street functions.
Right, so where would the traffic, because that's used a lot by people to get through to Port Chalmers,
This is
for
a degree,
example.
Councillor, this is a degree of detail that I think is unhelpful at this point.
Okay. Do you think, well, probably the people who use that street might be concerned and have that question, though, that's all.
This is a very... I'm not sure how many times this needs to be said, but these exist at a very high level. There are stages where the designs will be more refined and do concrete proposals at a block by block, intersection by intersection, and yes, car park by car park scale. But that work hasn't been done at this point, and so asking questions about how it might function is getting ahead of where the work is.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm having trouble reading my shorthand there. I have to go back to that one. Do you have... Okay, so with the waterfront, with the stuff around the harbour that you're looking at changing, it sounds like, and just correct me if I'm wrong, that we're proposing some of this work because we're concerned there'll be disruption with the hospital to the one way. Is that fair?
Correct.
Are there concerns that traffic, that those lanes may be halved or disrupted in some way? Like, what sort of effect are we expecting?
Decisions about the state highway, and this has been traversed and asked and answered already, but decisions around how the state highway function haven't been made and ultimately aren't ours to make.
Okay,
but the harbour arterial is a response to the expectation that there will be some disruption caused during the build period, and this is a method of trying to mitigate that disruption.
So during the build period, what sort of disruption do you expect?
Well, again, we don't know that level of detail because the construction methodology hasn't been put forward by the hospital build team.
Oh, okay. But we're certainly expecting perhaps it might be limited to a couple of lanes, or...
No, we're not.
No?
We're not anticipating anything at this point, Councillor.
The reason why I'm asking this question is that at the same time or a similar time, we're going to have new rules put on George Street that the council voted for that will put it to 10 kilometres and one lane. This is going to be at the same time that we have disruption along that one way. Do you have any concerns about how that's going to affect traffic?
Well, the harbour arterial is a mitigation to try and ease some of the traffic disruption that we expect to see during the construction of the hospital build and George Street. There'll be disruption while there's construction.
Yes. Okay. I mean, I drive around there most days. I'm not sure how that's going to help the disruption in George Street. Or
Are there further questions, Councillor?
Yes, I do. I have one more. Could I ask why we didn't have the detailed traffic modelling prior to doing this? Because this is our future traffic, it's for the future of our city and our traffic and transport in the city, and we haven't actually done the modelling yet, and that's not going to happen until about March or April.
We have done the modelling, just how the state highway network looks like 10 years from now hasn't been finalised, but all of these projects are no regrets projects. It doesn't matter how the state highway looks in 10 years, they will all benefit the projects.
Who said there are no regrets projects? Who said that? Is that something in council policy?
Councillor, Mr. Drew, the point he was trying to make is that the decisions that NZT or Waka Kotaki may make around the configuration of the state highway system ultimately don't have any direct bearing on the projects that we're being asked to consider here, and that these will benefit the transport network regardless of what happens with the state highway system.
So can I just clarify, with that answer, that's the first time I've ever heard that, are you saying that no matter what the modelling comes back at showing, even if it shows major congestion, we will still go ahead because we've got no regrets?
Well, that's a decision for council. But the harbour arterial route will, by improving the efficiency and providing another viable option into and or around the city, will help alleviate congestion on the state highway network.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Mr. Drew, one thing I didn't see in this report was, and I'm trying to recall the exact number, we had something with a growth of population of about 5,000 people. We had a growth in vehicles of about 3,500. Would that sort of be the right sort of number with new registrations as population increases around the city?
I'm not across the detail of the growth numbers.
Okay, and I recall probably early this year, we received a report on traffic journey times and how that had changed. Are we able to get that report again leading into January 20th meeting, or end of January's meeting?
If council asks for it, I think we could provide something.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Richard. I just want to ask a question on page 75 about paragraph 8 about the Shaping Future Dunedin Transport Program, and I noticed that it went out to public consultation in earlier this year, and I was wondering when the final program might be seen by the public.
So the final program?
Yeah, it just says the proposed implementation. We're sort of hinging a lot of this on the Shaping Future Dunedin Transport Program. Is this like a strategy or a plan or something that we'll see an end result of, or is it a continuing evolving thing?
The program business case, which makes up the Shaping Future Dunedin Transport Program, is due to be finished about March. That includes how the state highways may function in future. Does that answer your
Yeah, so that would be useful for when the 10-year plan goes out to consultation to understand everything we're looking at in context.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, and these projects make up part of that program.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Worship. In terms of the uninformed comment about what might happen in respect of the state highways during the hospital build, am I correct in assuming that part of the building consents in due course will be a full transport traffic management plan so that any avoidable disruption is managed appropriately?
Yeah, correct. As part of the build, they'll have to produce a traffic management plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move that we adjourn the meeting, seconded Councillor Gary, until 1 o'clock, seeing as it seemed we'd come to a natural end of questions for this paper, and discussion would likely go for some time. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? That's agreed. I'll see you back at 1. Option 1 on this paper has been moved by Councillor O'Malley. Is there a seconder? Seconded Councillor Walker. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor O'Malley?
Would you, Worship? I'm not sure what's going up. Are we going to, Councillor Raddick had asked for each component of each of the 6 to be voted for separately. Did we? Okay, very good. Okay. Before I get into the main part, I just want to touch on a couple of things that were brought up in the speech that are tangentially related. The Gordon Road congestion at Mosgiel is on State Highway 87, and that creates an issue in terms of who has the authority to address that, and it is outside the scope of today's meeting, but that is actually, believe it or not, an NZTA problem. I would note that NZTA does not have much allocated in the State Highway 1 improvements to go with this body of work that we're doing, and I'm a bit concerned about what their intentions might be there. There have been a couple of people noted with a certain amount of frustration as to what goes on in Connecting Dunedin, and that is why I have, and you would have noted at the last INSCOM meeting, had the minutes of that meeting lodged at the INSCOM meetings as an attempt to bring that information through as far as possible, and they were noted, they were at that last meeting. What we're looking at here is a Connecting Dunedin activity, is not the whole transport package. I want to clarify that as well, because that was a few people were mentioning backwards and forwards on that. And the terms of reference of Connecting Dunedin are the geographical area between the Botanic Gardens and the Oval, and the waterfront and the bottom of the hills. But it's also and then the communities that connect to that region. So that's why you'll see that the Mosgiel Park and Ride is in the Connecting Dunedin component, but the rest of the Mosgiel activity is not in this paper, because in fact it's outside the scope of what is in this paper. I think what we're seeing here is that up until recently, the Transport Department had largely confined itself to renewals, and there was not as much emphasis inside the department as recently as 4 years ago in terms of planning. So what we're seeing now is projects coming forward that reflect an actual activation of the integrated transport network plans that we've been putting in place for a long time. And these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 activities up there, Councillor Raddick has asked for them to be taken separately, and I'm happy to do that, but the reason I put them all up together is because this is integrated transport. Each of these speaks to each other, and not one component of the transport system can be pulled out and separated and said to be acting in a vacuum. And I think in many respects, some of the things that we've been dealing with in the past have been dealing with things one at a time and not looking at them holistically. But I'll take you through them very quickly. The Harbour Arterial is not just in response to the hospital rebuild, it is also an attempt to improve our placemaking environment by keeping the heavy traffic down by the waterfront. It will have a negative effect on us moving to the waterfront, but effectively it is not dependent on the hospital, it is its own activity. The Central City parking management, the idea is we start with that first and we see if we can use our current capacity efficiently. Let that play out first before you determine it isn't working. That's why we're not talking about parking buildings in this particular activity. It doesn't mean that in the next 20 years they've been taken off the table. Princess Street Bus Priority and Corridor Safety Plan, that links with the park and ride facilities at Mosgiel and Burnside, and I think Sunnyside was a good suggestion to be added to that. The idea is we know that 30,000 car movements are coming into the city every day from the south. We know roughly where they're coming from. They're coming primarily out of the Mosgiel corridor, and therefore we need to get people to want to come on another way. The Mosgiel bus is already well used, so we know the people in that area do want to use public transport. If we can get them onto the motorway and they come in on expresses, when they get into Princess Street, you want to be able to move them down Princess Street quickly too, so that public transport is in effect mass transit. It is not poor people buses. The Central Cycle and Pedestrian improvements, these are basically continuations of the existing programs we have right now. And again, if we're going to have an integrated transport system, we need to be able to have people give their mode choice. We can't say you can have this mode choice but not that mode choice. So, and every person on a bike, if you may think I've lost cars, every person on a bike is not a person in front of you in a car. Remember that. And if we're going to get them into the centre of town, where are they going to put their bikes? That's why the last one has to come in, because there's no point in having cycleways to lose your bike at the end. So I don't think these can be separated. I think and the reason that they're in this 10-year plan and weren't in the last 10-year plan is in fact that we've stepped up to the mark quite quickly, and I say well done to the Transport Department for actually thinking about this as a city and not just a town. This is a reflection of forward thinking in our Transport Department and good interactions with NZTA and ORC through the Shaping Dunedin Future Transport activity and Connecting Dunedin as an entity. And it's been important to have governance on Connecting Dunedin because we can actually see what's happening at the officer level. And I'm more than happy to talk to any councillors about what goes on in those meetings. And as I said, lodging the minutes from those meetings was the first step towards making sure that it's open and transparent as to what goes on in there. I hope everybody votes for each of these, yes on all of them, because I don't believe you can pull one out and leave the other 5 in good condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Councillor O'Malley for his efforts to try to make the information more available to the other councillors, and I really applaud you for that. Thank you. I think that's really good. And this is nothing against, because I applaud Councillor O'Malley on that. However, I do feel that probably, the 4 councillors who are on, I believe it's 4, correct me if I'm wrong, who are on the Connecting Dunedin will obviously know more than the rest of us because they're on that committee, and so be that. However, I have serious concerns about voting for this without having a workshop or something on it. So I know, for example, number 1, Harbour Arterial, like if I say yes to that today, I don't know what effect that will have on Joe Bloggs, who's driving along in their car and going through that area, because I go through that area often, most days, and I would hate to think that I voted for something that then disrupted their whole, way of moving around the city. Right presently, at the moment, our city is faced with, over the next 5 to 10 years, the most major traffic changes I have ever known in the history of our city. George Street is a major, and the hospital rebuild is going to affect it as well. And so we've got a lot of disruption. I have serious concerns about too much change on any of the roads, because where are we going to go? We're going to be so clogged up, and the whole city is going to be traffic jammed. And as Councillor Hall, who's not here at the moment, but as he mentioned earlier, like where we've got traffic just idling and congested, what that does is adds to our carbon emissions, and the council staff at the time admitted to that, and I think that's a serious concern. I have major issue, and I also acknowledge that apparently it is an NZTA part of their work to deal with Mosgiel. However, if you look at something and you've got a problem, and our problem as a city is we've got a lot of cars on the road, we're trying to reduce them to reduce our carbon emissions and all the rest. If we know that most of those cars come from Mosgiel and areas like that, why aren't we doing more and addressing that on here? I know we could say, oh, it's NZTA. To me, I'm sorry, I don't think that's acceptable. We have to put some sort of suggestions in here to say, then why don't we put in here, this is what we think NZTA should be doing, this is what we're going to lobby them for, this is what Mosgiel residents deserve. There's so many people from Mosgiel who come into the city, and that's a lot of cars. I personally think we need to target the people who are one person in a car who come in every day. They're the ones we want to get on a bus. Families, it's difficult. It's not even economically viable to get on a bus if you're a family, for start, who takes the dog? And you've got, kids and all the rest, and prams. It's not easy. And it's expensive, actually, when you've got a group of you all going in. The other thing that's come out of today, and it is the first time I have heard it, and I have to say it shocked me, is the no regrets policy. Now, I have never heard that before, and I am seriously concerned about this. This means, if I've understood this correctly, that even if we do modelling, because I've been asking, and other councillors have as well, for modelling for a long time now, to see, because we need to know what the modelling shows for the effects around our city. Now, we're voting today on the transport future shaping of Dunedin transport, yet we still haven't got detailed modelling. I just think that is That's crazy, absolutely crazy. And but then to be told today that there's no regrets. So if that modelling comes back and says, okay, well, it's going to, because of George Street going to 1 lane and 10 kilometres, because of the hospital build, because of these other things happening in the city, traffic's going to be seriously congested. But we've made that decision, we have no regrets about that. That is a major issue.
Point of order.
Yeah, I'll take the point of order. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Well, we're not making any such decision or any of the decisions that are being intimated or imagined. We are considering including these items, or one or more of them, for further report as part of our 10-year plan. So it's not accurate or honest to suggest the decisions are being made that the councillor is claiming.
Yeah, and I mean, further to that, I don't think it's a fair summary or paraphrasing of Mr. Drew's comments at the meeting, the way that, and as he pointed out, modelling has been done. And you asked him that question specifically, Councillor, and he said that for the projects that are being proposed for us, high-level modelling has been done as befitting the high level of the project at this point. The specific work that hadn't been done was relevant to the hospital, which isn't our work to do necessarily. So I'll uphold the point of order, Councillor. I don't think it's a fair summary of what we're being asked to decide, and indeed what staff have told us in speaking to the report.
It's certainly not a personal. I'm not raising an issue with Mr. Drew. I think he's excellent, and I've got no issue with what he's doing. But when I asked that question, that was
Councillor,
the example.
So at this point, you need to withdraw the comments that you've made in keeping with the ruling on the point of order.
Okay, well, I will withdraw those comments. So what I also have concerns about is that there's so much stuff here that I think I just have serious concerns about us making a decision today on these issues when we don't know the implications of them. And I think it is, crazy. I mean, we've got 30,000 people.
Point of order, Councillor Benson-Pope.
My point of order was that we are not making decisions on these issues. We are considering adding one or more of these for further report to next year's annual plan. Surely that's not difficult to grasp, and yet the councillor, despite having withdrawn the previous comments, has just repeated them.
I'll uphold the point of order that we're being asked to add things into the work program at this point, and there'll be plenty of opportunities for this work to be refined over time, as has been canvassed often before lunch.
Right. So what I will say in closing, because my time is getting cut off left, right and centre with, in my opinion, unnecessary objections that are unfair and unreasonable, is that the people of...
Councillor, anybody is free to raise points of order during the meeting. Those have been raised and have been upheld. And you've withdrawn them. I would advise you against your commentary on those decisions at this point.
That's fine. So what I will say is that once again, I think this is going to frustrate our residents of our city. I feel frustrated with it all. I don't think there's been proper and full consultation. I would like to see diagrams with pictures and to hear someone talk, and be able to ask them questions on where the cars will go, what will happen with the cars. We haven't had any of that. I mean, to ask us to vote on that, I think is unreasonable.
Of course, if anyone individually doesn't feel adequately informed to be able to make a decision, you can always abstain on the motion when it is put. Councillor Walker.
Gosh. Okay. Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks to the staff for this report. I know there's a lot of hard work has gone into putting that together, and everything is very clear to me on what we're voting on and what we're taking forward. And thank you, Councillor O'Malley. I mean, I fully support the motion for taking all 6 of these processes forward and to add them to the work programme, particularly in the context of wanting to see more meat on the bones, I guess, of each individual option. And I go back to a question that Councillor Lofiso asked earlier on. I think you described the question as dumb, and it certainly wasn't, because I was going to ask it also, because I was trying to get a cognition, I guess, of how everything fitted together, I guess in the context of not having meat on the bones. And I guess in my head, I see it now as a bit of a jigsaw, and if we put it together, eliminating one or two things, we're going to end up with an incomplete jigsaw. So I very much think, you know, as Councillor O'Malley says, this is the integrated nature of what we're doing here is fundamental. So cherry picking one or two and not taking these 6 forward, I think, would be remiss of us. I definitely urge you to take the 6 options, and obviously some of you feel that's not a necessary way to go, and that's your right, of course. I think all the options feed into providing much more transport choice and route options, of course, that ultimately will have benefits that accrue not only to cyclists and walkers and bus users, but I think in particular to car drivers and car users, actually. And I think if we do get this right, and we do create a system whereby true options do exist, that everybody will benefit. And I think top of that list will be car users. So that's why I support the 6 options going forward. Once again, Councillor O'Malley, thank you for moving it.
Sorry, I missed that last bit. Thank you for...
I wasn't thanking you, I was thanking Councillor O'Malley.
Well, that's right. And, well, I certainly don't think that this is for the benefit of car users, and quite the opposite. However, you know, well, car users are the majority of the road users of Dunedin, and the people use their cars to get into town. And, you know, such surveys as we have seen show about 3/4 of the people come in by car. However, I do support the move to decongest the city and encourage people to active in public transport. But not to the extent to which the survey that we had from Connected Dunedin, which was heavily biased towards, you know, active and public transport. And the people who did drive cars had very little opportunity, or with very few questions about their perspective and how they saw things. So consequently, I'm very enthusiastic on this list of proposals. The Harbour Arterial will serve to decongest that one-way system and get that heavy traffic over to the industrial area, which is probably a good deal of it's going there anyway. But making that route more clear and easy to transit for those trucks will be a very useful addition, and it's half funded, so that's very helpful. Similarly, Princess Street, you know, I transit Princess Street every day, and 4 lanes of traffic, you know, 2 in each direction. I would certainly agree with the safety improvements there, and one of the things I noticed, there is a single island outside the Salvation Army there, or just along from the Salvation Army, but it is not universally used, and people cross that street at any random place that suits, and so that does present quite a danger, I have observed myself. And similarly, the buses having a clear transit into town, that is the most popular bus route in Dunedin from St Clair to Normandy, so optimising that would be helpful for our public transport, and that will encourage people into public transport. And I think that is the way, pulling people into public transport by making it more attractive rather than pushing people. And similarly, having a central city bike hubs will be a really useful thing, so that people can safely store and recharge electric bikes. And I've seen such things working in Europe very well. And so that's an important addition to the range of facilities that we have in Dunedin. However, I'm not so sure about the central city parking. You know, a whole lot of signposting when only 22% of people, a decline from 22 to only 20% of people are satisfied with the inner city parking arrangements. People are already very well aware that there is insufficient parking for their perception of their needs, and I don't believe that some signs will change that. I'd sooner have $9 billion of unfunded work, which is going straight onto DCC debt. I'd sooner have that go into provision of additional parking. which would be, do far more, in my opinion, to alleviate the situation and improve the situation for car drivers, especially if it was on the periphery of town and it had a loop bus to get people into the city. Similarly, the central cycle and pedestrian changes, some of those, Albany Street is particularly useful, but I'm concerned about George Street. What is the plan there? And what we have seen in the past is an awful lot of parking taken away and then unused cycle lanes. So without detailed planning, I'm very loath to support that, because what we've seen in the past, where people have supported a general idea that sounds nice in theory, when it comes to the actual practice, we get faced with some diabolical change that the public of Dunedin really rail against. So I'm not prepared to support with that. And similarly, the park and ride from Mosgiel, typically there's quite a lot of evidence to show that park and ride is very difficult to get right. And I certainly don't think that having a park and ride at Burnside will do the trick. Possibly at Mosgiel, may well work. But just starting with an express bus and having a program that would ease people into it could be done. Whereas voting for a wholesale thing gives me grave concern. So I can support half of this, and what that would do, if everyone else was to agree with me, that would cut the $30 million of extra debt down to half. Thank you.
Councillor Venavis.
I was hoping to be able to support one of these projects on the basis that we do have severe parking issues and severe and getting worse transit time issues through the city. And I looked particularly for the harbour arterial efficiency improvements to do that. However, when you look at the scant detail that we have in front of us, and I notice that it's a very thin report, although it does have quite detailed budgets. The harbour arterial efficiency improvements doesn't quote 16 million, but it quotes 16.61. 0.01 of a million is, to me, a fairly detailed budget. Obviously, someone has a pretty good idea of what's going into it, but it ain't us. When you look at what is provided here, and there's only a few lines, it basically says that it's going to allow for planned alternative routes to and from port and as a central city bypass for general traffic. This is not the improvements to heavy traffic bypass that I'd hoped for. This is a bypass for general traffic, the kind of bypass you have in Ashburton, where nobody goes to the centre of the city there anymore. They all go down the bypass. To me, this is not an improvement in any sense of the word. It is basically a mode shift ideology way of getting cars out of not just George Street, but out of the whole centre of the city. So I can't vote for that particular $16 million, for which we have virtually no details. The next one, it's $9.5 million essentially for a software project to tell people where the car parks are that they don't seem to be able to see looking out their windows. The idea that we can use the existing parks more efficiently is a slight on Dunedin drivers who don't know where they want to park and where a park is actually available. Most of us know the town well enough to know where we can find a park and where we can't. $9.5 million for a software project that doesn't provide a single extra park could provide 271 brand new parks, even at the inflated cost of $35,000 per park. 271 car parks could be had for a software project. I'm aware of these software projects being used overseas, in a lot of European cities especially, and of the sometimes up to 5 stories deep underground car parks with signage that direct the millions of tourists to these massive car parking situations. We don't have anything like that here. We're never going to. It's completely unaffordable. To have a software project that directs people to non-existent thousands of car parks, to me, is a waste of money. The Princes Street Corridor Safety Plan. Certainly, there's a load of traffic that goes down Princes Street. But I've been keeping a fairly close eye, and I know of no fatalities there. No one's been able to give us any data on how much of a high risk it is. And if it is a high risk, do we really need to spend $6.6 million to give some pedestrians, some islands or whatever, some better crossing options? Better crossing options might be nice, but are they really necessary? And certainly, do we have to spend $6.61 million? Somebody obviously thinks we do, and they've obviously got quite a detailed budget to do it. Central cycle and pedestrian improvements. We have been having central cycle and pedestrian improvements for many years now, and many millions of dollars of them. And there's more lime scooters using them than there are cyclists. I routinely have to wait going south on the one-way street system to turn into St Andrew Street. I routinely have to wait there while non-existent cyclists have the right of way. Only once in the hundreds of times that I've used that right turn off the one-way street system was there ever a cyclist to wait for. And we've spent millions of dollars putting in all these new signs and all these new cycleways, when instead we simply should have
Councillor,
turned
as
the one race...
I was prepared to give you some latitude for your interpretation, but as you well know, the project on the state highway system is not a project of councils. So
I'm not saying it is a project of councils. I'm saying, referring to central cycle pedestrian involvements, I am saying... Have you got a point of order, Your Worship?
No, I'm interrupting you.
You are interrupting me, and I don't believe you have that right. I believe you're abusing your position doing it. Now, please let me get on with my 5 minutes.
Councillor Vandervis.
As I was saying, talking about the central cycle and pedestrian improvements, the central cycle and pedestrian improvements that we have to date, some of which have been funded by the NZTA and not by us.
I'm hearing the point of order.
The standing orders are quite clear, Mr Chairman, that speaking to the chairperson who's just ruled and commented to the speaker in that way is entirely unacceptable, and I think the councillor needs to apologise.
I will uphold the point of order, councillor. I was making a point of clarification as is entirely reasonable. And
I accept your point of clarification. We haven't paid for all of the NZTA central cycle pedestrian improvements that I was complaining of. However, I was giving them as an example of what hasn't worked and what's been a waste of money.
I'm upholding the point of order and will ask you to withdraw and apologise.
What do you want me to withdraw exactly?
The comments around we, by which you can fairly safely assume we mean the council, investing heavily in the separated cycle facility on the state highway system, which we played no part in.
I withdraw that. If that was your interpretation, I withdraw it absolutely. I'm very aware that NZDA paid for most of that.
Correct. You can carry on.
Thank you. Back to the central cycle and pedestrian improvements. Those improvements do not help with the by far vastly used mode of transport, which is cars. Cars are what are currently the most under threat mode of transport for the central city, in my view, and they are being basically made more difficult to be able to use in the central city. And this has been a process that's been going on for quite some time. Mayor Hawkins himself, a little earlier, said that the aim was to make to make it more attractive not to drive. By this, I understand that he means that they're going to make it even less attractive to drive than it is now, even less attractive in terms of difficulties of finding a car park, even less attractive in terms of having to slow down to 10 kilometres an hour or just stay stuck in the traffic jams, which we never used to have up until quite recently. So I can't vote for that either. The list of 6 is not actually a coherent list of interrelated projects. They are listed here on page 77 as a list of priorities. The Harbour Arterial was the top priority, and I agree had some merit, until I realised that actually it's not just to improve the heavy traffic flow through the city, it's basically in the guise of something that's going to eradicate cars from the central city. I can't vote for any of these. This is $53 million of ratepayers' money that is not going to give us one extra car park, that is not going to allow access to the central city by people in cars, that is not going to be any use to, I believe, the central city retailers, the people wanting to access the hospital, the people trying to get a park anywhere near the university, the commuters that actually keep this city functioning, the nurses at the hospital, the people that work for the university, the people that run the shops in town. All those commuters have already lost 150 car parks in Dunedin North because we put the free parking into paid parking, and these, some of these here promise to put even more of these car parks, which were potentially all-day car parks for commuters, into paid meter parking. We don't need more paid meter parking. We need more facilities for commuters to be able to access the city, and without the commuters accessing the city is bound to suffer. I can't vote for any of these, much as I would have liked to have voted for number 1, because of the underlying mode shift, ideology, and car phobia that is evident when you look at the scant detail in every single one of these. Please do not vote for any of this. It's a thin wedge.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to refocus the debate on page 29 of our agenda, and I want to quote from it. The DCC's involvement in the Shaping Future Dunedin Transport project provides a unique opportunity for the DCC to promote low emissions outcomes in the central business district. And we took part in that debate, and you all know what the vote was around the earlier debate around emissions and the carbon footprint. And we're about to decide on this unique opportunity to go forward to consult on it in the 10-year plan. We're not deciding today that we're going to do these things. I like to frame the car issue rather than calling it car phobia and using terms that are emotive and unhelpful. The way that I've always framed it is that it's important that we get people out of the cars who can, and allow people who can't get out of their cars more access to parking and so forth. And so there are many of our residents who are very keen to get out of their cars, and this is not a pushing them to, it's a wanting to have options in that regard. And I see these 6 options as being about cars and parking and buses and bikes, covers the whole gambit, addresses the concerns of all members around this table. And for me, the themes are connection, access, and safety. And I see it as a package, an integrated package, and I will be voting for each and every one of these 6 items because of that. The other comment I want to make is that I am not a transport engineer or a transport expert. That's not my profession. And I'm not aware of anyone around this table that is. But we have staff that we employ who provide us with advice and have been working extremely hard behind the scenes on the detail of this to present these options to us to go forward to then consult and get more detail on. There has been the traffic modelling going on. These were not picked out of the air in some random way, and we'll all have opinions about things that we think might work. But we are not transport engineers, and I want to acknowledge the expertise and the advice of our staff in this regard. And I want to thank Councillor O'Malley for the work that he does in this space as an elected member, and the other members of our council who are on that particular group of Connecting Dunedin. I'll be voting for this, and I urge you all to do so as a package, remembering our earlier debate and decision around zero carbon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. When I looked at this package in front of us, I also found it lacking in some detail, but actually telling us some of the story. And you start wanting to delve into some of this and work out, okay, how's the harbour arterial? 7.7 million required, 9.5 for the central city parking, Princess Street, etc. And in the report it talks to us about a spend of 53.17 million, and the DCC commitment to this spend would be 30.4 million. So really what we're discussing here is whether we support a 30.4 million spend, and yes, we get the funding from NZTE and at 51% on some of the projects, hence the difference between 53.17 million and 30.4 million. I struggle with some of the discussion, some of the key points that have been made by other councillors around the table. But really, I'm still struggling. What is our total picture? What is our total package? All this is going to, what do we want the city to look like in 2030 and 2040 and beyond? We've got a growing city. We've got more people arriving here, at least after COVID. I think we'll see a huge influx. So how are we going to get 140,000 people walking around or moving around the city in 2030? How are we going to get potentially 160,000 people moving around our city in 2040 or 2050? I don't see some of this covering that off, and that's what really worries me. We need a total roading, transport, mobility vision around the city. And in part of that, we need to have a lot more of the community with us and engaging with us, and I don't quite see that happening yet. And hopefully, if there's the work that's been identified here can do that. We talk about arterial routes and the transport system, but doesn't an inland port work hand in hand with that? There's other pieces of the puzzle that aren't quite mixing and managing through this report. I look at the concept of a bus hub or a bus ride and share, and you look at the locations and you go, wow, does that really make sense? I look at Peter Johnson Park, Sunnyvale and Victoria Car Park at Sinclair next to the ice stadium as three ideal locations. They're already there, they're already available to park. We look at 5,000 more people moved to the city in the last 3 years. They added over 3,000 vehicles to our roads. People have lives. They can't all hop on a bus, they can't all walk, and they can't all cycle. We have to look at a city that is going to move. So I will support something that will assist movability around the city and transportation through the city. So it's a bit of a quandary trying to work out how do we spend when we look at this and say $30.4 million is on the table. And yes, it's going to go through the long-term plan. This is about shaping the future of Dunedin, not just the transport program, but shaping the whole city.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I'm responding to Councillor Wiley is that COVID has actually taken 5,000 people and their associated transport out of the picture per day by removing our visitors, which will take a long time to put back. So it would be interesting to actually see what the overall numbers do look like. I also want to refer, as I often do, to strategy. We've got a 2013 transport strategy, which obviously will need updating. However, I do support these motions going forward. When we look at the options and we look at the advantages, we've got advantages of reduced disruption during the construction of the new Dunedin Hospital, improved safety and accessibility, contributing to carbon zero Council's carbon zero goals, contributing to central government priorities, safe, accessible and low carbon transport options, a commitment to the Connecting Dunedin partnership, it's doing it now, or basically reduce the capital investment required, and does not preclude the DCC from progressing these projects in the future. It also fulfills some of our strategic objectives, and as Councillor O'Malley mentioned, is that we were just working on renewals previously, and now this is about activation of our transport to create an integrated transport system. So I do support these 6 measures going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I'd also like to add to Councillor Walker's thanks to the staff for doing anticipating the mahi that we need to do as governors. And I'd also like to add to Councillor Gary's thanks to the mover, and Councillor Walker's. Thank you, Councillor O'Malley, for moving this, and also having a coherent handle over this and the wider work that we need to do. I'm going to be supporting, during the discussion I'd already decided that I'd be supporting this all 6, because to my mind you cannot declare a third, a quarter or a half a climate change emergency. So to me this aligns with everything else that we have to do. And I would just make comments that in terms of numbers, and most of the public prefer this, or most of the public prefer that. The thing is, as I've said before, when we are concerned about responses that we get, we have to talk about the voting public, and then there's a whole lot of people that don't vote, or don't even, the work that we here do doesn't even cross their minds, because they're too busy trying to survive. I'd also make the comment that in terms of democracy, it's always going to be the way it's set up. It's numbers rule. But we have to take account of those people that don't vote and don't respond and don't engage. We still have to take their interests into account. So that's why I'm going to be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
I'd say I note point B in the motion, and that is that the timing of these projects to be included will be considered alongside the total capital budget presented in January 2021 meeting for approval. So there is opportunity for us to have a bigger debate on this issue at that time. And I asked a number of questions at the start, and that is, yes, there isn't a lot of detail in this paper, and also I think for those who aren't on the Shaping Futures and Connecting Dunedin work streams, we have a lesser understanding of the bigger picture of what this is. So it will be great to see more detailed reports coming to us about this action plan. And these kind of action plans are to do with looking at all modes and improving our systems. And so I'm quite happy with the direction of it, but I really do believe that the community and we as councillors need more information and detail about the actual projects as they go forward. And I'm pleased that that's going to happen. I also believe that given that the Labor government has indicated a climate change emergency like ourselves, that in fact there could be, and I'm not guaranteeing it, I would hope that I would see some will from central government about, for example, funding buses more, for example, investing more in some of the mode shift opportunities and even bike hubs. Because in fact, if they're true to their climate change commitment, I would like to see that happen. So that's only a hope, but I can support these 6 only because, in fact, we get to see more detail as we come to the plan, because, in fact, I really feel like there, again, because it's a global and overall look at these things, less detail on it. So, and we need to inform our community and consult with our community, and we need to really know the background and more detail related to these subjects.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's been said already, but I'd just like to repeat it because it's important. Today, we are not approving these projects. All we are doing is putting them into the mix for our draft long-term plan. And by doing that, we will enable the residents of the city to have a voice and tell us what they think about the projects, and from there we can decide whether to include them in the final plan. And I think that's important, because if we don't put them in, the public don't get a voice. And personally, I think these projects are quite valuable for the city. They're not being proposed to frustrate car drivers. Rather, they are designed, in the most part, to increase the network's efficiency. Drivers should say, hurrah. They'll encourage the use of what will be, undoubtedly, an improved public transport system. Again, removing cars from the road and making it easier for the drivers who still wish to drive their car to drive and find a park. And even more, they're designed to encourage other forms of active transport, like cycling and walking. Well, the result of that will also be less cars on the road, easier for those that don't want to give up their car to drive and find a park. And yes, they're going to add some 30 million. If we put them all in, at the end of the day, they'll put $30 million into the capital spend for our long-term plan, roughly. $3 million a year. And that isn't a big sum of money when you consider that the benefit of these is a reduced carbon footprint, something that I believe most of us around this table want to see achieved. So I'll be supporting them, as a set.
Further speakers? It has been mentioned on more than one occasion our central government has declared a climate emergency, and that hopefully they will spring into life and support that declaration with a degree of enthusiasm at a policy level. But I do hope that the starting point for central government in responding to the declaration of climate emergency isn't not one more car park, because that is exactly the cognitive dissonance that we are being asked here to accept. In an earlier debate, which has been mentioned, Councillor Houlihan applauded the bravery of the previous council in declaring a climate emergency, and yet here we have a high-level package of options dealing with how to manage a transport network in a way that befits a climate emergency, and you would think the apocalypse was impending. And because you cannot have both. We cannot pretend that everything can continue in the vein that it has since the Industrial Revolution, at the same time as trying to radically transform and decarbonise our economy. Those two things don't sit side by side. People have mentioned that this report is lacking. Well, the only thing this report is lacking in my mind is ambition. Because this list, even if they all get designed and implemented, isn't going to solve the transport network that we need in the 21st century. And I take heart from the knowledge that this isn't the sum total of projects that are being designed and proposed through the transport network, and that more of that will come through in January. And Councillor Wiley said we need a total transport vision for the city. Thankfully, we have one. We have an integrated transport strategy. Yes, it is from 2013, but I would argue that the fundamentals are still sound. If anything, it is more urgent now than it was when we drafted it in 2013, because in that context, we didn't have a growing population, and we didn't have a growing number of people that needed to get around the city in the way that we have done in the last few years. And, you know, I was at a meeting late last year. There was someone who was very frustrated with the way that we were planning and designing the transport network, and they said, it is great that the city is growing, but we want everything to stay exactly the same. And you cannot have both. It can't stay the same, not just in terms of the sheer volume of people that you're working through this system, but it can't stay the same because we need to radically rethink how we get around the city and how we get around the country and the world, if necessary, if we're to give ourselves a fighting chance of a safer climate future. And I find it extraordinary, actually, to have councillors sitting around the table who at times seem singularly occupied with the concern around city centre parking and the concern around using data and modelling, then turn around and argue against investing money and how we might better and more efficiently use the asset that we all own in terms of the roading corridor in the city centre, lest the answer that comes back isn't the one that people might have preconceived. And I would love to have Councillor Van der Vis's omnipresence to know that when I leave the house, I know we're not just where all the car parks are, but which ones are currently occupied. That would be an incredible skill if you could monetise it. And the idea that we don't need, as Councillor Van der Vis said, we don't need more paid parking. What we need is more opportunities for commuter parking. So if it's not paid parking, one assumes that it will be free parking for commuters. And again, unless you're playing a game of Monopoly, there is no such thing as free parking, because you are surrendering the revenue in terms of the parking asset, but also the opportunity cost of using that for other purposes. And just, I mean, the final point I wanted to make was around the idea, as Councillor Raddick raised, that the decisions that we make should favour the majority under the current, in terms of how people get around the city. And that's not how you make decisions. If we made decisions about how we design buildings based on what the majority of users' needs would be, we wouldn't have ramps, we wouldn't have elevators to get people around buildings. We make decisions based on areas of need, and sometimes they suit the majority of the population, but other times that we don't. But in the situations where they don't, it is an abrogation of our duty to serve the entirety of our community to suggest that they should be forgotten about because they don't. There aren't enough of them for us to worry about and for us to influence our decision making. So fully support this. I agree that trying to pick individual bits out of this would be folly at this point, but would certainly encourage staff in terms of how we think about the wider transport network to be as ambitious as possible and let us have the debate around what we want to see over the next 10 years in terms of the city's transport network. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I will remind everybody too that Part B points out that this is actually going up for consultation after we decide this. I also remind everybody again that this is also not the total transport package. So things like inland ports are on the table to be considered. And we are cognizant of the fact of what is the issue out at Mosgiel, and that is the reason that the park and ride is sitting there. It is inside our purvey to do something about that. I can see that there is some frustration at the dissemination of information that's come out of Connecting Dunedin, and I agree with that. And in fact, it was that frustration that I had while on the Regional Transport Committee that Trevor Kempton and I got the governance on that committee in the first place. I think we'll keep working at making sure that that information is transmitted out to the councillors so that you feel that you're receiving these reports with enough knowledge to make a good decision. I am, though, concerned about the tone of the debate that this gets into, because there are 6 points up here. Now, 2 of the 6, point 1 and 2, are there to actually help cars. Right? They're there. I don't understand, Councillor Van der Vis, your lack of understanding that if you make the harbour arterial more efficient, it is not helping cars. I can't understand how that would be not helping cars. Making it more efficient, the word is efficient up there. How is that not helping cars? That's rhetorical, I'm not actually looking for an answer. Now, central city parking management, that is intended to get cars to a place where they can stop. Okay, so that is to help cars. Now, 2 are designed to support shift of mode. Part 3 and Part 5, getting people to go into a bus and not need a car because they're commuters who need to be able to leave a vehicle in a safe place all day, and we're suggesting that maybe they want to go and park 400 cars out at Mosgiel and come in by bus instead of putting 400 cars in the centre of town, which will help those who want to stay in their cars and drive into the centre of town with less cars in front of them. One of them is essentially neutral unless you consider bike parks to be actually some sort of heinous thing. So the reality of it is, people are getting very upset because we've mentioned that filthy pair of words together, bike lanes. And because we've mentioned bike lanes in one of these things, it has dominated the conversation. Likewise, this is only part of the Connecting Dunedin activities. State Highway 1 and George Street are not on this, but they circulate around like a ghost from a Shakespeare play. They're rattling the argument from the background, and they're not even what we're talking about here today. This is a consultation, what will go in the consultation documents. This is asking the staff to go back and give us more information on those. They will come back in January. We'll look at it again. Please focus on what is in front of you, and also focus on the fact that we want to make this a progressive city. I don't want to make this a regressive city. Anybody can just say, let's keep it the same way as it always has been. That's what you call a conservative. I'm not a conservative. I plead, vote all 6 through for consultation, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And it'll probably take us most of the way to the end of the day to take all of these sub-clauses by division, but I feel like that's where we're going, so we might as well. No, Councillor Reddick has asked for each individual sub-clause to be taken separately, so that's what we'll do.
So by one. Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder. Aye. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. No. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord. Aye. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Reddick. Aye. Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship. The motion is carried 12-2.
A, Romans 2.
Okay. Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder. Aye. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. No. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Reddick.
No.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship. Carried 11-3.
A, Romans 3. This is 3 plus priority corridor safety plan.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Elder. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Reddick. Councillor Staines. Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship. Carried 13-1.
A, Romans 4. Central cycle and pedestrian improvements.
Okay. Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Did you say sorry? Aye. Okay, just checking. Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder. Aye. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. No. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick. Councillor Staines. Councillor Vandervis. Councillor Walker. Councillor Wiley. Your Worship. Carried 11-3.
Councillor Hall, we're slowly working our way through this list in front of you. We're up to A Romans 5, Park and Ride Facilities.
So, Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Elder. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Fiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick. Councillor Staines. Councillor Vandervis. Councillor Walker. Councillor Wiley. Your Worship. So that's carried 13-2.
A Romans 6.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Elder. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick. Councillor Staines. Councillor Vandervis. Councillor Walker. Councillor Wiley. Your Worship. So that's carried 14, 1 against.
Thank you. B, I'll put all those in favour.
Aye.
Those against. That's agreed. Sorry, that's agreed. Sorry, I wasn't using my microphone. Moving on to the simpler things. Items. Sorry, I'm ahead of myself. I jumped straight to public toilets review. Sorry. Item 8 is the City to Waterfront Bridge connection update. Ms. Pinfold and Ms. Benson. Welcome. Nothing further to add at this point. Thank you for turning your phone on mute. I appreciate that. Unless you're recording us. We've got people to do that for you.
Nothing
right.
to add.
Questions? Councillor Barker.
I just have a question around the costs of the bridge. When the business case costed the architectural bridge at 19.5 million and the 12.75 million for a basic bridge connection. Can you just remind me around the date of that and whether there might have been some inflation to add to those figures?
The business case was completed in May 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question in respect of your paragraph 2 in the executive summary, which talks about the work with mana whenua and other stakeholders. Can I be sure, given the substantial IP that was gifted to the city by the designer, by the architect, that he will be involved in those discussions at some level in terms of where we go from here?
We're still working through the process of how that'll work, but yes, I think we can confirm that Damien van Brandenburg, Architecture van Brandenburg, will have input to the process.
That's fine. That's all I wanted. Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a question. If we went right back to the drawing board and we're looking at this from scratch, what would the normal process be for doing something like this, like assessing, etc., for where a bridge should be and costing and tendering and all that? What would the normal process be?
So normally the process would be that we'd go through the kind of indicative design. You'd have a look at your route options, and we did in this case. and, you know, whether it was the constructability of the bridge, and then it would just go through that normal kind of detailed design process to get to a preferred option.
Okay.
Is that your question?
Yeah,
Councillor
it's
Elder?
kind of. So you would also you consult with everybody about.
Yes, definitely. So you get a series of potentially constructible options, and then go and consult with the public about those options.
So would that be the process we're looking at here? I'm just not clear.
We'll be reviewing the business case, so resetting to, I suppose, reconfirm the objectives and the problems that we defined through the business case that Ms Benson's referred to. So it's just, I guess it's a reset to make sure that the project is still fit for purpose.
Yes. Yes.
So it's still following the business case process. It's just a pause, as we did with the George Street process.
And councillors will also be aware that the recommendation in the paper is that staff will work with other stakeholders and bring a report back to the meeting in May. So that, just for restating, that's the decision we're being asked to make. Do you have further questions, councillor?
Oh, I was just wanting to go back to the process, that was all, and clarify it. That's
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, probably slightly asking similar to Councillor Elder, but I'm just a wee bit confused because of Councillor Benson Pope's question around the architect. Does that mean that we'll only look to one architect, or will we open that up to tenders for, you know, a lot of architects to come forward and give pricing?
I think at this stage we're being asked for endorsement to review where the process is at, with a report coming back in May. So that's what staff are asking for it, because a decision was made in our last long-term plan. So it's come back to this group to ask if we're comfortable with reviewing where the work is at, and that will come back in May for us to be able to make. To have
I
a more
think this is a
substantive
valid
discussion.
question given what Councillor Benson Pope asked.
I can answer it, that would help.
Have a go.
So what we will do is work with the variety of stakeholders, mana whenua in particular, because it's a really important conversation that maybe we didn't have as well as we might have, and at the same time work with the architect of the original bridge, and then bring something back to council. But there will be no decisions made about what the nature of the bridge will be or who the architect is until we've done that further work.
So does that mean we won't work with other architects at this stage?
We're talking just broadly about whether or not the bridge idea and concept is still a valid one, and whether or not we got our consultation right when we did it the first time.
Okay, thank you. So where the bridge, am I correct in saying the bridge will come out somewhere around Queen's Garden if it went ahead? Is that the case?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right.
It will come out nearer the Chinese garden, so it won't cross the one-way system.
Yeah.
So
right.
it'll be beside Lane 1 and the retail area, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so, and that'll be for not cars, is that correct? It'll just be for bikes and people?
It's a pedestrian and cycling bridge at the moment, but, you know, we still are going through those details.
Yeah, so bikes, if they're coming off that, would go onto the footpath, or where will they go on? Because that goes on.
Councillor, I feel like this is a level of detail that is probably not particularly constructive for the purposes of this debate. Well, staff, we have a report in front of us from staff asking for our endorsement to go back and look at the project and bring a report back in May. The landing points and where a cyclist may then go once they get to that landing point is I would argue, a degree of detail that is not necessary at this point.
Okay, well, what sort of foot traffic have we got in that area that would access that bridge, do we know?
Look, I think while we can provide that information, I'm not sure if it's in here. That's a level of detail that we haven't got to hand, so we can provide it afterwards.
The only reason why I asked that is that it doesn't seem to be an area that is really heavily populated with walkers. That's all, just my observation. But
the question, councillor, is we have a resolution on the council books that we consulted on last time with the long-term plan to build the architectural bridge. Staff are asking that we have an opportunity to re-engage with our stakeholders and bring a report to check whether there's still council support for that bridge. That's the nature of the decision here today.
How much is the report going to cost? Does anyone know?
Staff will do the work, so it will be
right.
probably the staff sitting in front of you there.
Oh, that's fine. Wonderful, thank you.
Their time is worthwhile, though.
Of course their time is worthy.
The sooner they can get back to it, exactly. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is around item 9, somewhat, page 88, which is following that resolution back on the 25th, no, I'm looking at the resolution that's noted on page 88, and it was found that it was not possible to progress consenting without undertaking significant and costly technical work. How quickly did that become evident? And you might not remember it, it's fine if that's the case.
In terms of time, I can't necessarily recall, but it was because there was costly technical work that underpinned the consenting. It wasn't possible to disentangle those two.
And so was that technical work around the wharves or the building platform, or both? What was it in relation to?
Both, as I recall. Both.
And has there been much degradation of those two since in that time period?
So we haven't progressed those since.
No, I realise that, but I just wondered.
We don't have that detail.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to move the recommendation, Mr. Chair, and then.
It's empirically not the case, but I can add your name, Councillor Lord.
You ignored me. I waved to you and you waved back. I'm hurt. This is probably a question for the Chief, but mindful of whoever wants to answer it. But in view of the fact that that this was all planned in conjunction with obviously some funding which we would redevelop the waterfront, is one of the options that potentially we may do away with the idea completely, and not because we didn't do it properly last time, but because things have patently changed. The other question is, would there ever be also a thought that we could do something less grandiose in design, and I don't mean grandiose like it's a bad thing, but less of a statement, but more of a practical thing that perhaps went right from the foot of Bell Hill, is it Bell Hill where the church is? From right over there, right across two motorways, cross Queen's Garden and landing in the same place. Is there ever a possibility that we could do something like that for similar money but of lesser fancy design?
There was a two-part question. The second part, I have no ability to provide an answer, and I suspect no one here does. The first part of the question was, is no bridge an option? Well, then potentially, yes, we will look at the underlying assumptions about why the bridge was going there in the first place, given that the waterfront development, the broader waterfront, is on hold, and then bring it back to council and you'll make a decision if you do want to put that accessway in or not.
So have we ever had any offers of external funding for this bridge?
So part of it was always going to be funded by NZTA, up to between $5 and $6 million, if I'm right. Yeah, they're nodding. So,
right. So, and in light of the COVID and the fact that things have slowed right down on the waterfront development, and the majority of annual plan submissions on the project were that they wanted to save the money, and if we would it be appropriate to have an alternate suggestion in there that we mothball it at this point?
The report that comes to council in May will have options, because staff will have had time to do a reset, and there'll be options. One of those will be, I'd imagine, without predetermining it, not to proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether this is a question for the Chief or for staff. I'm just wondering, because I mean, we certainly know quite a bit about this project, and I'm wondering why we need to do a further report, because my understanding was that we put it on hold because of COVID and we thought it was quite a lot of money to spend in a COVID year. That was my understanding on that vote, and I agreed. Well, that was why we voted that way, was my understanding.
That's not a question for staff.
Well, my question is, what's the staff or someone who's brought this report to it, this suggestion to us, this motion? I'm just wondering, why do we need a further report? Like, can't we just, see what I mean?
If I can, and if I draw your attention to the paragraph 8 in the officer's report, what we withdrew from was the PGF process, which was the wider waterfront vision. The bridge was separate from that, and we consulted on it directly as part of the last 10-year plan. And so that resolution didn't withdraw you from the bridge. So that is still in the document, and it's still something we've consulted with the community about. That's why we just thought it prudent to do a reset and check whether or not Council wish to proceed with the bridge now.
So just wondering, is it possible that we just get asked if we want to continue? You know what I mean? What more do we need to know about it? Like, we know the project quite well.
That's entirely up for you, but staff's advice is that we would like to do a little bit, we'd like to reconnect with our stakeholders, notably mana whenua, who I think we maybe didn't engage with as well as we might at the start, in terms of and we didn't understand fully the significance of the landing areas of the bridge to mana whenua. So now we would like to do that. We can bring it back, and then Council will have full information on which to make that decision.
Thank you.
And Councillor Elder?
Just to follow up, at the moment we've got 2 footbridges, one being on the bridge over by, I've forgotten, by the steamer base, further along from the steamer basin. Then we've got a footbridge pretty much by the railway station. So there appears to be 2 footbridges within that area, but no cycling connection. And so will there be an assessment looking at all the current infrastructure within the wharf area around cycling as to where best to place it? Because I have had people come to me with safety concerns around that whole infrastructure in that area. So will there be a reassessment of exactly where it takes off and where it lands, and the safety aspects of that? Because definitely I have had feedback about that.
That'll most definitely be in our next steps. Yep.
In order to reassess the project, we need to give staff the permission to reassess the project. Councillor Raddick.
Yes, just a further question. Given that there's mana whenua very much involved in reviewing the project, is it appropriate to suggest that they be offered the possibility to redesign the bridge in their own way if they should desire to do so?
I wouldn't want to predetermine any outcomes of the engagement, but we'll have a discussion with them and then bring back whatever we think the best advice is to Council.
That's right.
In May.
The purpose of my question is to take out the predetermination of that we were offered this design, but given that there's a hint here that there wasn't, the consultation could have been better, that would be better for those people, for the mana whenua, to have a blank slate as they approach it, is all I'm suggesting.
Any further questions? It's been moved by Councillor Benson Pope and seconded by Councillor Walker. I'd like to speak to it.
Excuse me, thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to thank the staff for the report, which does traverse where we got to, and I like, before she escapes, to pay a particular tribute to Ms Pinfold for the extraordinary amount of work that she's done over an extended period around this project. Some of it councillors have seen, but a great deal not, and I'm sure it's caused her stress, grief and plenty of angst. So I'm pleased that is back with us. I think we'd probably all acknowledge that while the stars were at the time we had this money budgeted for the bridge aligned, and we had two other parties involved with major development which would have caused this area of our city to explode with development, that for the same reasons that we displayed appropriate caution, not cowardice, but caution, not attrition and budget slashing, but caution. The other parties did the same. One did a runner, and the university displayed similar caution in terms of fundraising for a major iconic project in the area. I think it's inevitable, and I'd be surprised if anyone disagreed, that our waterfront will be taken advantage of, just as Auckland has taken advantage of its wonderful interface with the harbour, and just as Wellington have developed an extraordinary recreational and social resource around the edges of the harbour. We're very fortunate that the operational side of the Port Otago operation has shifted its focus, and also fortunate that, don't forget, Port Otago have gifted the site to the university on that side of on the western side of the steamer basin. Also worth mentioning for those interested in the history that the Cross Wharf was a gift to the city from our own regional council, often maligned in this environment, on the occasion of the city's sesquicentennial celebration. So we've got the regional council put their toe in the water. Probably have to raise that toe a bit, given the issues around sea level rise, but the potential remains there for lots of areas of our waterfront to be taken advantage of. I hope this report comes back with options that council will support to provide the catalyst that will help open up that area. If it doesn't, so be it, but that's a debate for another day. And just let me repeat my gratitude to staff for having this back on the table and presumably enabling our community to have further input around this. I'd also remind councillors that in a previous annual plan, it was the residents of the city who asked us to build the architecturally designed, more expensive of the two bridge options that were on the table at the time.
Yep, I'll be truly brief. I think Councillor Benson-Pope's pretty much said everything that needs to be said, but I think it really is important to reiterate and echo his thanks towards Ms Pinfold in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the marketing for this project was excellent, and I think what was so good about it was that there was modelling, that people could see and visualise what they wanted with it. And I want to also thank you, Councillor Benson-Pope, actually, for the work he did, because I know he's been working behind the scenes and done tirelessly on this project, along with Mr Penfold, and I think it's credit to both of you that it's, obviously it's not happening right now, but that we had such a good model and marketing around that, and I think a lot of people knew about the project and, as I said before, could visualise it, which is awesome. I think there's no doubt that one day our harbour will be, will be bustling and an asset, and it's already an asset, but something like this would be amazing in certain different forms. So it'll be interesting to see this report. However, I do have concerns if it happens straight away because of restraints on budget. But, one day I'd love to see something there.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess if there was a huge sadness around projects that didn't happen because of COVID, this would be the one for me. My heart sank at something that was visionary and creative and iconic, that we would have to press the pause button. However, I know that with the harbour being the jewel in the crown of our city, and that we've put some things in place to protect that land around it, and if there's something we achieved in all of this, that was really important. I too want to thank Councillor Benson Pope for his tireless commitment and passion, and Ms Pinfold for her incredible work with stakeholders around this. It was truly a great project, and I want to also be gracious and extend thanks to Mr Van Brandenburg and Mr Ian Taylor for his visuals, which help people understand the possibilities that we were talking about. I truly believe that this project's time will come in some form or another, and I look forward to the options that staff will present us with in a report.
Thank you, Worship. Councillor Hulleen asked previously about how many people walk in that area, and I just note that this is part of our identified in the 2011 Central City Plan as a heritage, cultural and entertainment area. And there we've got Toitu, we've got the Chinese Garden, can't read my writing so I don't know what RS stands for, but it must be important, and also the Farmers Market, which often has around 10,000 people going there. Railway station, that's it, thank you. Sorry. So it is a very important area for us, and it's as noted in the 2011 Central City Plan, the development of a bridge or other crossing between the Central City and Steamer Basin will expand use of the area, and this is talking about how the Central City's congested, and as we've grown more congested, division that Councillor Wiley was talking about earlier, and actually getting us down to the waterfront. We've been talking about it for a long time. While I had concerns about the amount for the architectural bridge at 19.5, I am feeling relieved, I guess, that there will be some other options coming back to Council, so I look forward to the report in May.
This was an inspirational vision or project, and I believe our harbour side and our harbour is an inspiration in itself. The peninsula connection, the harbour side connection to Port Chalmers will activate this space a lot more. And so I believe this review is a good thing. I think we're all disappointed that this project didn't eventuate, and the need to review this is really important, particularly in light of some of the concerns I have from cyclists about the safety of that area. We have 2 walking bridges, but that cycle connection, especially with the finishing of the peninsula and harbourside cycleways, is really important. So I welcome this review, and I also thank David Benson Pope, Nicola Pinfold and others for the inspiration around this project, and I think its time will come. It's an inspirational place, and more and more people will go there.
Yes, I think Councillor Benson Pope and Ms Pinfold have done an awful lot of work on this, a wonderful amount of work on this, and it did capture the imagination of a great many people in Dunedin. However, you know, with COVID and everything, then now there is nothing there for it. So, and with the additional expenses that we've got coming into our long-term plan, it's be quite good to shuffle that 20 million along a bit as the project gets reviewed and waits till there's something suitable on the other side of that bridge for a destination, because there are a lot of things on this side of the bridge for destinations for people coming from over there who might choose to live there. And one of the things that would add to the attractiveness of building accommodation on the other side of that bridge, on the harbour side of that bridge, would be a loop bus that would go right past the door and enable full access to the university and all around that inner city rectangle. So hopefully we can get those all coordinated. Thank you.
The councillor's interest in repetition is noted. Councillor Vandervis.
The sadness noted around the table and the hope that it will somehow happen in the future is something that I think most of us feel. What I don't think we acknowledge sufficiently is that nature has given us the best natural harbour in the South Island, and that for decades we and the ORC have failed to develop it. The ORC are even talking about selling Port Otago now, recognising that they're not really up to that challenge. Our best natural harbour in the South Island should by now already have been developed for both community and for commerce. There has been a fabulous vision provided for us in Taylor and Brandenburg, and it's one of a number of visions which should, and I believe one day may still happen for Otago Harbour. But we've left our run late. We now have a situation where, because of the increase in shipping sizes, we're going to have one major port in the South Island, and it should be us, and it's not going to be. The waterfront development ball, I believe, was dropped well before COVID. Blaming COVID is not historically correct as I read it. What could have made it happen was the $100 million that we hoped to get from the Provincial Growth Fund. Because what's standing in the way of our harbour development is kilometres of rotting wharf that are going to take that amount of cash to deal with before we can then develop the rest of the harbour. It's the 100 million that we need to deal with a rotting wharf that has been the stumbling block, and without the Provincial Growth Fund and because of the indebtedness of the DCC, we are just unable to get past that hurdle. The proposal in front of us that we continue to work and ensure that stakeholders get to review the scope of the project and ensure that it meets broader aspirations for the city, including mana whenua cultural values. To me, this is a little bit late after the horse has bolted, and I quite frankly don't see any value in doing it, since we simply can't go ahead with this project as things are anyway. There's no point in building a bridge if all you've got is kilometres of rotting wharf to go to with it. The whole idea that we could develop our best natural harbour seems to be a dream that has faded. And to me, that's one of the more sorrowful fadings that I've seen in all my time on council. I can't vote for this particular recommendation because to me it's just to throw a bit more good money after bad. What we need to do is we need to have a whole different approach, both ORC and DCC, to Otago Harbour. We need to recognise its incredible intrinsic value. It is the safest, largest natural harbour anywhere in the South Island. It should be the major port for commerce, and it should be by far the best harbourside development in the country. Better than Wellington and better than Auckland, because it's the land and the topography is all there waiting for it. I note that Wellington and Auckland in particular have had enormous amounts of government money thrown at development of their harbours. We got offered 19 million in the end with so many conditions we couldn't accept it. This is the terrible price that we have paid for not having marginal seats here. All the money's gone to Auckland, all the money's gone to Wellington, Tauranga. They're going to throw some at Northland now. Dunedin misses out basically because the politics don't rate this area. It's very sad. Thank you.
With missing out on the differential growth fund, $100 million, we actually created ourselves a bigger problem than we realise. Because now, rather than one company owning all the wharves, we've got the University of Otago own a portion of it, and Port Otago own the other portion. University have come forward and says they will not be spending any money down there unless somebody builds and donates the money for them to build. So therefore, to get anything done that harbour, instead of going to one company and saying, hey, you know, something has to be done here, we have to get the two to align to get it done properly. And that will be a major problem for the city, to get anything done, having to deal with both of them.
Just one small anecdote, and I want to thank Councillor Elder for the concern that she stated twice about safety in accessing that area, because we recently nearly lost an Environment Court mediator who made the mistake of trying to walk from his hotel nearby across the road bridge to get down the ramp adjacent to Plato's. It is very dangerous, and we do need to do something about good, safe access into that area, and I'm sure this report will give us the bones of where we proceed in future.
Councillor Barker?
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope?
Aye.
Councillor Elder? Yes. Councillor Gary?
Aye.
Councillor Hall? Councillor Houlihan? Councillor Lafiso? Councillor Lord? Aye. Councillor O'Malley?
Aye.
Councillor Raddick? Aye. Councillor Staines? Aye. Councillor Van der Vis? No. Councillor Walker? Aye. Councillor Wiley? Yes. Your Worship? Aye. The motion's carried 14-1.
Thank you. Item 9, public toilets review. I don't need a break, no. The jokes write themselves, don't they? Mr. West, oh, Mr. Bainbridge Zafar, a treat. And with that dramatic flourish, should have asked unless people needed a gym. I'm happy to. Sorry, I should ask. It's been noted in earlier meetings. You happy to take questions?
Yep.
Most excellent. Are there any? Oh yes, here we are. I'll take you, Councillor Barker.
I'm just curious about the numbers in the matrix. What's it out of? It says that the higher they are, the better they are. Is it out of 100, or have they been rated from 1 to 10 and then multiplied out, or how does that work?
Yes, it's called.
It says the toilet decision-making matrix.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
I'll have to get back to you on how that matrix is scored.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Oh gosh, I shall try and avoid puns. Yeah, a couple of questions in the main part of the report. So just to clarify and confirm, in actuality, we'll be getting 2 changing places, bathrooms, because there'll be one going into. Yep, I think that's.
Yeah, so I think the idea was to take advantage of the South Dunedin development and put one in as we were building it.
Okay, and my second question relates to, I guess, the future growth. So item number 30 on page 97. If I've got my arithmetic correctly, we're budgeting over the 10 years for 19 new toilets. That's right, isn't it? But point 30 says that actually to maintain the ratio, we'd only need 6. So that's really it? So 6 is inadequate?
Well, the resolution, if I can draw your attention to point 5, the council resolution that was passed earlier this year, asked staff to address the need for more public toilets. So 6 would essentially keep us the same.
And there is no easy way of benchmarking whether we've got enough councillors.
Okay, so there's no... Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's trying to address what council
Yep, great answer.
And I'm not trying to suggest that I'm preempting anyone's subsequent questions, but at this point, we're not interested in where they might end up going. You're just interested in what council's appetite for a fund of money from which public toilets could be resourced over the next 10 years would look like. Thank you. Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, tēnā kōrua. My question is on page 98, or relates to the information on the impact assessment. So I'm just clarifying, please, can you explain the impact on the general rates from 0.3%? Is it 30% of all general rates in year 10, or how does that work?
Mr. Logie. Sorry, you got to... on page 98, bullet point 40. Yep.
So what do you want to know, Councillor?
The impact being 30% in year 10, is that 30% of...
It's 0.3%.
Oh, okay.
Of the rate take. Yep.
Gavin, is that for the operating costs of the new toilets, or is it just interest?
That would have to be a question for Mr. Bainbridge.
It's for the operating costs.
Which would include the interest and depreciation.
Yeah, point 37, 38, 39 there talk about the operating costs if we were to build 19 more toilets.
Sorry, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. A question relating to going back to COVID and when we had to essentially shut down the city and the toilets. Do we have a discussion or a roadmap with the truck drivers and those other frequent users of public toilets coming through the city that need to make a pit stop as such and then travel through? Are they identified on this map, and are they, in the case of should we go through another COVID shutdown, what would be emergency available for them?
Yeah, so during COVID we kept a number of public toilets open that are on the main state highway routes, so Waikouiri and through into the town centre, precisely for that reason.
And for drivers coming through town, do we have adequate signage advising people that are new to the city or not frequent drivers through the city to understand where all the public toilets are?
So a signage review will be part of the next steps as well.
Councillor Reddick.
What is the origin of this map? Is that like Google Maps or such?
No, that's a map that we're building that will go on the website in the near future. So that's DCC are creating that to go on the DCC website.
On Google Maps.
Use your microphone, Councillor.
Thank you. So one of the reasons why I asked, there's quite a few maps, quite a few less facilities shown on Google Maps when I Google public toilets. And so have you ever done an audit on this findability of those public conveniences for visitors to the town in terms of, say, Google Maps and other methods of finding something?
Sorry, Councillor, what's the question?
Do you audit your Google Maps representation of the public toilets?
I think the answer is no. but it's certainly something we can consider about how we align our information with Google. I have no idea how a toilet ends up on a Google map or not. So, but certainly I get what you're trying to say. It's like accuracy in comparing the data. So.
Well, it's just 2 points. I mean, the IT department will be able to help you with that, I'm sure. But the other thing is, it would appear, well, to me, the public demand for laboratories might be influenced by their findability.
Thank you, Your Worship. Couple of questions. One is about the changing places toilets. Are we aware if any have been built since we had that earlier discussion in any other parts of New Zealand? I know there were 2 previously.
Still 2 to the best of my
Yeah,
knowledge.
okay. And I just have a concern and wonder if you could answer this. Do you think that we've gathered, I know we're not talking about specific locations today, and I don't want to do that, but do you feel that we've gathered the sort of breadth of the requests or needs? Because I see some gaps in sort of over 13 years of requests, and I see some gaps in there.
So I think that is why we're asking to include the question in the long-term plan consultation,
thank you.
so that we get a wider view on where they can be.
Excellent, thank you. And just a question about if you were aware that during COVID lockdown, in fact, the bus drivers out on the peninsula, there was a need for, to know which toilets, you talked about the truck drivers, but that's important when we're considering this. And in terms of design, will we be taking into account in the design, when we get to that point, the COVID situation? There was a lot of talk about, contactless doors and so forth. Is that part of the thinking?
Yeah, that will be considered, yeah.
Thank you. And this might be a question for the Chief or the Mayor, but who will decide where the toilets will go if we agree to do some extra toilets?
What? In the report, it says that we're going to ask a question through the consultation phase, asking people where they want them to go.
So we'll just ask the public?
That's usually how consultation works, and then that will come back to us, and council will make decisions about where they go.
And it will be like in the annual plan where we have to put it forward at the time. Is that the way it works?
So if we're talking about where they should be once we have the consultation councillor, we will then use the matrix and further thinking around it as to where and how we score them to see how they stack up as a priority.
But ultimately, during deliberations, it will be councillors' decision
That's what I wondered.
about where they want to put them.
That's what I was wanting to know. Thank you.
But based on whatever recommendations. I have no particular interest in the matrix as a whole right now, but I am interested in, there's often a tension, we get this with some parks assets around rubbish bins and recycling bins. There's a tension between, in some cases, where people want a facility to be and where you should put facilities because of induced demand, and I'm thinking particularly of ecologically sensitive areas. There are often calls in Sandfly Bay or Tomahawk for us to be putting public toilets in there, but we already know that there's a capacity issue with how much those receiving environments can take. So I'm just seeking assurance that those kinds of biodiversity, ecological considerations will go into however this algorithm works to come up with recommendations.
Personally, I don't think the matrix will ever give us a 100% answer. There's always going to be a need for a conversation with various stakeholders and parties. So it's to make it more objective. It's not a perfect tool, I don't think.
Okay.
So the answer, Your Worship, is that I think we will continue to do what we do now, which is ensure we talk to all of the stakeholders if we're considering a particular site.
That's fine. Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. We have considerable asset and recreational and reserve spaces, and the intent of actually looking at extra facilities for toiling is to enable further enjoyment of those spaces over a longer period of time, rather than when your child needs to go to the toilet, you have to leave. Is that the intent, or adults for that matter, want to, go to the toilet, they have to actually leave that facility? So it enables better play, I suppose, or recreation.
I think it's ensuring we've got the facilities in the place that best meets the needs of the community, whether that's a reserve, a play space, or a roadside on a highway.
Yeah, thank you. That's.
Thank you, Risha. I'm just asking this on behalf of parents everywhere who need baby changing rooms. So do all of our public toilets have baby changing facilities?
No.
So in the, I see there's a summary of information. Is it possible that we could put some of that information in there that would then link through to the map so parents could find those facilities?
Yep, absolutely.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor, no. Yeah, horrific flashbacks. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lofiso.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, gentlemen. Again, I know that when I've spoken to residents that I know, they're quite shocked at how much it costs to build a public toilet. So what's the major cost? Is it the infrastructure or the labour costs? Do we know of that? What proportion of that 100,000 generally?
The major cost with public toilets is the standard of the build. They need to put up with quite an amount of use and quite often an amount of vandalism. So they need to be built to a very high standard to be able to deal with that.
Thank you. Happy to move. To say briefly again, thank you to the staff for doing doing the work that we need in order to be able to do our work. So thank you.
I'd just like to add that I'm delighted to see that we're going to have 2 changing places toilets for our disability community. That is a huge gain, and I thank the staff for their consideration of this and progressing it.
Aspersions on the degree of interest in the following agenda item, but it seems useful now to adjourn briefly for afternoon tea, coming back at 3:10. Seconded Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Welcome back. In a moment that we're all always waiting for in a meeting, I'll move that we extend the length of time for the meeting beyond 6 hours. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Item 10, the general rate differential. Mr. Logie will speak to this report. And Ms. Ellen, apologies. Anything to add by way of introduction? Very good. Councillors, questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Bishop. I have two questions. I was just interested around what the Hutt City Council were doing, and they had 0.5 on community facilities. I don't quite know how to phrase this as a question, but we grant rates relief to a lot of community facilities, and I wonder if this might be a more simplified method to do so. Would it involve less paperwork for the council?
So, it's obviously just the mechanism that they've chosen to use. I mean, we choose to use the grants mechanism. I mean, there's an argument for either as being a good option. I suppose the grants mechanism allows the council to make decisions about particular institutions.
Thank you. My second question was just around the economic rate, and I vaguely remember it coming into being, but I was just wondering if you know the history of that and why we have a separate economic rate.
So we've covered that off in note 13, just that it came in July 2010. And again, at the time, it was a decision of council of the day to put that in place, and it's a fixed value of 500,000.
So there's no, I just couldn't see the notes for what purpose it was put into place.
Again, having not been here in 2010, but obviously it does provide a mechanism that if council were of the mind to want to increase the money for economic development activity, they could use this targeted rate as a mechanism through which to do that.
And at the point that was adopted, it was immediately offset by a reduction in the general commercial differential. So, which was at 2.5, and that went down to 2.46, as well as the targeted rate as well, to make 2.5.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just questioning the effectiveness of doing it in my head. Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Worship. Just a question further to the conversation we had a moment ago about the STVA issue. The reference you made to the Productivity Commission recommendation to government that they should do some work around developing a register to make our lives easier is fine. But do we have any further information about whether that's been taken on board or whether it's likely to happen, or if so, what the timing is?
So at this stage, no, we don't, Councillor.
No. And if we were to go with your tidy and understandable suggestion of easing the load on motels, would it not be an unintended consequence anyway of a decision like that to make the motels happy, therefore stop screaming, and it would therefore be less likely that we'd do anything about the STVA people because they'd be on the same sort of win ongoing?
So again, the decision on differentials is for council to make. What I would say is the identification of the STVA properties per the definition is problematic. They do change on a weekly and a monthly basis. Motels tend to be a more stable group of ratepayers for which you could put a different differential on if you were of the mind to change that. Certainly, we've done some work on identifying the STVAs, and I could have a staff member on this full time trying to keep track of it. And also, you would end up with some STVA providers electing to deregister as an STVA provider prior to a certain date, depending on when council decided when they were going to be eligible for that rate, and then reinstate themselves post that. So certainly, Auckland and Queenstown have done it, and on talking to them, it is challenging. Whereas, like I say, if you council of the mind, motels are certainly a more succinct group to identify.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr Logie, a couple of questions. One is, do you have any kind, this is around the STVA people, properties, any kind of understanding, idea of how that landscape's changed since lockdown? And I may anticipate the answer to that, but I'd love to know what your thoughts are.
Again, can't necessarily talk for the local market, but certainly the chat out of Queenstown is that they've seen a move of STVA properties back to residential rentals on the basis that the STVA market is not as strong as what it was, obviously, with the international tourists. So you would have to assume that not that I can assume things, but that impact would occur across most jurisdictions in terms of the decrease in tourists.
And my second question is around, and I've always been perplexed by this, so it's not a new concern, around the definition, and I wanted just to know where you saw these sort of situations falling. So clearly you've said where the owners live on the property, and it's 1 or 2 bedrooms, so that's clearly articulated in the definition. But I wonder about where someone's purpose built in their front yard and it's only for 2 people and they live on site, where that would fall, or above the garage, purposely decked out just for 2 people, owner on site, or where it's in-house, separate but significant. Those are all kind of different, slightly different to that definition in there. Where would they fall? And it may that's probably for us to decide, but I just wonder, had you thought about those sort of possibilities? Because it's not as clear cut as what is being articulated.
So on the last page of the report, page 134, we talk about an SUIP, which is a separately inhabited part of the property. So that is trying to define that scenario that you've put to us. But again, there will be marginal properties. But in general, when we've gone and looked at the STVA properties, there's a very clear group of where it's the whole of house. So they're reasonably straightforward.
That was my next question.
There is going to be a degree of grey.
Yeah, it seemed to me that I wanted to know, just check with you, the people or the properties we're after, or where somebody's bought up a property standalone for this purpose, or a number of properties, and that they don't live there. And there's a lockbox and things. Would that be fair to say? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. It was interesting reading, although I think it threw up as many contradictions and dilemmas for me, and probably like a number of people. And I think you've answered this, but I'll ask it anyway. So looking at point 33, where you say you've compiled a list of 261 residential STVA providers. Is there, in the light of what seems, if you read through the report, it seems to be quite a gargantuan task in terms of collating that information, keeping it up to date. Is there a risk with that low number that in many ways, if we went down this road, it would actually be financially negative to us? Is there that potential? It just seems that...
So just to remind councillors, this is the rating method on how we distribute the rate across all the properties in the city. So therefore, if there is a cost of compliance in order for us to maintain that would be an additional cost to council. So yeah.
And I guess going to the examples of Auckland and Queenstown, yet again, it just says avoidance is common. Have we any idea of the rate of avoidance in those? No. Okay. I suspect it's quite high.
Yeah, Gavin, I noticed in point 27 of the report it did talk about most councils only have a handful of differentials, but some councils, or one council did have up to, was it 43 different differentials. Now, I'm just wondering, and I'm thinking more historically here, but when we've had a commercial rate, say for example 2.5 times the residential rate, do we know, or do we have any feeling about I'm sure every commercial player in the city thinks they pay too much rates, just like all farmers do and all residential people do and everything in between does. But is there a possibility that, or have we considered how that 2.5 affects different businesses in the sense of some, it might be a relatively small part of their value, and others it might be a large part. Do you know what I mean? Like some businesses won't require a huge capital or capital value property, and others will have high income. So is it appropriate that we just have one level of commercial rate?
Again, that would be a political decision for you folk to consider.
Yeah, I realise that, but I suppose I'm trying to take a stare from you. Do you believe that there would be is there significant injustice within that sector?
I feel like you've asked the same question in an even more pointed way somehow.
Yeah, I think I have too, but
Keep it going.
We couldn't make that assessment without data.
I couldn't make that assessment, no, correct.
Yeah. Never mind.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Actually, a question for Mr. Pickford. More around the STVA short-term visitor accommodation. Mr. Pickford, did you at some point, trying to reach you for a microphone, there we go. Were you not at some point able to contact Airbnb and liaise with them and find out a database or list of operators?
Through the chair, we haven't contacted Airbnb. There have been national conversations about access to B&B databases, but they've not been very open. We have had discussions with MB around a national framework to that in order to, at a national level, apply to get access, not just to Airbnb, but booking.com, because that's the only way of really effectively doing this.
And then you would be able to gauge number of nights and essentially effectively you rate properties in that space rather than trying to trawl through the who's listing and who's not listing.
That's correct, and also not just from the rating point of view, but from a safety point of view around compliance with the Building Act or resource consent. Resource consenting is obviously a bigger issue than building quite often, but it's the whole regulatory space around those short-term visitor accommodation properties.
Perfect, thank you.
So, just following on from Councillor Walker's question, could the cost of compliance or following up on things be higher than the return we get in our rates?
That's not following up on the question that's asking the exact same question. And the response was that the differential was a way of apportioning the rates cost across the city, across all users. And if there were compliance costs in enforcing it, those costs would be spread by the same ratios across all ratepayers.
But it could be, yes. But the other question was, how much can commercial businesses ask as a percentage back when they claim their tax returns on the rates?
Again, I can't comment on individual ratepayers. I can tell you that the DCC is one of the largest commercial ratepayers in the city, and we can't claim any tax back on ours.
Not a business, though. Councillor Benson-Pope.
That may be true of the DCC, and I'm not disputing that. But in terms of a normal commercial operator, the rating bill is an entirely deductible expense, is it not? And I don't, well, I'll wait for the debate.
And maybe just to remind councillors that also businesses, if they're registered for GST, can claim the GST back on their rates.
Councillor Lofiso.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you both. I'm just looking at page 122, paragraph 49, in terms of the alternative scenario, including a lower differential for motels. Given the public forums that we had in the last triennium, does motels category also include camping grounds?
At present, the motels category doesn't exist.
No.
So what would be included in that would be up to, I mean, the scope of what that alternative differential might be would be up to council to decide.
I just noted the category, oh, okay. Where the hotel, motel and camping grounds category.
Councillor Barker.
We've talked about the rate split being the differentials being a rate split. If we were to put a targeted rate on the STVAs, would that go into the differentials and the rate split, or would that be money on top?
That would still be included as part of the rate take. It would just be how we collect it, and we'd just be collecting
So
it
it's
from a
still
targeted
split
rate.
up.
But you would have to be very clear about what you were charging the targeted rate for, i.e. what service they were buying over and above everybody else, and it would obviously have to be unique to that group of ratepayers. So if you were to say that it was to collect some of the economic development and tourism marketing budget, you would have to infer that actually they're not the only beneficiaries of that rate, of that spend, so therefore you would have to consider that target rate across additional ratepayers, not just STVA.
So none of the solutions are simplistic.
Correct.
And the Botanic Garden's already taken. That was Councillor Barker. Councillor Benson-Pope?
Just coming back to my earlier question, can you envisage a scenario where if we followed what may be the preferred option of easing the rating burden for motels while we await MB or someone else doing what the Productivity Commissioner has asked for, that the moteliers would most likely have forgotten a year or two down the track the history of what had happened and would object equally strongly to increases for themselves to line up with an STVA increase, as they are currently arguing for an even level playing field with those operators.
I appreciate
If you understand my question.
Well, it's not so much a question. I withdraw my earlier comments praising you for your restraint, Councillor. That's not a question that staff can answer.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
I just want to comment. I want to ask a question on your commentary that STVA could unregister and then pick up its activity again later. It would be a mechanism by which you might have trouble finding them. How would that be different from a B&B unregistering and then picking up its activity again later? I mean, I guess how do you say, no, I'm not, oh, yes, I am, and get away with it?
I assume you're referring to people that currently operate as a commercial operation. Normally that would involve, so if you take, say a motel decided to do that, that would involve a little bit more logistical activity in terms of pulling down signs and deregistering off whatever motel associations, etc. Whereas you need to remember these properties are primarily residential properties that are being used for an accommodation purpose.
So that is essentially the difference. Would be that one would be because you've joined an organisation, you've put a sign out in front. Bit harder to pull all that down than it is to just deregister off a website. But if we were to employ this full-time person that you said it would take to monitor those websites, we would be able to see that person or that property go back up again, would we not? In as much in the same way a B&B put a sign back out.
Again, it's probably not that simple. So if you go onto an Airbnb site, very rarely do they actually provide the property address. So you actually have to just about go through a full booking to actually then pick it up as an address. So again, that is the challenges on the current data that's available to us with which to charge this rate. We could look at a voluntary mechanism by which they volunteered the information. I said that I am a short-term visitor accommodation based on the definition of council. You could do it that way, but again, it would just come down to what the level of uptake would be, but that's another option. And certainly I think it's something that Queenstown do. The other thing is with a commercial operation is obviously they have a resource consent in place to operate that commercial motel, so Yeah, that's.
I was kind of being a bit extreme when I had that question, but it's more getting back to the STVA. So basically, the identifiers that identified are not easy, but presumably there's pictures of the building and stuff like that that, I don't know, I mean, I'll wait the speeches.
So this is going to be struck on the rate. So it'll have to be struck on the 1st of July, and it would have to continue till the 30th of June the year after. There wouldn't be an opt-in and opt-out at any point. So therefore, if I decided on the 2nd of July to open a unit, I wouldn't be rated until the following 1st of July. So therefore, I could cancel it out after 9 months and start it back up 3 months later.
You're not supposed to write the manual for them, councillor, but it's when you do your renovations over the summer period. Yeah. Thank you. Further questions, although I feel like we ran out a while ago. Councillor Elder.
I just have a question, and I don't know, it's putting it out there, that in fact potentially the best solution for something like this nationwide could be a bed tax.
Councillor, the best solution around this is not a question of staff, it's a question of your elected members.
But a bed tax would enable that to happen.
Councillor, that's not a question you can put to staff. It's a question you can put to your colleagues. Does anyone else have questions of staff of the report? No. Would someone like to move something? Councillor Hall, are you moving the recommendations? Is there a seconder? Councillor Lord, would you like to speak to it, councillor? Oh, sorry. You need to pick an option, Doug. Hey, encourage. Option one is the status quo. All right. You're comfortable with that, Councillor Lord? Now you know what you're seconding? No. Seconded Councillor Benson Pope. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Hall? Further speakers? Councillor Benson Pope.
I think, given the extent of the paper and the information we have, that this is a sensible pathway, but I remain concerned about, as you've heard me say previously, about the issue with the uneven playing field that the moteliers have raised with us. I think, on reflection, it's probably better to leave them with the status quo, but to advocate as strongly as we can with, give Mr Pickford another job, with MB or the whatever commission, and government to try and align or try and alleviate the problem we have across the country around the STVA issue. We know that Airbnb are not going to give us information unless they're forced to, but we also know in this city as elsewhere that one of the main drivers of, or certainly a significant driver of a lack of rental and house purchase stock is the profit that's being made around these operations. And that, coupled with the lack of capital gains tax, is a significant issue here, as well as in really pressure places like Queenstown. So I'm not surprised that Queenstown has moved on this, because I guess they've been forced to in terms of their accommodation needs. And while it's not as bad as that here, it is an issue. And I may have mentioned this earlier, but some of you certainly know, as part of a consent we did recently for an Airbnb in Musselburgh, the land agent managing the property showed us the map of Airbnb, Boca Batch and other properties that were houses only, as well as bits of houses, in that area of Musselburgh and Tainui, and it is really quite enlightening how many there are. So don't think for a moment that this isn't a major factor in terms of our concern about housing affordability, either for homeowners or renters in the city. So I think it would be better to run with the status quo and simultaneously, as is suggested, simultaneously lobby as actively as we can to try and make progress around the other issue of appropriate treatment for those who are commercial operators but not paying appropriate levels of rates for their operations at the moment.
Thank you. Just a note on the resolution, given that there aren't park clauses, we can probably do away with that from a formatting point of view. Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I have no, I support this motion, and I have no argument with what Councillor Benson Pope has said in terms of individual properties. I agree entirely. However, I have always been concerned around those that may get caught up in this unwittingly, and I just want to make the point that the landscape has changed hugely, and this is what I know, that many of the properties that were in, for example, Airbnb, Book a Batch, have been rented out long term, almost immediately, that some in fact have been sold, and some are being subdivided off and sold, and we have a situation on the peninsula, for example, where we have no motels in Portobello at all, where we had 2 sets have all been subdivided off as apartments and sold. So my real concern is around, are we going to end up with not enough accommodation when our visitors come back? But that's for another time. So I think we can take heart on the fact that the rental and house market has benefited from this scenario. And just to make the point too, that many times people who are in this game are not earning their whole living from it. So I don't believe that they are commercial, but I do believe there are people who've bought up properties holus bolus in the past, or have standalone property where that is entirely a reasonable definition of them. But I think we need to show great caution if we revisit this in the future.
It's often enough been said that taxation is a blunt instrument, rates particularly so. The idea that you can improve the targeting, if you like, of your rates by having anything up to 43 differentials, and each of these differentials being a less blunt instrument, is a logical kind of extreme consequence of a system which I believe fails to recognise what we are actually doing with rates. What we are doing ostensibly is charging all rateable units for services that we supply to them, whether they're community services or whether they're water or drainage or whatever. And all of these discussions on rates keep getting further and further away from the idea of relating what we charge to what we supply. This is a fundamental of most financial transactions, which is strangely missing in city councils, and this one in particular. I've mentioned in the past the stadium bizarre factor of 0.21, and its rate cents per dollar on capital value being 0.0609. Absolutely plucked out of the air, essentially using the rating system as yet another way of disguising a stadium subsidy. I believe that we should get rid of this particular complication and simply give them the subsidy instead. It would be much more honest, and it would unload some of the burden on all the other commercial outfits that are essentially paying for a lot of the quite significant services that we supply to the stadium. 4 different power supplies, one on each corner of the stadium, massive drainage, water supply, etc., access with roads. What I think we should do, and we have not done to date, is we should have considered quantifying rates as a factor related to the services provided. When we rate on the basis of capital value, despite what Councillor Benson Pope claimed, that is in fact a capital gains tax. Higher value of property, you pay more rates. It doesn't matter that you only have the same number of toilets or whatever as the half-priced house next door, and you only use the same services. Your house is double the value, you're right up there. That's already a capital gains tax, and there are others. If you look at trying to sell a property that you bought recently, there is an excellent website provided by I forget which newspaper it is, where you'd actually calculate the amount of capital gains tax that you'll pay. But we're already paying it in the capital value system of rating. What we need, to be fair, rather than carrying on down the hopelessly blunt instrument road of rating people on the basis of capital value or any of these other strange ideas, is to actually have a rating factor that relates to the services provided. How many toilets do you have? What volume of power or drainage you have? What are the estimated community services that you are able to use? If we were to do that, we would have very, very different rating than what we have now. Farms, for instance, they would pay the community services rate ostensibly, supposedly, because they do get into town and get to use some of the community services. They wouldn't be paying for a whole lot of other things that they currently pay quite heavily for, because farms are so valuable under capital value. So the system that we have now, every year that I've been part of the debate, uppermost in many people's minds has been what will be the effect on the residential ratepayer. And the reason we're so focused on the residential ratepayer is they are the massive big voting bloc that are liable to cause problems if we put their rates up, for instance. Commercial ratepayers, because there's so few of them, continue to get hammered. They continue to get hammered at a rate far greater than Invercargill, for instance, which only has a differential factor of 1.
Your 5 minutes is up, Councillor, if you could wind up.
Okay, and Christchurch, which has had a differential factor of 1.66. We are out there at 2.46. That blunt instrument needs to be changed. We need to reassess our whole rating system and actually try to consider the value that we're supplying to our ratepayers and charge them accordingly. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Worship. Christchurch rates are 2,500 and Dunedin rates are 2,200 by this table at the end. So when you take those and multiply one by 1.66, the other by 2.46, you come up with pretty similar numbers. That's why they have a different commercial ratio. I'm going to find myself reluctantly voting against this because I was going to go for option 2, and that is that short-term visitor accommodation properties are playing a perverse role in the ability of first-time home buyers to be able to buy the properties. And those who are engaging in the activity of investment for the purpose of gain are creating an environment where renters are paying other people's mortgages and holiday people are paying other people's mortgages and making it harder for first-time buyers to get into their properties. And I think that we need to recognise then the STVAs are in fact acting as commercial activities and that they have an effect on the ability of people to get into residential dwellings. That's why I'm a little disappointed that we've sort of hard basketed it. The idea that you couldn't identify them, I'm not really sure that that's truly valid if people can go back and find the same Airbnb they rented out last time when they want to go back to the same house that they liked. So they seem to be able to go back and find it again. The moteliers gave us lists of houses they knew were operating like this. And we've never ever said when we've looked at our policies that we want to go and find that person renting out a bedroom in the front of their house, and we've never said we wanted to go after the person who's gone on a week's vacation or 2 weeks vacation and rented the house while they're away. We've made it pretty clear that we are targeting single dwellings that are bought for the purposes of generating income, and I think we should have gone after them a little bit harder. If there is someone that is described by that, but in fact has a good valid reason to say why that is not correct for them, then they'll be welcome to come to council and have their property taken off the list. But I think generally speaking, we should be trying harder on this. So I'm just a little disappointed that we've stepped back and not gone towards trying to find some ratings around them. But other than that, I mean, I'm happy enough that we're going this way, but I will vote no simply to exercise my disappointment not going to STVAs.
Yeah, I'm probably a bit like Jim. I would have actually gone for option 3 because I think we could have come up with a different option that would address the issue, which maybe have made a reduction for the moteliers. I just wanted to pick up on a comment that Lee made, and it's not a criticism of anything he said, but I think the thing that I really think we do not sell well enough, and we hear it constantly, and whenever you look on Dunedin News, we're the biggest bunch of scum in the town, except for Lee. But it's because we don't provide anything for rates. Now, I think the figure I pay at home is about $3.28 a day. I don't get water, but if I did, that would take me up about another $1.15 a day. And I think if you're sitting there in the world and you're thinking that you're not getting much for your rates, just getting fresh water into your house at $1.15 a day is a bit of a bargain. If you're lucky enough to live in town and you're on the sewage network, getting your sewage taken away, you don't need to think about it again. You pull the chain and it's gone. Or push the button if you're a bit more modern than me. But these services are unbelievably cheap. And you might say, well, they accumulate up and it means that I pay $1,200 a year or $1,800 a year or $2,400 a year. Some people pay a bit more. But I actually think if you look at what you get, you don't just get water and sewage. You get roads that you can drive on. You can move 50 k's in 30 minutes, which is not what you can do in third world countries. You get parks, you get stadiums, whether you like them or not, whether you think they're valuable or not. They're there. It means we can have concert, it means we can have rugby, it means we can go to the stadium, the University Oval and watch cricket in one of the most beautiful surrounds. And so I think sometimes people just need to check, and it's probably got slightly outside of the scope of this now, but I am deeply frustrated that people will not look at what they see, and they'll quite happily go and buy a lotto ticket for the same price as their week's rates and think it's a reasonable investment, or they'll go and buy all sorts of other products, and I'm not picking on smokers or drinkers, it could be lipstick, it could be anything you spend your money on, but we do not appreciate the value of what we get for our money. And look, I can support this. I would have supported another option. It doesn't really worry me, but I just think don't sit there and tell me you get nothing for your rates. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to follow on from that and say, while for some people a slight raise in the rates, probably really and realistically, I can't speak for us all here, but probably for all of us, we would handle that. But for people like, I'm thinking of Jo Miller, the one of the head people at Grey Power, she told a story the other day and it really touched me. And I said to her afterwards that I will try to think of her and her members when I'm in here talking at the chamber. Excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat. Because when we do things like set rates, it is those people we really affect that don't have, a lot of money to pay for those things. So her example was even $5 is too much for some, and some of them have come to her saying we can't afford the rates. and they're worried these are pensioners that might have to sell their homes. So I will support keeping the rates the same here, because I think, you know, we need to, for that method, as far as the differential, that it stays the same. Thank you.
Councillor Hurland, just to be clear, we're not voting on whether or not to keep the rates the same. This is about how rates are apportioned across the various activities. Well, that's for others to decide, Councillor. Councillor Raddick.
Yes, in an ideal world, we would be able to appropriately apportion rates to commercial activity, and we would be able to rate these short-term accommodation providers at the same amount as moteliers. But I totally agree with the submissions we've heard, and that the chances are that the cost of collecting them or trying to collect it, it would be more than what we'd actually receive. And not only that, the grief we'd have because of inaccuracies in the measurement of who is doing it and who's not would just make another cause for complaint. So I support the motion on the board and think it's better to stick with the status quo. I'd just like to make one point though about the advent of Airbnb and all of these people springing up and providing accommodation has made a significant difference to Dunedin's ability to accommodate visitors, you know, in the tourism boom of the last few years, but also for the visitor boom for the stadium, because we've had a lot of concerts and games where there's a lot of extra people come to town for a short hit. Well, their biggest crowds have been for concerts. So we've been able to accommodate them, sometimes at reasonably short notice, within the town. So, you know, they certainly have played the part in enabling the rest of the town to benefit. It's just a shame we can't rate them at the right rate. But anyway, status quo for me.
Thank you, Worship. I've worked in tourism all my life, so this is something that is dear to my heart. And when I was working in council from 2008, this comes up again and again and again. And the moteliers and the accommodation operators have been asking for years for us to do something about it. So I will be reluctantly voting against it and foreshadow that if it fails, I'd like to move option 2. 1 in 5 beds is STVA in Dunedin nowadays. Many are running as businesses, and I really feel that we do need to be managing them as businesses. As Councillor O'Malley said, they are taking properties out of the property market, annoying the neighbours, and I really do think that we do need to do something about it now.
Thank you, Worship. I personally feel that STVAs, where it is a whole dwelling being offered for accommodation, should be rated commercially. I accept that there are some problems in doing that and that some people would not be honest, but I still believe that that is the right option. And I'm sure that the moteliers and other commercial accommodation providers would be more than happy to let us know when they're aware of a property that is being solely used for the purpose of short-term accommodation. So I could vote for this, but my preference would be that we go back to looking at how this is dealt with. I accept the arguments that when there's a big game on and the town is full, that we get an economic benefit from them. But equally, our own accommodation, commercial accommodation providers are less likely to reinvest in good quality accommodation if they're not getting the numbers through the door that they could be without the Airbnb operators. So I'm not going to vote for this option.
Listening to other comments around the table and everything, would there be some way that we could look at having a licence to operate for these people, and that could work on a monthly basis, because as I said, there is ways of getting out of the rates, because if you don't register the 2nd of July and pull out on the 29th of June, therefore you can run for a 12-month period and have no rates. So if we could there be a chance we could work on a licence to operate on these people and just have a fixed monthly charge? And that way I can come in, pull out. Would that be worth putting into that or not? No. I just listen to what everybody else says, and it's just, that'd be one way of covering what everybody has asked for.
Councillor Barker?
No.
Councillor Benson Pope? Aye. Councillor Elder? Councillor Gary?
Aye.
Councillor Hall?
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan?
Aye.
Councillor Fiso?
Aye.
Councillor Lord?
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley?
No.
Councillor Raddick? Councillor Staines?
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis?
No.
Councillor Walker?
Aye.
Councillor Wiley?
Yes.
Your Worship?
No.
The motion is carried 9-6.
Thank you. Item 12 doesn't require much staff. Sorry, item 12 requires little to none in the way of staff effort. It's been moved. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Councillor Lopiso. Councillor Barker, you can speak to it.
Thank you, Your Worship. I ask and hope that other councillors will support this motion to support the New Zealand Sports Hall of Fame and to keep heritage alive in Dunedin. Heritage Alive, that was the title of this brochure in the 1990s, which won a national award. Heritage is Dunedin's superpower, one we need to preserve, protect and enhance. The New Zealand Sports Hall of Fame is an integral part of our living heritage and part of the fabric of our history and visitor offering. A heritage attraction and a heritage site. I feel we've lost our way in understanding the huge benefit our unique heritage assets bring to our city, and it takes a wake-up call like the fear of losing the New Zealand Sports Hall of Fame to make us start to open our eyes again. Here's 5 key reasons to support this motion. Save our connection to our national sporting heritage. Dunedin hosts one national museum, the New Zealand Sports Hall of Fame, which we are reminded Dunedin asked to host 21 years ago. Dunedin has nurtured many sporting heroes such as Olympic medalist Daniel Loader and New Zealand's first female gold medal winner, Yvette Williams, and it seems natural as the heritage city that we hold on to these important relationships. Other cities have started putting their hands up, but we won the chance to host, and I think we should keep being winners. 2, protect our visitor and community assets. We've lost Cadbury World, the Fortune Theatre, maybe the train. These were real heritage attractions, as is the Sports Hall of Fame. Funnily enough, government has given the council $700,000 of strategic asset protection program funding, for which some is targeted towards product development. Actually, we have real product that we need to help before perhaps creating some ersatz experience. 3, play to our heritage strengths. I spent most of my life marketing and promoting Dunedin. I know that our absolute key strength, apart from wildlife, is heritage, the wildlife and heritage capital of New Zealand. New Zealand Sports Hall of Fame is a heritage asset in a heritage building in a heritage precinct, showcasing our sporting and achievement heritage. 4, maintain our economic development potential. For every dollar spent on visiting attractions, another $9 is spent on accommodation, travel, retail and hospitality. That money spreads right throughout Dunedin. Attractions are the sizzle that enables the sausage. Dunedin needs its suite of attractions to build more compelling reasons for people to stay longer and spend more. Pre-COVID tourism was worth more than $750 million GDP annually. We need to maintain our attractions when the borders open and our visitors return. Having a national museum like the New Zealand Sports Hall of Fame is important for our visitor attraction and economic growth. This is a museum which charges for the experience and can offset most of its costs, and also has the opportunity to attract partnerships and sponsorship, and these are amongst the options that can be explored. Number 5, to inspire and educate our people. The New Zealand Sports Hall of Fame is aspirational. To visit is to be inspired by achievement, to think I could do that, and to help people set life goals. It plays an important role in motivating and celebrating success. Last week when I visited, there was a large school group noisily enjoying learning about our sporting heroes, and it was exciting and uplifting to hear the enthusiasm and excitement in their voices. That's just 5 key reasons. There would be a longer list, but I only have 5 minutes, and these are the ones that I think are the most important. Please vote for this lifeline and the opportunity to explore options for keeping this valuable asset in its rightful home, Dunedin, dedicated to keeping heritage alive.
You have 10 minutes, Councillor, in speaking to the motion, but it's fine. Councillor Houlihan.
Can I ask some questions of Simon Pickford?
No, you can speak to the motion.
Why don't we get a chance to ask questions?
This is not a staff report. This is a notice of motion that's been put up by an elected member.
Well,
And once the notice is up, there's only no time for questions.
okay, well, I can say this, but if I'm incorrect, can you please correct me?
No, he won't.
Okay. Well, my understanding is, because it's come up at our committee quite often, and hopefully Councillor Lafeso will speak on this if I get it wrong, is that that Council has maintained our funding. It's not Council who's let the Sports Hall of Fame down. That's my understanding, but I could be wrong. My understanding is that other organisations have pulled funding, and that is why it's in this situation now. But I do have to say, well, possibly why it is, because I don't 100% know, but I do have to say that whoever was doing the marketing on the Sports Hall of Fame, I think, sorry to say this, but I think they've done a terrible job. And, you know, for me, I didn't realise the significance of the Sports Hall of Fame. And I think a lot of people are like myself, didn't realise what is kept there, because you're right, Councillor Barker, there are a lot of treasures there. And I think a lot of people didn't realise that. And also I think it is special, and I think we should try and keep it. But I do think that, you know, my concern is if we do pay out this $50,000, what will that mean for the Aratoi budget?
Thank you. Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be supporting this notice of motion. I don't think any of us have to think too hard to know that this will go somewhere else. It will leave Dunedin if we don't at least put a reasonable effort into keeping it here. And I accept that it hasn't been well marketed. It's not necessarily in the ideal position, and it does cost us money. But so do our other museums, and this is a museum, and it's a unique museum for Dunedin. So I would like to see it stay here. I'd like to see what someone such as DVML might put up as an option. So I'd like to see some work done to actually look at what is the potential to change the way this Sports Hall of Fame is being run, and probably where it's housed, and see whether there is a better option than just saying, well, sorry, let's send it somewhere else.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't think anyone would doubt the value and importance of the institution, and nor question the dedication that Dr. Polensky has put into assembling in all sorts of ways, as we know, because he's related those to us, an amazing collection of artefacts, valuable and not. And councillors will recall a lot of that, the current issues being detailed to us when he came to the public forum at the start of Councillor Lafeso's committee not so long ago. It seems to me that, so I think it would be a great loss to the city if this institution were to disappear or relocate out of Dunedin. But I must also say, if anything was crying out for corporate sponsorship, it's something like this: choose your sports manufacturer. But that aside, I'd like to ask the Chief Executive a question, if I might, namely, in terms of the site and city property and so on, one of the questions that Mr. Polinsky and also Mr. Edgar raised in relation to Ian Edgar's the patron, by the way, raised in relation to the current operation was the shortage of space. So can we be assured, if we support this notice of motion, that the whole issue of location will also be part of what is reported on in due course?
You can only seek assurance from yourselves at this point, Councillor. This isn't a forum to ask questions of staff.
We're asking the staff to report on options. I'm not able to move an amendment. So I thought I might be able to ask the Chief Executive for an assurance that that issue might also be included in such a report.
I mean, you've asked for it, but as I've indicated
I can
earlier,
ask, but I'm not allowed an answer, that's fine.
Yes, I support this motion. I think it's a fascinating museum to have here and of national prominence, as mentioned. I also think it'd be, in the very first instance, appropriate to take over the whole top floor of the railway station. And the Art Society could move perhaps to the community gallery. But then that would be really throw the cat amongst the pigeons. But look, just in terms of suggestions. But, so there's lots that could be done, and I think in the next instance, after finding a larger space, would be to have some interactive displays that appealed to the young ones in our city and were then promoted on a national basis so that people would come along and really get involved with interactive exhibits there. And as we know, we're probably all well aware that sports feature very prominently in New Zealanders' consciousness, and we punch above our weight on the world stage, and it would be a good thing for us as Dunedin to punch above our weight on the national stage in terms of museums. So, well, in terms of this nationally characterised museum. There we go.
Thank you, Bishop. I want to thank the mover and the seconder for bringing this up, because I don't think we would have otherwise. I think we might have just gone past this. It is relevant that it's a New Zealand museum. I think we would regret it going later if it was to go. And whatever you may say about how it's operated at this point, I think we have to recognise Mr. Plansky's done a great job in getting it this far this hard, and he's tired, is one of the things that he said. The staff have given a pretty wide remit here: museum, art galleries and attractions. So I think in the report that would come back, it may be recommended that it would go somewhere. It may not necessarily, may or may not stay at the railway station. It may go somewhere else. The 50,000 to bridge it into that period is good, and I actually quite like the third one as well, and that is for us to be considering the integrated museum and visitor attractions in general is actually a nice little addition to the end of this motion. So I'm definitely supporting it.
Yep, thank you. I can support the motion, and I think a few people have said it, but I think all credit should be given to Ron Polinsky for getting the museum to the stage it is at now. But that said, and I guess to use a sporting analogy, we are moving into injury time. The Sports Hall of Fame is behind, and it quickly needs to score some points, or the game will be irretrievable. I've spoken to a lot of people about this, and I'd say a vast majority of my friends and peer group did not know this place exists, and I'm sure some other people have had that experience. So the marketing, I guess, has been pretty poor. Also, I think the location is fairly weird. I mean, I stumbled across the place by accident because I was visiting the railway station. I think it's a poor location for this facility, and if you look throughout the world, all the great sporting museums are located in places that they should be. The British Golf Museum is in St Andrews. The World Rugby Museum is in Twickenham. The MCC Museum is at Lord's. Ice Hockey Hall of Fame is in Toronto. Baseball Hall of Fame is in New York. the spiritual home of America's national pastime, and guess where the Wimbledon Lawn Tennis Museum is located. So I think we really need to think cleverly about where this goes. It has to be a natural fit. And I think, finally, for me, and the one thing that frustrates me about this, and having researched other museums throughout the world, the one thing they all have in common, they are all sponsored almost to 100% by commercial interests who then leverage off of them. So I think we need to, if you look at people like ANZ, they give $15 million a year in New Zealand annually to sport. ASB give a large chunk. AIG, no, couldn't find how much they give to rugby. I imagine it's humongous. So, I mean, McDonald's, another one, another well-known business and organisation that strangely funds sport, but it does. So I think I'd like to hope and think that those conversations will be had at a high level, simply because I think this would be fantastically beneficial to a bank or a fast food producer to be able to boast to us and to the rest of New Zealand and the world that it is housing and paying to home what is some fantastic artefacts from New Zealand sporting history. And I just want to pass on my thanks to Councillor Barker for bringing this to this forum. Thank you.
Thank you. I too want to thank Dr. Ron Polanski and his wife Kathy for the hours and years they've put into making the Sports Hall of Fame what it is. When you talk to Ron and you hear his passion for the Sports Hall of Fame and you walk through there, you're definitely captured by the history of New Zealand sport. And it's not the big items or the key items, it's the little stories. It's the little pieces that really make it up, and the personal stories that some of these athletes went through. So it's not just a sports Hall of Fame, it's a human interest Hall of Fame as well. It's about the families of the athletes that became world champions, how they got there. So when we look at the current Sports Hall of Fame, we all agree it's run on a shoestring. We're all shocked and saddened that Sport New Zealand cannot find the funding to support it. There is potential to do more. But unfortunately, funders and sponsors will only fund something when they see strong support. And I think this is something, this notice of motion that Councillor Barker has put forward, starts the ball rolling on this. And having our council, especially if this is unanimous, going forward, showing the funders and sponsors, yes, we want to save the Sports Hall of Fame. It's important to our city, is going to be a big message to tell. This is an asset to Dunedin, but it's the asset for New Zealand, and it needs to stay in Dunedin.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to first begin by acknowledging Ron Polanski and his family for their work and effort. And I know that he was very passionate about that. It was very clear when he came to present to us. However, I am going to ask for this to be taken in parts, if Your Worship is agreeable, because I can support A, but I cannot support B or C. And I can't support B or C because I cannot condone taking the $50,000 out of the Aratoy budget because I don't believe it fits. And thirdly, that piece of work is I would suggest, a very large piece of work at a time when staff are hugely focused on the long-term plan. I can support A though, because I think it will be really helpful to learn about the appropriate sports bodies' view, a national sports body's view of this facility. I don't disagree with much of what's been said around the table, and I'll be interested to hear about conservation of the items. And I recall when I was naming some rooms in a new boarding establishment unit some years ago. In fact, I just re-met Jenny Newstead the other day, after a lot of our female athletes, that we have a number of significant women in our community who've won gold medals, etc., at an international level, and we should be very proud of that. So this particular facility recognises that kind of achievement. So I can certainly support A.
Wait a minute. Thank you. I can support this. I think this is about an investigation and looking at further opportunities around Dunedin. One of the things that I think is really important for Dunedin to note and for us to note is that we have a great sporting precinct in Logan Park. We have the Oval, we have Forsyth Bar Stadium. We have sporting facilities that attract people to Dunedin. Many of the items in the collection are related to cricket and to rugby. And I see that, you know, when we visited Melbourne, we visited the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Why? Because it's famous. Why? Because many famous cricket matches were played there. And we paid for that visit, and we paid for a tour of those famous cricketers that were displayed there. And I believe there is potential in this marketplace for such an offering in Dunedin, but we need to explore how we do that, because in fact at the moment it's not sustainable. So allowing 50,000 of budget to explore the options so that we can take it back to the community as to what we do about this, I think it gives that option, you know, until June that we can look at this, and I think we need to revisit it. Yeah, that's all I want to say. Yeah, we need to revisit this in light of that.
Councillor Vandervis.
It's been said that there's nothing worth having that you don't have to fight for. Ron Polinsky and his family and a few others as well have fought long and hard for this museum. They've made it what it is, and it is now a cultural asset that we can further develop. And compared to other museums, at very little cost. Integration of museums and visitor attraction structure has the potential to improve overall marketing of our many attractions, rather than the current individual siloed efforts. The potential for developing the Sports Hall of Fame Museum further with, for instance, interactive displays is one that I think would benefit not just the museum, but all the museums generally. This just would be another reason for people to come to Dunedin. The example of having one butcher shop on the main street doing okay and then having two butcher shops and then both doing better has some resonance here, I believe. We have a lot of cultural amenities already. This will simply add to and bolster what we already have. Regarding C, which Councillor Gary, BNC, wanted to take separately, I take her point that it is a very large piece of work. But the reason it's a very large piece of work is because it has very large potential to boost the effectiveness of both management and marketing of all our museums and attractions. It's only if we have a dedicated overview of everything that we have to offer that we can actually present this in an effective way to visitors, to tourists, and in fact to the people of Dunedin as well, who Councillor Walker has pointed out, many of whom never even knew the museum was there. So we need to vote, not just for A, that's the short term. We need to vote for B and for C, because that, I believe, will allow us, for the same amount of money that we're currently spending on all our museums and attractions, to include the Sports Hall of Fame and get a better result with overall management and marketing. Please vote for all three. Thank you.
In speaking to this, I don't think anybody is questioning, and this certainly isn't a referendum on the efforts of the Polinsky family or the institution as it has existed up until this point. But the resolution before us isn't to affirm our support or our thanks of that work. It's asking us to do three very specific things. One is to provide lifeline funding through to the end of this financial year, effectively. One is to look at taking it over and running it within, to say nothing of, I'm not sure, there is no such thing as Dunedin City Council's Museum, Art Galleries and Attractions Department, but bringing it in-house to do something with it that we need to somehow have figured out the cost implications of by the end of January. And I don't think we can underestimate either the level of cost in running a museum, because a volunteer organisation running a museum in the top of the railway station has very different obligations than a city running a cultural institution, and to say nothing of the conservation costs that would come with maintaining those things over time. So I don't think it's realistic, the deadline of the 27th of January. But I think it would be helpful at some point to have an accounting of those costs, and I think May would probably have been a more realistic timeframe. But unfortunately, the opportunity to amend notices of motion doesn't exist, so we are unable to be able to have that kind of discussion. And the third thing we're being asked to do is gargantuan, in my view, not least because of the amount of work involved, but because you're dealing with institutions that we have no direct control over, and visitor attractions are almost entirely in the private sector, and I'm not 100% sure, and I'm sure I'll be enlightened in the right of reply, what a single integrated museums and visitor attraction structure for council might be, unless we're looking at relitigating the debate about whether our economic development unit and destination marketing unit should remain in-house, or whether it should go out to being another arm's length entity. And what I find the most frustrating, really, about the debate about C is that on the agenda today already, we've had a debate looking at what our strategic framework is and what a process is going to be for refreshing that, and trying to deal with all of the work that council does in an holistic fashion from a strategic point of view. And then we get to 4:30 and we want a single integrated museums and visitor attraction structure to be worked up for us to consider seemingly in parallel to that. And I can't see how both of those things sit comfortably. If there is a specific need for this, it will surely come out of the work that we've already agreed to do around how we refresh and integrate our strategic framework, rather than just bolting on requests like this in terms of the scope of the work that we're asking people to do. So, and I'm comfortable to support B. I mean, it's lifeline funding. The point's been made already that Sport New Zealand don't seem particularly enamoured of it as a facility. Corporate interests in sport isn't necessarily a sector of our society that struggles for corporate support, and if anybody knows where the checkbooks are, Sarayan would be one of those people, I would have thought, and if those haven't been forthcoming, you do have to question what the real appeal of this is. I mean, that isn't to say I don't want to see it exist or continue. I just don't know if fully funding it as an integrated part of councils, cultural institutions, is the most appropriate way of doing that. So I'm happy to take them separately. I can support B, A, reluctantly, but C, I think, sets staff an unenviable task at a point when we have already on today's agenda, as I mentioned, agreed a pathway for dealing with our strategic framework. Councillor Barker, your right of reply.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, councillors, for your words of support for this motion, and overall, as many people have mentioned, to the Sports Hall of Fame, Ron Polinsky and family for their fantastic 21 years of work creating this amazing asset for Dunedin. As Councillor Staines said, we don't want this important asset lost from our city. I understand there has been interest from other cities and it would be terrible to lose it. It's great to have support, as councillors have mentioned, for the 5 key reasons I outlined earlier: National Museum, protect visitor assets, play to our heritage strengths, economic development opportunities, inspiration and education. I'd like to see the council staff working with the Sports Hall of Fame in an advisory group like the Train had to look at options to keep the Sports Hall of Fame in Dunedin as a major visitor and heritage asset, looking at the location, the funding, possible sponsorship, as many have mentioned, and integration possibly into the DCC departments. The deadline, some people have mentioned the deadline about the meeting of the 27th of January. My original notice of motion had March, and after feedback from staff that was moved to January, presumably to fit in with the LTP process. Councillor Gary mentioned not being happy that the funding would come out of the Aratoi budget. My original notice of motion was to use a different budget. Feedback I had from staff was to change it to the Aratoi budget. I'd be comfortable for it to come from any budget. For around C, the original timetable for C and the first notice of motion was actually around this LTP around January, so it could be consolidated, but after feedback from staff about the size of the work, that was moved to December. It seems logical to see how we can integrate our DCC. Sorry, DCC was missing from integrated museums and visitor attractions to create synergies, marketing and operation, as other councillors have mentioned. Thank you, everybody, and I look forward to the vote.
So this is for part A. Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder. Aye. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lafiso. Aye. Councillor Lord. Aye. Councillor O'Malley. Aye. Councillor Raddick. Aye. Councillor Staines. Aye. Councillor Vandervis. Aye. Councillor Walker. Aye. Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship. Aye. Unanimous. Next one. So for B, authorise $50,000 over expenditure from the Aratoi budget, subject to staff confirming that the money will be used to keep the facility open until June 2021. Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder. Aye. Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall. Aye. Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso. Aye. Councillor Lord. Aye. Councillor O'Malley. Aye. Councillor Raddick. Aye. Councillor Staines. Aye. Councillor Vandervis. Aye. Councillor Walker. Aye. Councillor Wiley. Yes. Your Worship. Aye. It's carried 14 to 1. And the final one. Request a staff report on the potential of a single integrated museums and visitor attraction structure for council by December 2021. Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
No.
Councillor Elder. Aye. Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lafiso.
No.
Councillor Lord.
No.
Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Councillor Raddick. Aye. Councillor Staines.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship.
No.
The motion is lost. 6-9.
Thank you. I can't imagine any of our remaining items would be concluded before 5 o'clock, so I'll move.
Oh, what judgment.
I'll move that we adjourn the meeting to 9 o'clock. Seconded, Councillor Benson-Pope. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Thank you.